Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Naruto Had Harem and Made Hanabi Annabeth. Part 1. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. The night the Kyuubi attacked the Leaf Village and Minato and Kushina gave their lives protecting Naruto, someone else was watching in another world, a beautiful woman with long black hair and intense gray eyes wearing an elegant white dress. Her name is Athena and she was the Olympian goddess of wisdom and strategy and Minato Namikaze's mother. There was a flash of brilliant lights behind her. A middle-aged man with an athletic figure, slim and fit with salt and pepper hair, with elfish features, wearing a nylon running shorts and a New York City Marathon t-shirt. He was Hermes, Messing, of the gods and father of Kushina Uzumaki. I take it you found out? Athena asked. How can I not? Hermes said. It was bad enough when they made Kushina the Jinchuriki, now because of some nutcase. She died and hers and Minato's son have to carry the burden. Minato didn't have a choice, Athena responded. Hermes sighed. I know, it's just, after what happened to Mei, I just can't deal with it. If that village mistreats Naruto, or if things gets out of hand where Naruto might not be safe there, I don't care what father says, I'm bringing him to our word. If it comes to that, I'll help you, Athena said. 12 to 13 years later. A blonde spiky hair 12 to 13-year-old with blonde with a surfer tan skin, with an upturned eyebrow, pointy nose, 3 pencil line whisker Lee. K birthmarks on each cheek and eyes that was strange mixture of gray and blue, was fighting his friend and teammate who left the village to gain the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and of a Sannin. EY were fighting at a waterfall with 2 statues of their village's founders. Toward the end, red energy known as chakra formed around the blonde in a form of a fox, minus the snout, with one tail, while the other boy's skin darkened. Hair grew longer and giant hand formed from his back like wings. The blonde hair boy formed a ball of spinning chakra while the black hair boy formed lightning in his hand. Both jumped at each other and clashed their attacks. When they did it, dark energy spread around them in a sphere. By time it cleared, the blonde hair boy was unconscious while the other boy was about to kill him. But before he did, he decided to leave it be, for now. After the black hair boy left, there was a brilliant blue light before Hermes appeared. Over the years, Hermes and Athena been on edge to bring Naruto to his world. But when Naruto entered the academy, he started making friends, even if Naruto didn't realize it. But now, with signs of the Akatsuki rising and eventually going after all the Bijus, Hermes and Athena decided to act while they can and eventually working on a way to save Naruto's friends, including Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Shukaku. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll take you somewhere that will help you with your training, Hermes said. Lord Hermes, someone said. Hermes turned to see a man with gray hair that seemed to spike up into the side, with a headband, with a metal plate that had a symbol that represents a leaf, over one eye and a mask that covers most of his lower face. Hermes recognized him as his son-in-law's student Kakashi Hatake. I'm taking Naruto to my world, Kakashi, don't stop me. Hermes said. Why? Kakashi asked. Is it because how the village treated Naruto? No, and neither Athena nor I would like to be reminded of it, Hermes said. If it wasn't for the fact Naruto made friends in the academy, we would have took him a long time ago. Then why? Kakashi asked. Because we know of the threat coming up, and we decided to help Naruto. For it he should train to be a demigod hero, Hermes said. If Naruto ever decide to return to this world, it would be up to him. Hermes picked Naruto up and disappeared in a flash. Athena was watching in the distance, making sure nothing went wrong. She'd been watching the fight and was both amazed and worried by Naruto's actions. It was clear Naruto wasn't as wise as the rest of her children and legacies over the years. But he did had potential as a grandson of hers if he had proper teachings. She wasn't surprised to see Kakashi arriving. Kakashi had been secretly looking after Naruto. If it wasn't for Sasuke being one of the last 2 Uchihas, and Kakashi being the only Jonin with the Sharingan that wouldn't try to turn both boys into his own personal weapons, Kakashi would have focus on Naruto as well. I better head back, Athena said as she saw Hermes left with Naruto before disappearing herself. Next day, Naruto groaned while his eyes began to flutter open. He found himself in a room he didn't recognize. He was in an apartment, no doubt about that, but it wasn't the apartment in the leaf. The bed he was in was too comfy, the drawers didn't look like something that'd been through war. Even before the Sound and Sand village attacked the leaf, Naruto noticed a letter taped to the headboard of the bed he was in. He took it and found it was addressed to him. He opened it and when he read it, his eyes opened. Dear Naruto, I'm sorry for not picking you up, but we had to wait for the right moment to pick you up. I can't tell you who I am because of family matters, you will learn when you're ready. But I want you to know that I'm your grandfather on your mother's side. I didn't act alone though. I had help with your paternal grandmother, your father's mother. I can tell you at your parents is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze and his wife and my daughter Kushina Uzumaki. They cared about you deeply and died protecting you. Yes, your father was also the one who sealed the fox demon in you. But he did it because he couldn't ask anyone else to use their children, and he had hopes that you will be able to control the fox's power. They also decided that if anything happened to them before you knew who they were, you would take your mother's maiden name, which is why your last name is Uzumaki. Now listen, your grandmother and I cared about you too, but because of family traditions you'll come to learn of we couldn't raise you. However, when we heard about the Akatsuki, we decided to take you to our world which is in a different dimension from the ones you grown up. The elemental nations for reasons you'll come to understand later. As for now, your grandmother has enrolled you in a boarding school in Yanxi Academy since here you are still required to go to school. In your drawers she left you some books on this world and I left you some clothes we picked out for you, some of this world's currency, and a map in this city. Lastly I recommend you keep your jutsus a secret in this world since here the jutsus you know don't exist. Naruto, I know this is a lot to take in, and you might have 1,000 questions to ask about your heritage, but I promise you, it will be explained over time. Just be patient. Love, your grandfather. P.S. Your grandmother suggests you start reading up on Greek mythology. You'll learn why in the future. Naruto read and reread the letter, making sure this was not a trick, but it was obvious. Once he was done, Naruto smiled and cried with joy. He had grandparents who cared, a family. Naruto headed to his dresser drawer and found books along with the map of a city called New York. When he opened them and tried to read, he found words swiggled around the page like they always do. In a small drawer was a pouch full of green paper called dollars. The second drawer down had a new set of cloths. They were a mixture of either blue or gray shirts, jeans or capris, there were even some orange t-shirts. Naruto left the bedroom and found himself in a complete apartment. The kitchen was neatly organized and new. The living room had a television, a comfy couch and some easy chairs. There was also a door that led to a clean bathroom with a separate shower and bath. Lastly there was a sliding window door that led out to an open-air terrace and pavilion into a city Naruto guessed was New York City. Outside there were large buildings and roads full of vehicles. Naruto smirked as he yelled, "Look out world, because Naruto Uzumaki has arrived." A lot has happened since Naruto came to the new world. More than once he was almost hit by car. He had given a waitress $100 tip, and pulled a kunai when a car alarm went off. But eventually Naruto started to understand. Naruto also hit a growth spurt since he came to this world. As he was no longer a scrawny kid in his age group. He also hanged up his jumpsuit and started wearing the clothes his grandparents gave him. After a few weeks after arriving, Naruto was sent to a boarding school in New York for troubled kids. Once there he was diagnosed with attention-deficient hyperactive disorder, which explains why he could never stand still, and dyslexia, which causes words to jumble up in his head. Although Naruto was supposed to be placed in the 7th grade, the school counselor decided it was best that Naruto was placed in the 6th grade. Naruto was roomed with two other boys, Percy Jackson and Grover Underwood, both in the 6th grade. Percy was a 12-year-old boy with black hair and sea-green eyes. Like Naruto, Percy had ADHD and dyslexia, and also came from the same part of New York City as Naruto, Manhattan. Percy been placed in the school because he been kicked out of every private school his mother managed to put him in since he started preschool. Veer on other hand was a disabled kid with some kind of muscular disease in his legs that cause his legs to hurt every time he walk, but he sure can run on enchilada day in the cafeteria. Not only that Uti was the only 6th grader with ache and a start of a wispy beard. According Grover is repeating the 6th grade. They quickly became friends on their first week, although Percy and I had a few moments where we annoy each other. However, they are protective over Grover since he was constantly bullied by their fellow classmates due to his disability. However, whenever someone tried to bully Grover, they found themselves the next day pranked in some way. One day a group of boys tripped Grover over and the next morning they were found hanging by their underwear on the school's flag pole while the national anthem was playing. Most of the school couldn't figure who done it, but Grover and Percy had a sneaky suspicion Naruto was somehow behind it because whenever he hear about the pranks, he always had that glint in his gray-blue eyes and a mischievous grin. Pranks isn't the only thing Naruto did at night. While his friends were asleep, Naruto would create a shadow clone to take his place in the room and sneak out at night to practice his jutsus, including some wind-style jutsus he got for his birthday while in Yancy after he found out he can use after some elemental training suggested in his scrolls. As well as worked on his sealing jutsus he got for his birthday. Now Naruto was wearing a gray shirt with a blue denim jacket and gray-blue cargo pants in a school trip with Percy and Grover and 26 mental case kids and 2 teachers heading to the Metropolitan Museum of Art to look at ancient Greek and Roman stuff. Most of the time Yancy field trips like this bored Naruto and Percy, but their Latin teacher, Mr. Brunner, was leading the trip so they had hopes. Mr. Brunner was this middle-aged guy in a motorized wheelchair. He had thinning hair and a scruffy beard and frayed tweed jacket, which always smelled like coffee. You wouldn't think he'd be cool, but he told stories and jokes and let his students play games in class. He also had a collection of Roman armor and weapons. So he was the only teacher whose class didn't put Naruto and Percy to sleep. However, at the same time, Naruto couldn't help but let his guard up around the guy. He just appeared a week in the first semester and took an immediate interest in him and Percy. Well, he couldn't say Mr. Brunner took an immediate interest in him exactly. At first, Mr. Brunner studied him as if trying to figure out if Naruto was a threat or not before finally taking an interest in him. Right now, however, Naruto was more concerned of making sure Percy doesn't cause any trouble. Percy had a bad reputation with field trips. In his 5th grade school he took a trip to the Saratoga battlefield, and he had this accident with a Revolutionary War cannon. He wasn't aiming for the school, but he got expelled anyways. Before that, in Percy's 4th grade school, they took a behind-the-scenes tour of the Marine World Shark Pool. During it, Percy accidentally hit the wrong lever on the catwalk, and his class took an unplanned swim. Almost every field trips he been on led to him being expelled or suspended. Because of it their headmaster threatened Percy by in-school suspension if anything bad, embarrassing, or even mildly entertaining happened on this trip. The class bully, Nancy Bobofit, a freckled red-haired kleptomaniac didn't help with Percy's situation. She was throwing wads of sandwich that stuck in his curly brown hair. Even Naruto struggled not to get up and beat her up but he couldn't do anything in a crowd but send her warning glances. Nancy was one of the few students that still pick on Grover around Naruto despite the fact the first day she tried she found herself next morning pinned to the school wall by pencils a few floors above the ground. The school had to get in a cherry picker to get her down. "I'm going to kill her," Percy mumbled. Grover tried to calm him down. "It's okay. I like peanut butter." He dodged another piece of Nancy's lunch. "That's it." Percy started to get up, but Grover pulled him back to his seat. "You're already on probation," he reminded Percy. "You know who'll get blamed if anything happens." "Fine," Percy said. "Don't worry, Percy. I'm Sue. Our mysterious prankster friend has something planned for her," Naruto responded. Percy smirked hearing it, causing Grover to sigh. Ellipsis. Mr. Brunner led the museum tour. He rode up front in his wheelchair, guiding us through the big echoey galleries, past marble statues and glass cases full of really old black and orange pottery. Naruto often teased Percy for the gaping look on his face when he saw some of the exhibits. One of their stops was a model of the first chariot, thought to be built by the teamwork of Poseidon and Athena. Athena built the chariot while Poseidon supplied the horses. I bet it was fun racing one of those. Naruto said. Yeah, especially around Times Square, Percy agreed. Grover's lip quivered when he heard that. Gods, these two will be the death of me, he thought. Their next stop was the mosaic of the 12 labors of Hercules, or Heracles, as the Greeks originally called him. Naruto took interest of the one of Hercules subduing Cerberus, a three-headed large dog that served Hades. I bet Cerberus makes a sweet summoning, Naruto thought. Another area of the museum was where they had statues and paintings on what the Greeks thought the Olympians looked like. The two that got Naruto's attention the most was a statue of a woman in battle armor and a man with winged sandals and helmet carry a staff with two snakes wrapped around it before stopping at the wings at the top of the staff. Athena and Hermes, Naruto said out loud. You have a comment, Mr. Uzumaki. Mr. Brunner asked. No sir. I mean, I was just saying that these two, Naruto pointed at two statues he was staring at, was Athena goddess of wisdom and strategy and Hermes god of travelers, merchants, roads and thieves. Mr. Brunner seemed amused that Naruto knew about it. That's right. Tell me Naruto. Since you know so much about Greek mythology, what is the name of a child of a god? A demigod, sir, Naruto replied. Can you list any of their children? Mr. Brunner asked. Well, Hermes had hundreds of kids. Demigod and immortal, like most gods, he couldn't stay away from any mortal that caught his attention. Some say Pan, Lord of the Wild, was his son, Naruto said. As for Athena, well, the Greeks mostly saw Athena as a virgin goddess. There was only one known son, but because how he came to be, she remained a virgin, right? That's right, Mr. Brunner said. Come on, there's more. Mr. Brunner gathered the class around a 13-foot-tall stone column with a big sphinx on the top, and started telling them how it was a grave marker, a steal, for a girl about their age. He told us about the carvings on the sides. Naruto and Percy was trying to listen, Naruto because he was interested in Greek mythology even if he doesn't act like it, and Percy because he found it kind of interesting. But everybody around them was talking, and every time Percy told them to shut up, the other chaperone, Mrs. Dodds, would give him the evil eye. Mrs. Dodds was this little math teacher from Georgia who always wore a black leather jacket, even though she was 50 years old. She looked mean enough to ride a Harley right into your locker. She had come to Yancey halfway through the year, when their last math teacher had a nervous breakdown. From her first day, Mrs. Dodds loved Nancy Bobofit and figured Percy was devil spawn. As for Naruto, Mrs. Dodds seemed to just not like him, she seemed to also treat him like an annoying student, like something about him she didn't like, but doesn't see as the biggest problem, but she always tried to separate the two when it came to detention. And despite never getting caught for pranks, Naruto still received punishment for other rules he broke. Although the way she treated Percy, it was no surprise he once commented that Mrs. Dodds wasn't human. Mr. Brunner kept talking about Greek funeral art. Finally, Nancy Bobofit snickered something about the naked guy on the stele, and Percy turned around and said, "Will you shut up?" It obviously came out louder than he meant it to. The whole group laughed. Mr. Brunner stopped his story. Mr. Jackson, he said, did you have a comment? Percy turned red with embarrassment. He said, no, sir. Mr. Brunner pointed to one of the pictures on the stele. Perhaps you'll tell us what this picture represents. Percy looked at the carving and seemed to have relaxed. That's Kronos eating his kids, right? Yes, Mr. Brunner said, obvious not satisfied. And he did this because, well, Percy racked his brain to remember. Kronos was the king god, and God, Mr. Brunner asked. Titan, Percy corrected himself. And he didn't trust his kids, who were the gods. So, Kronos ate them, right? But his wife hid baby Zeus, and gave Kronos a rock to eat instead. And later, when Zeus grew up, he tricked his dad, Kronos, into barfing up his brothers and sisters. Said one of the girls behind them. And so there was this big fight between the gods and the titans, Percy continued, and the gods won. Some snickers from the group. Behind Percy, Nancy mumbled to a friend, like we're going to use this in real life. Like it's going to say on our job applications, please tell us who were some of the Olympians' kids. Or, Please explain why Kronos ate his kids. And why, Mr. Jackson, Brunner said, to paraphrase Miss Bobofit's excellent question, does this matter in real life? Busted, Naruto snickered. Shut up. Nancy hissed, her face even brighter red than her head. She could never get away with anything around Mr. Brunner. Percy thought about his question, and shrugged. I don't know. I see, what about you Mr. Uzumaki? Naruto folded his arm, closed his eyes and folded his hands, which he does when he tries to think or understand things, except normally he does it while sitting in a lotus position, but after coming to this world he had to learn how to do it while standing. He remembered Iruka trying to make him Kiba Shikamaru and Choji focus their chakra to their foreheads. At the time he didn't think was some stupid punishment for ditching class, until Pervy Sage aka Jiraiya tried to help him with the second task of learning the Rasengan when he learned that the lesson Iruka tried to teach them had a point. He didn't know if it sticks with this world's learning, but it didn't hurt trying. I guess because what we learned from school can apply to the real world even if we don't expect it to, Naruto replied. Mr. Brunner smiled. That's correct, Mr. Uzumaki. To rephrase that, what you learn in school can apply to the real world, even if people don't think it would. Another full credit it to you Mr. Uzumaki, and half credit to you, Mr. Jackson. On the happier note, it's lunchtime. Mrs. Dodds, would you lead us back outside? Ellipsis. The class drifted off, the girls holding their stomachs. The guys pushing each other around acting like doofuses. Grover, Percy and Naruto were about to follow when Mr. Brunner said, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead, Percy T. Old Naruto and Grover as he turned to Mr. Brunner. Naruto and Grover headed out and found a seat at the fountain where none of their classmates were hanging around. How did you know how to answer Mr. Brunner's question? Grover asked. Naruto took out his backpack and reached in to make it look like he was getting his ramen, but in reality unsealing them in the storage seals he kept in it. I guess you can say I already learned the hard way about taking lessons seriously, Naruto said. But you never take your schooling serious, Grover said. That's because other than Mr. Brunner, art teachers makes learning boring, Naruto said. Seriously, would it hurt for a history teacher to, I don't know, reenact it? Or for a math teacher turn learning algebra into a friendly competition? Something like that. Grover stared at Naruto. No, I guess not. Percy sat down next to Grover as Naruto opened his ramen, which was ready to eat. They never could figure out how Naruto could have a prepared cup of ramen or where Naruto puts it all when he goes through so many cups in one meal. Looks like we're in for another freak storm, Percy said. Overhead, a storm was brewing, with clouds blacker than usual over the city. It'd been one of many weird weathers they've been having across the state. Massive snowstorms, flooding, wildfires from lightning strikes. And yet nobody else seemed to notice. Some of the guys were pelting pigeons with Lunchables crackers. Nancy Bobofit was trying to pickpocket something from a lady's purse, and, of course, Mrs. Dodds wasn't seeing a thing. Did you get detention? Grover asked Percy since he seemed upset about something. Nah, Percy replied. Not from Brunner. I just wish he'd lay off me sometimes. I mean, I'm not a genius. No, but you are obviously his favorite student, Naruto said. And teachers always expect their favorites to try better than before even if they have the lowest grades in the class. Gee, thanks, Percy muttered. Can I have your apple? Grover asked Percy. Percy gave it to him as he watched the stream of cabs going down Fifth Avenue. It didn't take a genius for Naruto to figure out what was on Percy's mind. Percy was thinking of his mother, Sally Jackson. Naruto got the honor of meeting Mrs. Jackson when Percy invited him over to his place over Christmas after finding out Naruto lived on his own. Naruto also got the please you're of earning money and creaming Percy's awful stepfather Gabe Ugliano in poker and then using that money to help Mrs. Jackson out with bills and food as he promised in returning of staying. From the day they met, Sally treated Naruto like a second son, especially since Naruto was the first friend Percy invited over from school. Grover was invited as well, but he couldn't come. Mr. Brunner parked his wheelchair at the base of the handicapped ramp. He ate celery while he read a paperback novel. A red umbrella stuck up from the back of his chair, making it look like a motorized cafe table. Perk. Y was about to unwrap his sandwich when Nancy Bobofit appeared in front of them with her ugly friends, probably gotten tired of stealing from tourists, and dumped her half-eaten lunch in Grover's lap. Oops. She grinned at Percy and Naruto with her crooked teeth. Her freckles were orange, as if somebody had spray-painted her face with liquid Cheetos. That's it, Naruto thought out of anger as he was about to get up. But before he could punch her, there was a roaring sound as water suddenly seemed to have came out of the fountain, went around Naruto, grabbed Nancy, and pulled into the fountain. It wasn't tea that deep, but Nancy was still soaked by the fountain as she screamed. Percy pushed me. Mrs. Dodds materialized next to Naruto, Percy and Grover. Naruto heard some of the kids whispering, "Did you see the water? Like it grabbed her." I guess I wasn't imagining it, Naruto thought. As soon as Mrs. Dodds was sure Nancy was okay, promising to get her a new shirt at the museum gift shop, etc., etc., Mrs. Dodds turned to Percy with a triumphant look in her eyes, as if he'd done something she'd been waiting for all semester. "Now, honey." "I know," Percy grumbled. "A month erasing workbooks." Mrs. Dodds glared at him. "Percy, dude. Never guess your punishment before you're given it," Naruto said. "Come with me," Mrs. Dodds told Percy. "Wait," Grover yelped. "It was me. I push her." Percy and Naruto both stared at him, stunned of the fact that Grover was covering for Percy. Mrs. Dodds scared Grover to death. She glared at him so hard his whiskery chin trembled. "I don't think so, Mr. Underwood," she said. "But you will stay here." Grover looked at Naruto to back him up. "It's okay, man," Percy told Grover. "Thanks for trying. Honey," Mrs. Dodds barked at Percy. "Now, Nancy Bobo." Fit smirked it quickly, and when Naruto gave her a look that said, "You better sleep with one eye open tonight." When Naruto turned to check on his friend, he found Percy struggling to keep up with Mrs. Dodds, who had somehow beat him to the museum. "You know what, I'm going after him," Naruto said. "Naruto, don't," Grover said. "Relax, Grover. I'm just making sure Percy doesn't do anything he'll regret," Naruto said as he quickly headed into the museum. Ellipsis. Naruto searched around the museum for his friend and least favorite teacher. Geez, if they didn't go to the gift shop, where did they go? Naruto asked himself. Just then there was a loud scream of fear that caught Naruto's attention. "That sounds like Percy," Naruto said as he began to sprint towards the room where the scream originated. Naruto ran into the hall with the statues of the Olympians were, where Percy came out of nowhere running toward him. "Naruto, run," Percy said. "Percy, what the heck are you? Where is it?" A deep tchy voice called out. Just then a leathery bat-like human hybrid with eyes as black as coal and grayish body with sharp teeth and talon-like claws showed up. "What is that?" Naruto thought. The monster seemed not to have noticed Naruto. Or at least ignored him, as it flew at Percy for a kill. Naruto tackled Percy, pushing him out of the way. "What is that?" Naruto asked. "I don't know." Mrs. Dodds took me in here and started spouting nonsense before turning into that, Percy responded. "That thing is Mrs. Dodds?" Naruto asked. "Come here, honeys." Mrs. Dodds yelled, flying at them. Percy had a look of fear on his face. And Naruto reached for his weapon pouch that he didn't have on him. "The one day I decided not to bring my pouch," Naruto thought before turning to his friend. "Percy, I need you to promise me not to tell anyone what I'm about to do." "What? Do you promise?" "Yeah, fine, I promise." Percy agreed. Mrs. Dodds came in for another slash, but Naruto quickly made a few hand signs. "Wind style, wind scythe jutsu." Naruto yelled before taking a deep breath, blew a large twister of razor-sharp wind. It hit Mrs. Dodds and slashed through her as she was sent flying backwards into the wall. How did you do that?" Percy asked in total shock. "I'll tell you later, but right now, we should make sure she's gone for good," Naruto said. Just as he said that, Mrs. Dodds flew high in the air, angrier than ever before. Then things got even more strange. Mr. Brunner wheeled his chair into the doorway of the gallery holding 2 pens. "What ho, Percy! What ho, Naruto!" he shouted, and threw each pen in the air. Mrs. Dodds lunged at the boys. Percy and Naruto dodged it while catching each pen. When they caught the pens, they weren't pens anymore. Percy's was a sword they seen Mr. Brew Nner used on tournament days. He challenges their knowledge of Greek mythology. But Naruto's was a different story. Naruto's was a long single-edged bronze blade with a circular guard and long grip that Naruto was forced to hold with both hands. It was a foot longer than Percy's at least, about 4 feet long, but it felt right in Naruto's hands. On the end of the handle was a familiar red circle with a black spiral in it. Mrs. Dodds snarled. Die, honeys. On my mark Percy, swing, Naruto responded. Percy reluctantly nodded before Mrs. Dodds flew straight at them. Now, Naruto yelled. At the same time they swung their swords. Hit Mrs. Dodds by the shoulder and pass clean through her body as if she were made out of water. Hiss. Mrs. Dodds was a sand castle in a power fan. She exploded into yellow powder, vaporized on the spot, leaving nothing but the smell of sulfur and a dying screech and chill of evil in the air. Naruto and Percy stood in the museum, just the two of them. Percy was holding a ballpoint pen while Naruto was holding one of those pens you click the button on the end to use. Mr. Brunner wasn't there either. They decided to leave the museum. Ellipsis. It had started to rain. Grover was sitting by the fountain. A museum map tented over his head. Nancy Bobofit was still standing there, soaked from her sim in the fountain, grumbling to her ugly friends until she saw Percy and said, I hope Mrs. Kerr whipped your butt. Naruto and Percy blinked. Who? Art teacher. Duh. They blinked. Do you have any idea what she's talking about? Percy asked. No, Naruto responded, let's ask Grover about Mrs. Dodds. They walked over to their friend and asked. At first Grover paused, and asked without looking at their eye, who? Not funny, man, Naruto said. This is serious. Thunder boomed overhead. Come on, Naruto, let's ask Mr. Brunner, Percy said. Mr. Brunner was sitting under his red umbrella, reading his book, as if he'd never moved. He looked up, a little distracted. When Naruto and Percy approached him. Ah, that would be my pens. Please bring your own writing utensils in the future, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Uzumaki. They handed Mr. Brunner his pens, forgetting that they still had it. Sir, Percy said, where's Mrs. Dodds? He stared at Percy blankly. Who? Come on, Mr. Brunner, Naruto said, Mrs. Dodds. The pre-algebra teacher who is also chaperoning this class. Mr. Brunner frowned and sat forward, looking mildly concerned. Percy, Naruto, there is no Mrs. Dodds on this trip. As far as I know, there has never been a Mrs. Dodds at Yancey Academy. Are you two feeling all right? Only one thought ran through Naruto's head. What the heck is going on here? Naruto started wishing he never showed Percy his wind-style jutsu. When Naruto first told Percy about where he came from and the jutsus he can use, Percy at first didn't believe him, but after a few ninja tricks, Percy started seeing Naruto as if he was a superhero in disguise. At first it was interesting. But then it got annoying to the fact, Naruto slapped Percy in the back of the head. If one thing good came out of it, Naruto proving he was a ninja from another world confirmed that what their battle with Mrs. Dodds really happened, which is good, because the rest of the students were convinced that Mrs. Kerr, a perky blonde woman whom they never seen before until she got on their bus at the end of the field trip, been their pre-algebra teacher since Christmas. Every so often Naruto and Percy would spring a Mrs. Dodds reference on somebody, just to see if they could trip them up, but they would just stare at Naruto and Percy like they were psycho. Grover couldn't fool them, though. When Percy mentioned the name Dodds to him, he would hesitate, then claim she didn't exist, which Naruto recognized as lying. One thing was certain, something was going on. Something had happened at the museum. The freak weather continued, which didn't help Percy's mood, which had been worsening since the incident. One night, a thunderstorm blew out the windows in their dorm. A few days later, the biggest tornado ever spotted in the Hudson Valley touched down only 50 miles from Yancey Academy. One of the current events they studied in social studies class was the unusual number of small planes that had gone down in sudden squalls in the Atlantic that year. Percy started feeling cranky and irritable most of the time. His grades slipped from D's to F's. Naruto managed to keep a C average thanks to his shadow clones, whenever Grover wasn't around. Percy and Naruto got into more fights with Nancy. Bobo fit in her friends and was sent out into the hallway in almost every class. Finally, when their English teacher, Mr. Nickel, asked Percy for a millionth time why he was too lazy to study for a spelling test, he snapped. Percy called him an old sot. Naruto also commented back that the teacher wasn't so stupid he would help Percy study because of his dyslexia instead of accusing him for being lazy. The headmaster made it official after that. Naruto and Percy wasn't invited back to Yansei Academy next year. They didn't mind. Most of the teachers there were pathetic for not knowing how to take care of a kid with ADHD and dyslexia. There were a few things they would miss: Grover, who'd been a good friend, even if he was a little strange. Percy worried how he'd survive the next year without the dynamic duo, which Percy and Naruto gained the nickname of since they both been getting into trouble together lately. They would also miss Mr. Brunner's Latin class. It was the only class where the teacher made learning interesting. As exam week got closer, Latin was the only test Percy studied for. The evening before their final, Grover left for a walk so Naruto could summon shadow clones for studying. One of the coolest things Naruto learned shadow clones is dispersed. He gained its memory, which he learned one night when he trained overtime by accident. If it wasn't for it, Naruto might have been caught earlier. Finally, after so many hours of trying to study, Percy threw his Cambridge Guide to Greek Mythology across the dorm room. "Geez Percy, what did the book do to you?" Naruto responded. "I give up. There's no way I'm going to be ready." Percy responded, "How am I supposed to know the difference between polydicts and polyduces, or Chiron and Charon?" "Well, for one thing, Chiron with an I is a centaur. And Charon with an A is a servant of Hades," Naruto responded as if he was a teacher lecturing to a little kid. Percy glared at Naruto as the blonde snickered, which didn't ease Percy's glare. "Oh come on, Percy. Lighten up. You know me for a school year, you should be used to this by now," Naruto laughed. "Says the guy who has copies of himself doing his studying," Percy grumbled. "I'm studying." Naruto waved his book on mythology. "They're studying up on my Latin and jutsus." "Whatever," Percy mumbled as he picked up his mythology book. "Well, if you really want to pass the class, why don't you ask Mr. Brunner for help?" Naruto asked. Percy paused. "You think he'll be willing to help me?" "Oh yeah, you're practically his favorite student," Naruto responded. "I'll come with you. I need to get some fresh air anyways." Percy didn't seem to like the idea to have Naruto there listening to him asking Mr. Brunner for help, but agreed anyways. Before they shut the doors, Naruto turned to his clones. "If you hear anyone coming in, break the jutsu," Naruto ordered before shutting the door. They walked downstairs to the faculty offices. Most of them were dark and empty, but Mr. Brunner's door was ajar, light from his window stretching across the hallway floor. They were 3 steps from the door handle when they heard voices inside the office. Mr. Brunner asked a question. A voice inside was definitely Grover's. Said, "Worried about Naruto and Percy, sir?" Percy froze while Naruto quirked his eyebrow. Not every day they hear their friend talk about them behind their backs. So they inched closer. "Alone this summer," Grover said. "I mean, a kindly one in school. Now that we know for sure, and they know too, we would only make matters worse by rushing Percy," Mr. Brunner said. "We need the boy to mature more." "What about Naruto?" Grover asked. "Naruto is a mysterious one. He's arrogant and cocky, but at the same time, I can't place my finger on it. He just doesn't seem like the others. I think it's best for now that we wait and see with him. But they may not have time. Especially Percy. The summer solstice deadline will have to be resolved without them." Grover. "Let Percy enjoy his ignorance while he still can, and keep Naruto in the dark as long as possible," Chiron said. "Sir, they saw her. Their imagination," Mr. Brunner insisted. "The mist over the students and staff will be enough to convince them that." "Sir, I can't fail in my duties again." Grover's voice was choked with emotion. "You know what that would mean. You haven't failed, Grover," Mr. Brunner said kindly. "I should have seen her for what she was. Now let's just worry about keeping Percy and Naruto alive until next fall." Percy's mythology dropped out. of his hand and hit the floor with a thud. Mr. Brunner went silent. Naruto muttered some incoherent words, picked up Percy's textbook, and literally dragged his friend down the hall into the nearest door and slipped inside. A few seconds later they heard a slow clop clop clop, like muffled wood blocks, then a sound like an animal snuffling right outside the door. A large dark shape paused in front of the glass, then moved on. Somewhere in the hallway, Mr. Brunner spoke. Nothing, he murmured. My nerves haven't been right since the winter solstice. Mine neither, Grover said. But I could have sworn. Go back to the dorm, Mr. Brunner told him. You've got a long day of exams tomorrow. Don't remind me. The lights went out in Mr. Brunner's office. Naruto and Percy stayed in the dark office until Naruto received memories from his clones, including one of someone coming in at the end. They slipped out into the hallway and made their way back up to the dorm. Grover was lying on his bed, studying his Latin exam notes like he'd been there all night. Hey, he said, bleary-eyed. You going to be ready for this test? As ready as I can be, Naruto responded. Don't know about Percy though. He's still getting names mixed up. Instead of glaring at Naruto, Percy grunted. You look awful. He frowned. Is everything okay? Just tired. Naruto turned to his friend. Percy turned, so they couldn't read his expression as he got ready for bed. However, Naruto knew what was on Percy's mind. It'd been bugging him too. Mr. Brunner and Grover were talking about them behind their back. They thought the two of them were in some kind of danger. Ellipsis. The next afternoon, Naruto and Percy was leaving the 3-hour Latin exam when Mr. Brunner called them back inside. For a moment, they were worried he'd found about them eavesdropping the night before, but that didn't seem to be the problem. Percy and Naruto, he said. Don't be discouraged above leaving Yancey. It's for the best. His tone was kind but the words embarrassed both boys. Even though he was speaking quietly, the other kids finishing the test could hear. Nancy Bobofit smirked at them and made sarcastic little kissing motions with her lips. Naruto took out a paper football he made and flicked it to Nancy's deck. When it hit it dug in deep. That ended the sarcastic kissing motions. Percy mumbled, okay, sir. I mean, Mr. Brunner wheeled his chair back and forth, like he wasn't sure what to say. This isn't the right place for you. It was only a matter of time. Oh, Percy's not going to take that well, Naruto thought. Right, Percy said, trembling. No, Mr. Brunner said. Oh, confound it all. What I'm trying to say, you're not normal, Percy. That's nothing to be. Thanks, Percy blurted. Thanks a lot, sir, for reminding me. Percy. But he was already gone. Well, that could have gone better, Naruto responded. Naruto, Mr. Brunner said. Don't worry, I'm used to stuff like this, Naruto responded. I know I'm not normal. And I'm darn proud of it. Mr. Brunner tried to hide a smile. So what's your plan for the summer? Well, I'll be moving back to my lovely apartment, and maybe visit the Jacksons some more. Naruto responded. As for what school I'll go to after that, I guess it depends on what my caretakers have planned next. Mr. Brunner nodded. Well, it's an honor to get to meet you, Naruto. I hope we meet in the future. Same here, Mr. Brunner, Naruto responded. Not every day I meet a teacher who makes learning fun. Naruto headed off to meet up with Percy. Ellipsis. On the Saint day of the term both boys shoved their clothes into their suitcases, or in Naruto's case sealed them into storage seals and then placed them in his suitcases. Sally had contacted them and told Naruto was invited to their place for a few days. The other guys were joking around, talking about their vacation plans. One of them was going on a hiking trip to Switzerland. Another was cruising the Caribbean for a month. They were juvenile delinquents, like Naruto and Percy, but they were rich juvenile delinquents. Their daddies were executives, or ambassadors, or celebrities. Percy was a nobody, from a family of nobodies. And Naruto was an orphan who only was able to enter this school because of his unknown grandparents. Then they asked Percy and Naruto what they were doing this summer and He answered that they were going back to the city. Although, Percy didn't mention how he might have to get a summer job and spend his free time worrying about his next new school. Oh, one of the guys said. That's cool. They went back to their conversation as if Naruto and Percy had never existed. The only person they dreaded saying goodbye to was Grover, but it turned out they didn't have to. He'd booked a ticket to Manhattan on the same Greyhound as them, so there they were, together again, heading into a city. During the whole bus ride, Grover kept glancing nervously down the aisle, watching the other passengers as if worrying about bullies. Finally Naruto, who was in a row behind him and Percy, said, looking for the kindly ones. Grover nearly jumped out of his seat. What do you mean? Percy sighed and confessed how he and Naruto eavesdropped on Grover's and Mr. Brunner's conversation. Grover's eye twitched. How much did you two hear? Oh, not much, Naruto replied. What's the summer solstice deadline? Percy asked. He winced. Look, Percy, Naruto, I was just worried for you too, see? I mean, hallucinating about demon math teacher. Grover, Percy said. And I was telling Mr. Brunner that maybe you two were overstressed or something, because there was no such person as Mrs. Dodds, and Grover, man, you're a really bad liar, Naruto said. You pause before lying. Your ears turned pink and dude, you keep changing topics. Grover's ears turned pink. From his pocket, he fished out a couple of grubby business cards. Just take this, okay? In case you two need me this summer. The card was fancy script, so it took Percy and Naruto to make out something like Grover Underwood, Keeper, Half-Blood Hill, Long Island, New York, 800-009-0009. Percy began to ask, what's half? Don't say it aloud, he yelped. That's my, summer address. Naruto didn't have to look at Percy to know he was upset by it. They never considered the fact that Grover's family might be as rich as the others at Yancey. Okay, Percy said glumly. So, if we want to come visit your mansion, Percy responded. He nodded. Or if you need me. Why would we need you? Percy asked rather harshly. Geez, Percy, can't you go easy on the guy? Naruto asked. Grover blushed right down to his Adam's apple. Look, you two, the truth is, I kind of have to protect you. Naruto and Percy stared at him. All year Percy been getting into fights, Naruto pulling pranks, just to keep bullies. And here he was acting like he protected them. Grover, Naruto said, what exactly are you protecting me from? There was a huge grinding noise under their feet. Black smoke poured from the dashboard and the whole bus filled with the smell like rotten eggs. The driver cursed and limped the Greyhounds over to the side of the highway. After a few minutes clanking around in the engine compartment, the driver announced that we'd all have to get off. Grover, Percy and Naruto filed outside with everybody else. They were on a stretch of country road, no place would anyone think they would find a vehicle break down. On their side of the highway was nothing but maple trees and litter from passing cars. On the other side, across 4 lanes of asphalt shimmering with afternoon heat, was an old-fashioned fruit stand. The fruit stand had heaping boxes of blood-red cherries and apples, walnuts and apricots. Jugs of cider in a claw-foot tub full of ice, all on sale. There were no customers, just 3 old ladies sitting in rocking chairs in the shade of a maple tree, knitting the big Saint pair of socks Percy and Naruto had ever seen. The sweaters were obviously socks, but they were the size of sweaters. The lady on the right knitted one of them. The lady on the left knitted the other. The lady in the middle held an enormous basket of electric blue yarn. All 3 women looked ancient, with pale faces wrinkled like fruit leather, silver hair tied back in white bandanas, bony arms sticking out of bleached cotton dresses. And they were looking straight at Percy. Percy and Naruto turned to Grover and saw that the blood had drained from his face. His nose was twitching. Grover, Naruto asked. Hey, man, tell me they're not looking at you, Percy. They are, aren't they? Grover asked. Yeah, weird, huh? You think those socks would fit me? Percy asked. Not unless you were a giant, Naruto joked. Not funny, guys. Not funny at all. The old lady in the middle took out a huge pair of scissors, gold and silver, long-bladed, like shears. I heard Grover catch his breath. We're getting on the bus, he told them. Come on. What? Percy responded. It's 1,000 degrees in there. Come on. He pried open the door and climbed inside, but Naruto and Percy stayed back. Across the road, the old ladies were still watching Percy. The middle one cut the yarn with a snip that both Percy and Naruto could hear across 4 lanes of traffic. Her two friends balled up the electric blue socks. I wonder who those were for, Percy said. I don't know, but Grover seemed spoke. We better go check on him, Naruto responded. At the rear of the bus, the driver wrenched a big chunk of smoking metal out of the engine compartment. The bus shuddered, and the engine roared back to life. The passengers cheered. Darn right, yelled the driver. He slapped the bus with his hat. Everybody back on board. Once Naruto and Percy got on board, they went back to their seats. Naruto noticed that Percy was starting to look feverish, as if he got the flu. Grover wasn't much better. He was shivering and his teeth were chattering. Grover? Naruto asked. Yeah, what are you not telling us? He dabbed his forehead with his shirt sleeve. Percy, Naruto, what did you see back at the fruit stand? You mean the old ladies? Percy asked. What is it about them, man? They're not like Mrs. Dodds, are they? Grover was hard to read, but Naruto had a feeling it was something worse. He said, just tell me what you guys saw. The middle one took out her scissors, and she cut the yarn, Percy replied. Grover closed his eyes and made a gesture with his fingers that Naruto didn't recognize. It looked like he was making a cross. But at the same time it wasn't. He said, you saw her snip the cord. Grover, what's going on? Naruto asked. This is not happening, Grover mumbled. He started chewing at his thumb. I don't want this to be like last time. What last time? Both Percy and Naruto asked. Always 6th grade. They never get past 6th. Grover, Percy said with a bit of fear in his voice. What are you talking about? Let me walk you guys home from the bus station, Grover begged. Promise me. Percy ended up agreeing, but Naruto kept his mouth shut. Grover was afraid of something, and unless he tells them, he doubt Percy will keep his promise. Grover, Naruto said, that snipping of the yarn. Does that mean something is going to happen? Grover didn't answer. He looked at Percy like he was a dead man. Well, Naruto made the right choice not making a promise, but now he has to live with the constant reminder of the first real lesson Kakashi gave him abo. Teamwork. Those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. See, after Grover freaking them out for so long, Percy decided to ditch him, and gave Naruto a choice, he can come with him or stay with Grover. Well, Naruto wasn't planning to leave Percy out on his own, especially since Grover seemed to be freaking out for a reason, but Naruto was still curious about what Grover was freaking on about. So when Grover made a beeline to the bathroom when they got off the bus, Naruto created a shadow clone to spy on Grover and told it to disappear if it find out anything out of the ordinary it thinks he should know. They got their suitcases, slipped outside and caught the first taxi uptown. East 104th and 1st, Percy told the driver. Before coming to Yansei, Naruto did and have a parental figure since Iruka-sensei. So when Sally took Naruto in like her own child, Naruto couldn't help feel like one of the Jackson family. Sally was the best person in the world, she just had the worst luck. From what Percy told him at least. Percy's grandparents died in a plane crash when Sally was only 5 years old, and she was raised by an uncle who didn't really cared for her. She wanted to be a novelist. So she spent high school working to save enough money for college with a good creative writing program. Then her uncle got cancer, and she had to quit school her senior year to take care of him. After he died, she was left with no money, no family, and no diploma. The only good break she ever got was meeting Percy's dad. Of course, Percy told Naruto he had no memories of him. Other than a warm glow and barest trace of his smile. Sally doesn't like to talk about him because it makes her sad. They weren't married, apparently. Percy's dad was rich and important, and their relationship was a secret. Then one day, he set sail across the Atlantic on some important journey and never came back. Since then she worked odd jobs, took night classes to get her high school diploma, and raised Percy on her own. Finally she married Gabe Ugliano, who Naruto never could understand why. He was the world-class jerk. And his stench wasn't much better. He reeked like moldy garlic pizza wrapped in gym shorts. Sometimes Naruto just want to beat up Gabe to treat his wife and stepson better, and Naruto knew he could and now Percy knows too. They walked into the little apartment to find Gabe in the living room, playing poker with his buddies. The television blared ESPN. Chips and beer cans were strewn all over the carpet. Gabe put on weight since Christmas. He looked like a tuskless walrus in thrift store clothes. He had about 3 hair on his head, all combed over his scalp like it made him handsome. He managed the electronics mega mart in Queens, but Percy told Naruto he stayed home most of the time. And that it was a miracle that he haven't been fired. Gabe just kept collecting paychecks, spending the money on nauseous cigars and beers. Naruto learned on the first day that whenever Percy is home, Gabe expects him to provide his gambling funds or else get his lights punched out. Gabe hardly looked up when he said, "So, you're home, and you brought annoying blonde punk again." "Nice to see you too, Gabe," Naruto said sarcastically. "Where's my mom?" Percy asked. "Working," he said. "You got any cash?" "He just got home." Naruto scowled. "I wasn't asking you, punk," Gabe scowled back. "And I would show a bit more respect if I were you, or I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." "I love to see a fat pig like yourself tried," Naruto responded. "What did you call me?" Gabe shot up and sent a punch, but Naruto caught it with one hand and caught Gabe in the neck with his hand. Everyone went silent, leaving only the sound of the blaring TV as Naruto forcefully lowered Gabe's fist. No one but Gabe noticed that Naruto's eyes flickered from gray-blue to red with slit pupils like a fox and back again to their normal gray-blue. Naruto didn't say anything, but Gabe got the message: if you know what's good for you, don't try that again. Naruto released Gabe and Gabe went back to his game quietly. Not even his buddies said anything as Percy and Naruto went to the back room, which was really Gabe's study, that Gabe shoved Percy's stuff in the closet while he was home. Percy and Naruto dropped their suitcases. "Nice one out there," Percy responded. "Thanks," Naruto responded. "Percy." They heard a female voice called out. Sally Jackson opened the door and came in, and when she did, the tension seemed to ease. Her eyes sparkled and changed color in the light. Her smile was warm. She's got a few gray streaks mixed in with her long brown hair. "Oh, Percy," she hugged her son tight. "I can't believe it. You've grown since Christmas." She was wearing her red, white and blue Sweet on America uniform, which smelled like a combination of chocolate, licorice, and everything else the candy shop she works at in Grand Central sold. "Naruto, it's nice to see you again too." Sally responded, giving the blonde a welcoming hug. "Did you get those orange candy I sent you?" "Yeah, thanks," Naruto responded. They sat on the edge of Percy's bed. Percy and Naruto attacked the blueberry and orange sour strings from the free samples Sally brought home. Sally ran her hand through Percy's hair and demanded to know everything he hadn't put in his letters. Shish. He didn't mention anything about Percy getting expelled. She didn't care about stuff like that, just that Percy was safe, and so was Naruto. From the other room, Gabe yelled, "Hey, Sally, how about some bean dip, huh?" Naruto clenched his fist as Percy tried to sound upbeat about their last days at Yancey and told her the fights weren't as bad as the headmaster said. Then he got to the trip to the museum. "What?" Sally asked. "Did something scared you?" "No, Mom," Percy lied. Naruto mentally shook his head. No matter how crazy Mrs. Dodds and the 3 old ladies with the yarn they met sound, Naruto found it pointless to lie about it. Sally pursed her lips. It was obvious she knew Percy was holding back, but she didn't push him. "I have a surprise for you," she said. "We're going to the beach." Percy's eyes widened. "Montauk. 3 nights, same cabin. When?" She smiled. "As soon as I get changed. And Naruto, you're invited to come as well." This time Naruto's eyes widened. Percy told him about the Jackson family summer getaway. "Are you sure?" "Of course," Sally responded. "You're more than welcome." Naruto grinned his biggest grin. "Thanks." Gabe appeared in the doorway but froze seeing Naruto. Apparently Naruto had bruised Gabe's ego that the moment he saw the blonde, Gabe seemed to quickly change his mind of what he was going to say. "When you're done talking, make the bean dip," Gabe grumbled. "We're just finishing up, honey," she told Gabe. "We were just talking about the trip." Gabe's eyes got small. "The trip? You mean you were serious about that?" "I knew it," Percy muttered. "He won't let us go." "Of course he will," Sally said evenly. "Your stepfather is just worried about money. That's all. Besides," she added, "Gabriel won't have to settle for bean dip. I'll make him enough 7-layer bean dip. I'll make him enough 7-layer dip for the whole weekend. Guacamole. Sour cream. The works." Gabe softened a bit. "So this money for your trip, It comes out of your clothes budget, right? Yes, honey, Sally said. And you won't take my car anywhere but there and back. We'll be very careful. Gabe scratched his double chin and looked at Naruto like he was a threat. Is that blondie going too? Yes, honey, he will be coming with us, Sally said. Fine, if you hurry with that 7-layer dip, you can go, Gabe said, leaving. If Naruto didn't know better, he would think that Gabe was just glad to be rid of him. Sally turned to Percy. Once we get to Montauk, we'll talk more about whatever you've forgotten to tell me, okay? For a moment Naruto saw a NXIETY in Sally's eyes, the same look Grover had. But then she smiled and ruffled Percy's and Naruto's hair and went to make Gabe his 7-layer dip. Ellipsis. An hour later Naruto, Percy and Sally were ready to leave. Naruto volunteered to carry Sally's bags to the car since Gabe refused to help. You better not scratch my car, Blondie. Gabe yelled. Not one scratch. He normally saves that for me, Percy responded. Maybe he now sees me as a bigger threat, Naruto responded. They climbed into the Camaro and they drove off. Ellipsis. After a one-stop trip for Naruto to pick up a few things from his apartment, they headed off. Along the way, Naruto heard stories about the Jackson family visits there. Percy been going to Montauk since he was a baby, but Sally been going there even longer. Percy even told Naruto once that he thinks that's where his mom met his dad. Naruto's main concern was spiders. When he was little he used to be terrified of spiders up until his quest to bring Sasuke back, when he had to fight a sound ninja that had spider-based jutsus when he quickly decided that his friends were more important than an old childhood fear. But that doesn't mean Naruto won't smash a spider 10 times to make sure they're dead. They finally arrived at the rental cabin that was on the South Shore, way out at the tip of Long Island. It was a little pastel box with faded curtains, half sunken into the dunes. Naruto noticed that when they got closer to Montauk, Sally seemed to grow younger, years of worry and work disappearing from her face and her eyes changed to the color of the sea. It was sunset when they got there and they opened the cabin windows and went through a cleaning routine. Once they were done, Sally and Percy took a walk on the beach, feeding blue corn chips to the seagulls, and munch on blue jelly beans, blue saltwater taffy, and all the other blue free samples Sally had brought from her work. Naruto stayed back and enjoyed his orange candy, which made him smirk. Last winter, Naruto requested orange food. And Gabe made an argument that there's no such thing. Naruto swear Gabe is colorblind or something, so to add to an injury to Gabe's already bruised ego about a similar argument about blue food. Sally started adding orange food dye and Naruto now gets to enjoy orange food and rub it into Gabe. After Sally and Percy returned, they play a little games to pass the time before starting a campfire to roast hot dogs and marshmallows. Sally told the Naruto and Percy about when she was a kid, back before her parents died in the plane crash. She also told them about the books she wanted to write someday, when she had enough money to quit the candy shop. During their talk, Percy got the nerve to ask what was on his mind, his father. Sally's eyes went all misty. He was kind, Percy, she said. Tall, handsome, and powerful. But gentle, too. You have his black hair, you know, and his green eyes. Sally fished a blue jelly bean out of her candy bag. I wish he could see you, Percy. He would be so proud. Quote. There was a moment of silence. Naruto felt like he was intruding just listening to this conversation. How old was I? Percy asked. I mean, when he left. She watched the flames. He was only with me for one summer, Percy. Right here at this beach. This cabin. But he knew me as a baby. No, honey. He knew I was expecting a baby, but he never saw you. He had to leave before you were born. There was another moment of silence, but Naruto could tell his friend was angry. What about you, Naruto? Sally asked. What are your parents like? To be honest, I don't know. They died the night I was born, Naruto replied. Sally's and Percy's eyes widened. They knew Naruto was an orphan but knew Naruto didn't even get to know his parents. Even Pei, RCY, who knew Naruto had a trust fund from a grandparent from both sides of his family, didn't know much about it. But I do know they cared about me, Naruto responded. They were powerful people though. Heroes of my hometown actually, especially my dad, he was a war hero. I also know I inherit my mother's maiden name, Uzumaki, because of my dad knew people that would want to use me for their own purposes if they knew I was his son. To be honest, cause of it, I didn't even know who they were until my grandmother on my dad's side and grandfather on my mom's side decided to bring me here and left me a note telling me about them. Only now, I don't even know who my mystery grandparents are. Everything went into another silence. Sally was thinking of something else. Naruto's parents were powerful and they were considered as heroes. Could they be like Percy? If so, what does that mean for Naruto? Percy decided to break the silence and change topics. Are you going to send me away again? Percy asked her. To another boarding school. Sally pulled a marshmallow from the fire. I don't know, honey. She responded. I think we'll have to do something. Because you don't want me around. Percy asked, earning a slap on the back of the head from Naruto, which Percy found himself glad Naruto did. Sally's eyes welled with tears. She took her son's hand, squeezed it tight. Oh, Percy, no. I have to, honey. For your own good, I have to send you away. Because I'm not normal, Percy said. Percy, take this from me, nobody normal, Naruto responded. That's what makes us unique. Thanks Naruto, Sally responded. Percy, you don't realize how important you are. I thought Yansei Academy would be far enough away. I thought you'd finally be safe. Safe from what? Percy asked. Nah. Naruto had a feeling that Sally knew something, she was keeping it from them. I've tried to keep you as close to me as I could, Sally said. They told me that was a mistake. But there's only one other option, and you might be able to go there too, Naruto. The place your father wanted to send you. And I just can't stand to do it. My father wanted me to go to a special school. Percy asked. Not a school, she said softly. A summer camp. Now Naruto was even more confused, at least more than he ever thought he could be confused. What kind of summer camp would make Sally not want to send Percy to? And how could he be able to enter it? I'm sorry, Percy, Sally said, looking into her son's eyes. But I can't talk about tea. I couldn't send you to that place. It might mean saying goodbye to you for good. For good? Percy asked. But if it's only a summer camp? Sally turned to the fire in silence. Percy, I think we better leave it at what she told us, Naruto responded. Percy nodded. That night they seemed to have a shared dream. Ellipsis. Naruto found himself at some beach during a storm. He wasn't alone however, as next to him was Percy. What's going on? Naruto thought. Naruto looked around until he saw a gruesome battle between a white horse and a golden eagle. It looked as if they were trying to kill each other at the edge of the surf. The eagle swooped down and slashed at the horse's muzzle with its huge talons. The horse reared up and kicked the eagle's wings. As they fought, the ground rumbled, and a monstrous voice chuckled somewhere beneath the earth, goading the animals to fight harder. Before he could say anything, Naruto had a sense that were two other set of eyes watching him. Naruto turned to see a giant tortoise and an owl perched next to it, watching him, as waiting to see what he was going to do. Just then Naruto heard Percy yelled, "No!" But before Naruto could look, his vision changed. Now he was seeing someone on the beach during a storm they were at. It was Grover, but it wasn't completely Grover. From the waist up, Grover was the same Grover Naruto knew, but from the waist down, he was, well, the hind end of a brown goat if it could stand on its hind legs. Finally, I found them. Grover said, heading to a familiar cabin. Gods, I hope I found them in time. That's when Naruto realized it was the cabin he was in and that this must be a memory of a shadow clone. Ellipsis. Naruto woke with a start, and judging from Percy's expression he did as well. Outside, there was a storm going on, and a powerful one. With the next thunderclap, Sally woke. She sat up, eyes wide, and said, "Hurricane." Naruto didn't know about that, but he did know what his shadow clone's memory meant as he got up and he headed to the door. Naruto, what? Percy responded. Naruto opened the door, revealing Grover, just as he saw in his dream, looking as if he was just about to knock when Naruto opened the door. He shook off the shock though. Searching all night, Grover gasped. What were you two thinking? It was Percy's idea. Naruto responded. Sally looked at Percy in terror. Percy, she said, shouting to be heard over the rain. What happened at school? What didn't you and Naruto tell me? Percy just froze from seeing Grover. Ozukai alloy Theo I. Grover yelled. It's right behind me. Didn't you guys tell her? Now even Naruto was surprised Grover just spoke ancient language and he understood it. Meanwhile Percy was still looking at Grover's goat half. Sally looked at Naruto and gave him a look. Naruto, is there anything Percy keeping from me? With no other choice, Naruto told her about Mrs. Dodds and the old ladies, and everything weird happened. When he was done, Sally's face was deathly pale in the flash of lightning. She grabbed her purse, tossed Percy and Naruto their rain jackets, and said, "Get to the car. All of you. Go." Grover ran for the Camaro, but he wasn't running, exactly. He was trotting, shaking his hindquarters and his hooves, which shoal. DB where his feet were, kicking up the sand. Well, at least this explains why he can run on enchilada day, Naruto thought. Sally drove the Camaro through the storm along dark country roads. Wind slammed against the Camaro. Rain lashed the windshield. Despite the weather, Sally kept her foot on the gas. Naruto decided to sit up front while Percy sat in the back with Grover. Every once in a while Naruto looked back to check his friends to see Percy looking at Grover, mainly his goat legs. So, Percy said, "You and my mom know each other." Grover's eyes flitted to the rearview mirror, though there were no cars behind them. "Not exactly," he said. "I mean, we've never met in person. But she knew I was watching you and Naruto. Watching us. Keeping tabs on you too. Making sure both of you were okay." "Oh sure. That's not creepy at all," Naruto joked. "But I wasn't faking being your friend," Grover told Percy and Naruto both hastily. "I am your friend." What are you, exactly?" Percy asked. "That doesn't matter now," Grover replied. "It doesn't matter. From the waist down, one of my best friends is a donkey." Grover let out a sharp, throaty, blah ha ha. "I think the correct term is goat," Naruto corrected Percy. "What?" Percy responded. "I'm goat from the waist down," Grover said. "You just said it didn't matter." Blah ha ha. "There are satyrs who would trample you underhoof for such an insult." "Whoa. Wait. Satyrs. You mean like, Mr. Brunner's myths? Were those old ladies at the fruit stand a myth, Percy? Was Mrs. Dodds a myth? So you admit there was a Mrs. Dodds? Of course. Then why? The less you and Naruto knew, the fewer monsters you two would attract, Grover said, like it should be perfectly obvious. We put mist over humans' eyes. We hoped you two old think the kindly ones was a hallucination. But it was no good. Both of you started to realize who you are. Who we? Wait a minute, what do you mean? The weird bellowing noise rose up again somewhere behind them, closer than before. It seemed to be chasing them. "Percy," Sally said, "there's too much to explain and not enough time. We have to get you and Naruto to safety." "Safety from what?" Percy asked. "Who's after us?" "I'm curious about that myself," Naruto responded. "Oh, nobody much," Grover said, obviously miffed about the donkey comment. "Just the Lord of the Dead and a few of his bloodthirstiest minions." Grover. "Sorry, Mrs. Jackson. Could you drive faster, please?" Sally turned to Naruto who seemed rather calm despite what was going on. "Are you okay, Naruto? You seemed rather calm," Sally responded. "Yeah, I'm used to this kind of stuff," Naruto responded, "weirdness always follow me." Sally nodded before making a hard left. They swerved onto a narrower road, racing past darkened farmhouses and wooded hills and pick your own strawberries signs on white picket fences. "Where are we going?" Percy asked. "The summer camp one told you about." Sally's voice was tight. She was trying for Percy's sake not to be scared. "The place your father wanted to send you. The place you didn't want me to go. Please, dear," Sally begged. "This is hard enough. Try to understand. You and Naruto are in danger." "I don't know about that, I'm a pretty good fighter," Naruto responded. "Wait, is this all because some old ladies cut yarn?" Percy asked. "Those weren't old ladies," Grover said. "Those were the fates. Do you know what it means, the fact they appeared in front of you? They only do that when someone is about to die." "Who?" "You said, you." "No I didn't. I said, someone." "You meant, you. As in me." "I meant you, like, someone. Not you, you." "Boys," Sally said. She pulled the wheel hard to the right, and Naruto saw something through T. He windowed as she swerved to avoid, a dark fluttering shape now lost behind them in the storm. What was that? Naruto asked. We're almost there, Sally said, ignoring Naruto's question. Another mile. Please, please, please. Outside. Nothing but rain and darkness, the kind of empty countryside found way out on the tip of Long Island. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash, a jaw-rattling boom, and the car exploded. At first Naruto and Percy felt weightless, like they were being crushed, fried and hosed down all at the same time. Ow, Percy said as he peeled his forehead off the back of the driver's seat. Percy! Sally shouted. Naruto! I'm okay, Percy said. Let's agree not do that again, Naruto responded. The car hadn't really exploded. They had swerved into a ditch. Their driver's side doors were wedged in the mud. The roof had cracked open like an eggshell and rain was pouring in. It must have been lightning, Percy said before noticing a big motionless lump. Grover. Grover was slumped over, blood trickling from the side of his mouth. Percy shook his furry hip. Then he groaned, food. He's okay, Naruto sighed with relief. Percy. Naruto. Sally said, we have too, her voice faltered. Percy and Naruto looked back. In a flash of lightning, through the mud-spattered rear windshield, they saw a figure lumbering toward them on the shoulder of the road. It was a dark silhouette of a huge guy. Like a football player. He seemed to be holding a blanket over his head. His top half was bulky and fuzzy, his upraised hands made it look like he had horns. Percy swallowed hard. Who is? Percy, Sally said. Deadly serious, you and Naruto get out of the car. Sally threw herself against the driver's side door. It was jammed shut in the mud. Percy tried his. Stuck too. Pay. RCY looked up desperately at the hole in the roof. It might have been an exit, but the edges were sizzling and smoking. That's when Naruto appeared on the roof holding his backpack. Need help? Naruto asked. Naruto, when? Sally said, turning to see that his passenger door was opened. Right about when you started trying to open your doors, Naruto said. Naruto took off his rain jacket and used it to wrap the edges of the hole. Percy, help me get Grover through the hole. Naruto responded. Percy nodded and tried to hold Grover up. Naruto leaned down through the hole and grabbed Grover's shoulders and lifted him up through the hole. Naruto then dragged Grover to the windshield window to lie Grover on the hood of the car before helping Percy through the hole, finally Sally, with Percy's help. Percy, Naruto, you have to run. Do you see that big tree? Sally asked. What? Percy said. Another flash of lightning, and they saw the tree she meant, a huge, White House Christmas tree-size pine at the crest of the nearest hill. That's the property line, Sally said. Get over that hill and you'll see a big farmhouse down in the valley. Run and don't look back. Yell for help. Don't stop until you reach the door. Mom, you're coming too, Percy said. Her face was pale, her eyes as sad as when she looked at the ocean. Food. Grover moaned little louder. The man with the blanket on his head kept coming toward us, making his grunting, snorting noises. As he got closer, Naruto and Percy realized he couldn't be holding a blanket over his head, because his hands, huge meaty hands, were swinging at his sides. The bulky, fuzzy mass that was his actual head and the horns were actual horns. He doesn't want us, Sally told Percy and Naruto. He wants you too. Besides, I can't cross the property line. But, Percy said, we don't have time, Percy. Go with Naruto. Please. No, Naruto said, I don't leave a friend or comrade behind. Naruto carried Grover on his back as they started MBLING uphill through wet waist-high grass. Naruto glanced back and got a good look at the monster. He was 7 feet tall, easy, his arms and legs were like something from the cover of Muscle Man magazine, bulging biceps and triceps. All stuffed like baseballs under vein-webbed skin. He wore no clothes except underwear, I mean, bright white fruit of the looms. The top half of his body was so scary. Coarse brown hair started about his belly button and got thicker as it reached his shoulders. His neck was a mass of muscle and fur leading up to his enormous head, which had a bull-like snout, snotty nostrils with a gleaming brass ring. Cruel black eyes, and horns, enormous black and white horns with points you couldn't get from an electric sharpener. Naruto recognized it from Latin class, and apparently so did Percy. That's, Percy said. Pasiphae's son, Sally said. I wish I'd known how badly they want to kill you. But he's the Min. Don't say his name, she warned. Names have powers. The pine tree was 100 yards uphill at least. Naruto knew he could make it up there with no problem, even with Grover on his back, but there was still the problem with Percy, who wasn't exactly the best runner, and Sally, who might try and go on her own once they crossed the property line. Even if the bull man was after Percy and him, Naruto knew one slip-up could cause it to go after her. The bull man hunched over the car, snuffling and nuzzling in the widow's food. Grover moaned. Shish, Naruto responded. What's he doing? Percy asked. Doesn't he see us? His sight was hearing or terrible, she said. He goes by smell. But he'll figure out where we are soon enough. As if on cue, the bull man bellowed in rage. He picked up Gabe's Camaro by the torn roof, the chassis creaking and groaning. He raised the car over his head and threw it down the road. It slammed into the wet asphalt and skidded in a shower of sparks for about half a mile before coming to a stop. The gas tank exploded. Whoa, Naruto responded. Percy, Naruto, Sally said. When he sees us, he'll charge. Wait until the last second, then jump out of the way, directly sideways. He can't change directions very well once he's charging. Do you understand? Sure, Naruto responded. How do you know all this? Percy asked. I've been worried about an attack for a long time. I should have expected this. I was selfish, keeping you near me. Keeping me near you. But, another bellow of rage, and the bull man started tromping uphill. Ah, guys. He smelled us, Naruto said. They started scrambling up the hill, which was getting steeper and slicker. Naruto focused chakra to his feet so they stick on the ground without sliding. The bull man closed in. Another few seconds and he'd be on top of us. Go, Percy. Go, Naruto. Separate. Remember what I said. Percy and Naruto sprinted to the left, Naruto still carrying Grover. Percy turned early and saw the creature bearing down on me with his eyes glowing with hate. The bull man lowered his head and charged with the razor-sharp horns aimed straight at Percy's chest. Percy! Naruto yelled. Percy held his ground, and at the last moment jumped to the side. The bull man stormed past like a freight train and slammed its head into the tree. It struggled there for a while, due to one of its horns being stuck to the tree. Naruto and Percy were already at the crest of the hill. Naruto placing Grover at the base at the huge tree. Down the other side they could see the valley, just as Sally had said, and the light of a farmhouse glowing yellow through the rain. But that was half a mile away. The bull man broke off its horn and turned to Sally, who was now retreating slowly downhill, back toward the road, trying to lead the monster away from them. Run, Percy. Run, Naruto. She yelled. I can't go farther. Run. No, wait. Naruto yelled about to head down. Before he could reach Sally, the monster started charging right toward her. She tried to sidestep, but the monster had learned his lesson. His hand shot out and grabbed her by the neck as she tried to get away. He lifted her as she struggled, kicking and pummeling the air. Mom, Mrs. Jackson. She caught Naruto's and Percy's eyes, and managed to choke out one last word. Go. Then with an angry roar, the monster closed his fist around Sally's neck, and she dissolved before their eyes, melting into light, shimmering golden form. As if she was a holographic projection. A blinding flash, and she was simply gone. No. Naruto was the first to act as he ran toward the Minotaur full of rage. However, the Minotaur swiped at Naruto sending him crashing into some trees. Naruto felt some of his ribs cracked but that didn't stop him. Red chakra started releasing from Naruto's body as his fingernails and toenails grew into claws. His canine teeth grew longer and his whisker-like lines on his cheek grew darker and wider. At the same time, Percy wasn't paying attention to Naruto's partial transformation. All he knew was that the monster that killed his mother was going after his best friend. Percy ripped off his red rain jacket. Hey! He screamed, waving his jacket, running to one side of the monster. Hey, stupid! Ground beef! Quote. Rawr! The monster turned toward Percy shaking his meaty fists. Percy had an idea, a stupid idea, but better than no idea at all. He put his back to the big pine tree and waved his red jacket in front of the bull man, thinking he'd jump out of the way at the last moment. But it didn't happen like that. The bull man charged too fast, his arms out to grab Percy whichever way he tried to dodge. Time seemed to slow down as Percy tensed his legs before leaping straight up, kicking off from the creature's head, using it as a springboard, turning in midair, and landing on the monster's neck. How did I do that? Percy didn't have time to figure it out. A millisecond later, the monster's head slammed into the tree and the impact nearly knocked out Percy's teeth out. The bullman staggered around, trying to shake Percy off. Percy locked his arms around the bullman's remaining horns to keep from being thrown. Thunder and lightning were still going strong. The rain was in Percy's eyes. The smell of rotten meat burned his nostrils. The monster shook himself around and bucked like a rodeo bull. Naruto got up and saw his friend hanging for dear life. Naruto glared at the bull man, made a hand sign, created shadow clone, and had it help him form the Rasengan. The bull man wheeled toward Naruto, pawed the ground again, and got ready to charge. Perk. Y gripped its remaining horns with both hands and pulled backward with all his strength. The monster tensed, gave a surprised grunt, then, snap. The bull man screamed and flung Percy through the air. Percy landed flat on his back in the grass. His head smacked against a rock. Hey bull man, Naruto yelled. The Minotaur turned only for Naruto to move so fast it couldn't process what Naruto was doing until Naruto jabbed it with a Rasengan. The Rasengan sent the Minotaur flying backward and landed next to Percy. The Minotaur roared in agony before turning into a sandcastle and collapsed to a pile of sand that was blown away by the wind. Red chakra dispersed around Naruto as he transformed back to normal. When it did, Naruto felt a combination of exhaustion and slight pain from his ribs. Percy was no better, as he collapsed onto the grass barely conscious. Naruto tried to walk to his friend as well, but ended up collapsing onto the grass. Naruto tried to get up but failed, but not without hearing a familiar bearded man. But was hoarse from the waist down with a girl with blonde curly hair about the same age as Percy and a guy who was at least 7 years older with sandy blonde hair showed up. The girl checked on Percy while the guy checked on Naruto. Kirin, this one is conscious. The guy yelled as he helped Naruto up. So is this one. They could be the one. They must be, said the girl. Silence, Annabeth. The man said. Bring them both. He paused and the last thing Naruto remembered before passing out was a combination of blue and silvery white light. Naruto managed to look up with the last ounce of his strength and 2 holographic images next to each other side by side. A staff with wings at the top and 2 snakes wrapped around it, and White Owl clutching a silver olive branch. Naruto passed out shortly afterward. Naruto woke up to a familiar sight from before he went to Yansei. He was in an unfamiliar room in a medical bed that he wasn't in before. He rose steadily and rubbed his eyes. Trying to remember the last thing he remembered, Grover being a satyr, a bull man, Sally being squeezed to death, him and Percy taking it down, people coming to their aid. And some light show with 2 weird holographic images Naruto couldn't make heads or tails out of. Naruto heard a voice coming from next to him and turned to see Percy lying on a bed similar to his a blonde-haired girl feeding him some weird liquid stuff while trying to get answers from him. Will he be alright? Naruto asked, causing the girl to jump. She turned to Naruto with a startled face. The girl was about the same age as Percy, and was very pretty. She had tanned skin like Naruto's, with long blonde hair that curled at the back. She had gray eyes and wore an orange shirt that said Camp Half-Blood on it along with a blue skirt that stopped just above her knees and blue sneakers. Don't scare me like that, she said, slightly startled at hearing Naruto's voice, and watched him as he started to stand up. Naruto felt a little stiff, but his ribs weren't aching, so he guessed that the fox healed him with his chakra. He began to stretch a little, getting the knots out of his joints. How are you up? You shouldn't be awake for another day at least, let alone fully healed, the girl said, surprised. I always been a fast healer, Naruto said. I once woke up 5 days earlier than I was supposed to. Seriously? Annabeth asked. That's what I've been told, at least, Naruto responded before turning to his pal. So, to repeat my last question, will he be okay? Oh, yeah. He will be fine. He just needs rest. He should be up by tomorrow, Annabeth said. That's good, Naruto said as he extended his hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The girl looked over Naruto as if studying him to find a way to tear Naruto down. But there was another look in her eyes, like she was trying to compare Naruto to someone or something. Finally she smiled and shook his hand. Annabeth Chase. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Naruto responded, so, can you tell me where I am? You're at Camp Half-Blood, safest place for people like us. Annabeth seemed to hesitate on the last B. It as if she wasn't sure if Naruto really was what she was talking about. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. What does that mean? I'll let Kirin and Mr. D explain things to you, Annabeth said. In fact, I better take you to them. Naruto shrugged, grabbed his bag that was next to his bed, and followed her out of the room. You're in the medic wing at the moment. You and your friends were brought in late last night. Caused a bit of a ruckus, she said. Naruto turned and saw the Greek letterings all above the wall and on the floor, which he could read perfectly. Yeah, sorry about that. We didn't land for Pasiphae's son to try and shish kebab us, Naruto said. You know your Greek history, said the girl impressed. My grandmother wanted me to brush up on my Greek mythology when I came to New York, Naruto said. What about your parents? Annabeth asked as if interrogating them. They died when I was born, Naruto responded. I never even got to know them. Oh, sorry to hear that, Annabeth responded. It's okay. Naruto responded, according to a note my grandfather left me, they cared for me, and they died as heroes. Annabeth smiled while taking mental notes about Naruto and his physical features. If he is related to Athena, it explains why she would want him to learn about Greek history, Annabeth thought, but what's up with those whisker marks? They're not traits of either Athena's or Hermes' kids. They continued around the porch, which wrapped around the farmhouse. Meantime, Naruto was enjoying the sights. The valley marched all the way to the water, which glittered about a mile in the distance. Between the house and the water, the landscape was dotted with buildings that looked like what Naruto guessed what Greece might have looked hundreds of years ago, an open-air pavilion, an amphitheater. A circular arena, white marble columns sparkling in the sun. There were also modern stuff. There was a volleyball net at a sandpit where a dozen high school-age kids and satyrs played volleyball. Canoes glided across a small lake. Kids in bright orange t-shirts like Annabeth's were chasing each other around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods. Some shot targets at an archery range. Others rode horses with wing down a wooden trail. Down at the end of the porch, two men sat across from each other at a card table. Grover was sitting on the other side of them holding a shoe box. Grover noticed Naruto and yelled, Naruto. Grover trotted over and gave Naruto a big hug. Hey, Grover. Nice to see you up and about, Naruto responded. Same here. Grover responded, come on. Kirin would want to see you. Naruto took a good look at the other two men. The one facing him was small, but porky. He had a red nose, big watery eyes, and curly hair so black it was almost purple. He resembled a combination of a soccer dad and an alcoholic gone silver. He wore a tiger pattern Hawaiian shirt. He looks like someone who could have been one of Grandma Tsunade's drinking buddies, Naruto thought. The other guy was in a wheelchair that Naruto recognized immediately. Mr. Brunner, Naruto responded. The Latin teacher turned and smiled at Naruto. Ah, Naruto, you're awake, Mr. Brunner said. I didn't expect you to regain conscious until tomorrow. I heal rather quickly, Naruto responded. I see, Mr. Brunner responded. How about you join us? Sure, Naruto responded. Naruto sat close to the other guy and Annabeth joined them as Grover went back to where he was. Naruto noticed they were playing some kind of poker game. Cool. Can I play? Naruto asked. The man turned to Naruto surprise. You know how to play pinochle? No, but I can learn, Naruto responded. Fair warning though, I never lose a game of chance and luck. We'll see about that, the man said. He dealt Naruto some cards and told him the rules and how to bet. Let's see if you're not all talk boy. Naruto, this is Mr. D, the camp director, Annabeth said. Naruto responded without removing his eyes from his cards. Annabeth, why don't you let your cabinmates and those from cabin 11 Naruto is awake, Mr. Brunner said. Annabeth nodded reluctantly, studied Naruto a bit more, and left. So, Mr. Brunner, you work here? Naruto assected. Yes, I do. But I'm afraid that Mr. Brunner was a pseudonym. You may call me Kirin. The centaur that trained Jason, Hercules, Achilles, and a bunch of other heroes. Naruto asked. The very same, Chiron said, this wheelchair you normally see me in conceals my horse's half. I normally use it when I meet newcomers. Magical wheelchair, cool. Naruto responded. I must say. Percy, Krian said. I'm glad to see you and Percy alive. It's been a long time since I've made a house call to a potential camper less than 2. Although, I didn't expect you to be a legacy. A legacy? Naruto asked looking up from his hand. Naruto, how much do you remembered about the Olympians from Latin class? Chiron asked. Which ones, the Greeks or the Romans? Naruto joked. That gained a few chuckles from almost everyone around him. Right, well, as you remembered, the Olympians would sometimes come to the mortal world and have kids with mortals, Chiron said. Yeah, demigods like Theseus, Helen, Heracles, and all that, Naruto responded. Yes, and sometimes if demigods live long enough they can have children, and grandchildren and so on and so forth, Chiron said. Some become as famous as the demigod children of the Olympians themselves, such as Odysseus and Jason of the Argonauts. And you think I'm one of them? Naruto asked. Naruto, this may be hard to believe. But the Olympians are still around. They've been moving west over the past millennium from country to wherever their influence is strongest, and for the past century. Olympus and anything mystical involvements of what mortals call Greek mythology has moved to the United States or at least places near it, and to this day, Olympians still have demigods' children, Chiron said. And although for reasons we have yet understand that demigods are in greater danger now than they were in the past, some have managed to have their legacies. Okay, I understand, Naruto responded. So one of my grandparents on both my dad's side and mom's side are an Olympian. If your parents were demigod, or what we call half-blood children, then yes, Chiron said. They were, Naruto said. So then who is my Olympian grandmother and Olympian grandfather? The symbols above your head should be clear of that, Chiron said. Naruto remembered the hologram's strange staff and the owl and thought back to Latin class of each Olympian symbols of powers and sacred animals. Athena and Hermes, goddess of wisdom and god of travelers, Chiron said. I believe one of them was your Ather's Olympian mother or father while the other was the same as for your mother. I must say, you're the first grandson of 2 Olympians to come to camp. Most legacies I taught were at least down the line related to one Olympian as far as we know of. Then I'm one of a kind, Naruto said with his traditional grin. Yes, and could mean you will inherit skills and abilities from both of your divine grandparents. Especially since the abilities and powers of each Olympian can pass down from their kid to legacy for 4 generations, Chiron said. I'll leave that to your new family to fill you in about. Great, Naruto responded. You're taking this rather well than most campers I seen, Chiron said. Let's just say, I seen crazier stuff than this, Naruto responded. How so? Mr. D asked. Well, since you're being straightforward with me, I should be straightforward with you, Naruto said. Have any of you heard of the elemental nations? Annabeth and Grover stared at Naruto like he was trying to pull something over them. Chiron and Mr. D however were surprised. We are aware of the other world. From time to time we gods visit that world, Mr. D said before staring at Naruto suspiciously. How do you know of it? Well, you see, wait, you're a god. Naruto asked. Yes, but I'm here for reasons I don't think I should tell you, Mr. D said before summoning a glass of wine on the table. Mr. D, your restrictions. Chiron said. Right, forgot, he said before the glass disappeared and was replaced by a Diet Coke can. It didn't take long though for it to click in Naruto's brain. You're Dionysus, god of wine, parties, and insanity. Naruto responded getting a nod from Mr. D who was now starting to look impressed. That is correct, but I would not go around throwing names, Dionysus warned. By the way I believe I won this hand. Dionysus set his cards down and show a full house. Actually, I have you beat, Naruto said setting his cards down revealing a royal flush. What? How is that possible? You never switch card. Dionysus responded. I didn't need to, Naruto responded. Chiron folded knowing it was pointless to beat Naruto's hand and spoke up. You were saying Naruto, before we trailed off. Quote, oh, right, I was telling you about the elemental nations. Well, the reason I know about it is because I'm from the elemental nations, Naruto said, village hidden in the leaves in the land of fire. To be exact, This must be a lie, Mr. D responded. I'm not lying. Watch. Naruto said as he made a hand sign, shadow clone jutsu. A shadow clone appeared next to Naruto and he extended his hand toward the clone as it helped him form the Rasengan. Once he was done he brought it forward to show it off. Grover gasped at the sight as Mr. D inspected it. Yep, that's chakra, Mr. D said now with an amused look on his face. Now this is the first. We never had a demigod or legacy of the elemental nations. Really? Naruto asked. Mr. D nodded. Since those and the elemental nations are capable of using chakra and are trained to be shinobi or kunoichi, and most monsters that are threat to them are only located in this world, there was no need to bring our kids here. It's also cause of it the elemental nations are chock full with legacies as well. Well, my grandparents brought me here because there were some trouble stirring in the elemental nations and I guess they wanted me to come here to help train here, Naruto responded. You think your grandparents brought you here? Kirin asked. At least one of them, Naruto responded. Probably Hermes, Dionysus said. He's known for sneaking around without father knowing. Hold on, what is the elemental nations? What's chakra? What was that blue thing Naruto made and how did he created a copy of himself? Kirin was happy to fill Grover and Annabeth about the elemental nations while Naruto added a few things left out. By the end Grover was gobsmacked. To think a world like that existed, Grover responded. Now you know how I feel when I came to this world, Naruto responded. But my question is what would be so dangerous that Hermes and Athena would want to bring you here? Dionysus asked. I'm not sure myself. Last I heard, Naruto said. What? Kirin asked. There was a group of rogue ninjas, shinobis who left their respective village after breaking laws, and they're after me for something I have, Naruto responded. What do you mean? Kirin asked. That's where things get a bit more complicated, Naruto responded. Have any of you heard of the nine-tailed fox? This gained him look from the god and centaur. I have. Dionysus said. It was a giant fox-like creature as tall as the skyscrapers in New York City. It's supposed to be a massive form of chakra in living form. It's so powerful it's said it could destroy mountains and cause tsunamis with a flick of its tail, from what I heard, Mr. D stopped and looked down at Naruto. You're a Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, aren't you? Naruto nodded nervously. Mr. D stood up and ordered, let me see the seal. Naruto nodded and lifted his shirt, channeled chakra through his body, and after a few seconds a sea appeared on his stomach. Kirin and Grover were rather curious about it as Mr. D got down on one knee and started looking over the seal. Have you met another Jinchuriki before? Naruto asked. Once before. From the village hidden in the cloud, Mr. D said. Annoying lad who loves to rap. But he did have the potential to control the power of his tailed beast, the eight-tailed bull. Of course his village had a private place where either Jinchurikis master their tailed beast power if they can figure out the secrets of how. Mr. D finished looking over the seal. Well, from what I gathered it is an Uzumaki clan style seal, go figure. They're the seal masters of the elemental nations. My dad, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he sealed the fox into me, but, Naruto said, I inherit my mom's maiden name for my own protection on my parents' last request to keep me safe. My mom, Kushina Uzumaki, she was probably from the Uzumaki clan. Mr. D nodded, makes sense, I learn a few things there, and one of them is. Clan jutsus can only be shared to those outside the clan as when the person marries into the family. I'll have to keep an eye on you since we never had a shinobi let alone Jinchuriki demigod at camp. Before, at least until you can master the beast's chakra, if you can. The seal is designed to let any seal that tries to leak out to mix in with your own chakra, but we cannot be too careful. Naruto nodded as Mr. D went to explain to Kirin what a Jinchuriki was. Naruto turned to his friend Grover and realized he was still carrying the shoe box. Hey, Grover, what's in the shoe box? Naruto asked. Oh, here, Grover said, it's for you. Percy gets the other one after he wakes up. Grover gave Naruto the shoe box. Naruto opened it to see it was a black and white horn, just like the one that broke off the Minotaur. We had to get that one dug out of a tree, Grover said, they're trophies of war. Thanks, Naruto responded. It's the least I can do, since you and Percy saved me, Grover said. I should have protected you better, all of you. Grover, you did a good job, Chiron said, that's 2 more you have brought to safety. It should have been 5, he whispered. Well, since we got the basics out of the way. I doubt we need an orientation film, but we still have the problem where you should stay, Chiron said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. It's tradition that demigods stay in the cabin built for their Olympian parent, and eat with their siblings at their table. Although it's rare for legacies to come here, we would have the same arrangements for them if they have one divine ancestor, Chiron said, however. Naruto, you have 2 divine grandparents, both of whom claimed you at the same time. Why don't I just stay in one cabin to sleep and eat with the other? Naruto asked. It's unheard of, Mr. D said. But Naruto does have the rights, Chiron said. Grover, how about you take Naruto around and find Annabeth? I'm sure she would be happy to introduce Naruto to Cabin 6. Why? Naruto asked. Annabeth didn't tell you. Grover asked. Tell me what? Naruto asked. Annabeth is the daughter of Athena, Chiron said. Which makes her your aunt. What? Naruto responded. Come on, Naruto. Grover responded, dragging a shocked Naruto. Ellipsis. Grover start the tour for Naruto. First, the building we were just at is known as the Big House. Basically that is HQ of camp. And where you will most likely find Chiron and Mr. D, Grover said. Naruto nodded as he looked around. They passed by several campers of many ages around with either bows, swords, or other assorted weapons in their hands. Others had maps or books while others carried around tools. Several of the campers nudged each other. One pointed toward the Minotaur horn Naruto was carrying. Another said, "That's him, one of the 2 from last night." Quote, most campers were older than Naruto. There were satyrs bigger than Grover, but all were wearing orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirts, with nothing else to cover their goat halves. The way they'd been staring at Naruto was much like how Annabeth did. Some were trying to figure Naruto out. Some were looking at Naruto as if he was an outcast of the whole camp. Naruto knew how it was like. Anyone that was the oddball out of the group can be considered the outcast, it's the same as being the new kids in school. Still, Naruto had bad experiences as one and was planning to change that. They walked through the strawberry fields where campers were picking bushels of berries while Satyr played a tune on the reed pipes. Grover told Naruto that they grow strawberries to sell to restaurants in Mount Olympus for the camp funds. Camp Half-Blood may be a secret camp, but it was still a summer camp. Hey Grover, how does Athena have kids? Naruto asked. I thought she as one of the virgin goddesses like Artemis and Hestia. She was and still is, Grover said. You'll have to ask your aunts and uncles from Cabin 6. Oh goody, Naruto responded. So Grover, how were you assigned to Percy and me? Well, I wasn't exactly assigned to you 2 specifically, Grover said. Satyrs are sent off to specific assigned schools across the country where we search for potentia. Half-Bloods, and by the end of the year, if we think they're ready, we bring them here. But only when we find a powerful half-blood we are ordered to call Chiron. And you thought Percy and I were powerful? Naruto asked. Well, Percy I knew, but we weren't sure about you at first, Grover said. Your scent was strong, but different. But I guess that it's now because you were a Jinchuriki of a fox demon and also a shinobi demigod. Yeah, I would appreciate you not tell anyone, Naruto responded. I'm not dangerous, but some people take the meaning of Jinchuriki the wrong way. I don't blame you, Grover said. From what Mr. D said, most people would be precocious. But you and Percy saved me, and I spent enough time with you 2 in Yansei to know you can be trusted. Thanks, Grover, Naruto responded. Grover showed Naruto to the Pegasus stables, the forges, the circular arena, the archery field, the canoe lake, the open-air pavilion where campers eat at assigned cabin tables, and the amphitheater where Grover said campers have campfire where they sing and tell stories. Finally they reached the woods where the woods are stocked with monsters, so it's best to come in here armed with weapons. I still have some of my ninja tools, Naruto responded. Unless they're made out of celestial bronze, it won't do any good against monsters, Grover said. Celestial bronze is a type of magical metal that can destroy monsters. Great, Naruto said, and I doubt this place stock on kunais and shurikens. No, but if you show them to one of Hephaestus' kids, they might make you some, Grover said. Or sometimes the Olympians gives their kids some magical weapons. Maybe they do the same for their legacies. Finally Grover showed Naruto the cabins. There were 12 cabins, nestled in the woods by the lake. They were arranged in a U, with 2 at the base and 5 in a row of either side. Not a single cabin is the same. The only thing the cabins had in common was the bra. SS number above the doors, odds on the left and evens on the right. Number 9 had smokestacks, like a tiny factory. Number 4 had tomato vines on the walls and a roof made out of real grass. 7 seemed to be made of solid gold, which gleamed so much in the sunlight Naruto had to look away. Cabins 1 and 2 were the only one close to identical. Both looked like his and her mausoleums, big, white marble boxes with heavy columns in front. Cabin 1 was the biggest and bulkiest of the 12. Its polished bronze doors shimmered like hologram, so that from a different angles, lightning bolts seemed to streak across them. Cabin 2 was more graceful somehow, with slimmer columns garlanded with pomegranates and flowers. The walls were carved with images of peacocks. Zeus and Hera's cabins, Naruto thought. They all faced a common area around the size of a soccer field, dotted with Greek statues, fountains, flower beds, and a couple of basketball hoops. In the center of the field was a huge stone-lined fire pit. A girl about 9 years old was tending the flames, poking the coals with a stick. As if sensing Naruto, she turned to him and gave him home welcoming smile before getting up and went into the flames. Naruto's eyes widened as she vanished in the flames. Naruto thought it was a trick in the light and decided to ask Grover about the empty cabins, Zeus along with cabins 3 and 8. Zeus, Poseidon and Hades made an oath after World War II to have no more kids since the war was mostly fought between their children. Grover said, I take it you know about Hera's reasons since you didn't ask about her. Goddess of marriage, won't have any kids with anyone other than with her husband, Naruto said. Right, and cause of it cabin 2 is honorary, Grover said, and cabin 8 is mostly honorary too, Artemis cabin. What do you mean mostly? Naruto asked. Artemis has maiden hunters, hand-picked girls that joined her in the hunt. When they come to visit they stay at cabin 8, Grover said. Nice. Hey, why doesn't Hestia have a cabin? Naruto asked. I thought she was an Olympian before Dionysus. She was, but when she stepped down as Olympian, she gave up her honorary cabin, Grover said. Most forget about her, but not all. That's why instead of having a cabin built in her honor, we have a hearth. Grover pointed to the fire pit. What about children of minor gods and goddesses? Naruto asked. We rarely come across minor godlings that are worthy of coming to camp. Most are safe from monsters anyways as their sense might not be strong enough to attract any, Grover said. But those that we do bring here, stays at your grandfather's cabin, cabin 11 along with any other demigod children waiting to be claimed by their Olympian parents as well as his own kids. Why? Naruto asked. Hermes is the god of travelers. He takes in any demigod that needs a place to stay until they're claimed or as long as need to, Grover said. That's nice, I guess, Naruto said. They should really build something to house the minor gods' kids though. Oh, look what we got. Fresh blood. Naruto turned to see a buffed girl around 13 or 14, wearing a XXXL Camp Half-Blood t-shirt under a camouflage jacket with 2 of her own goons. She had a sneer on her face that told Naruto she was a bully type and new campers were her favorite victims. Anyone who was outside playing around stopped to look at what was going on and started whispering. Oh, another one of Clarice's victims. He's so doomed. The name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto responded. Whatever. I'm not here to find out if it's true about you. Clarice said. About what? Naruto asked. That you were one of the 2 who defeated the Minotaur, Clarice said. Yeah, why? That we wanted to test you out ourselves. Clarice said, snapping her finger. Her 2 buddies surrounded Naruto. Okay, I was hoping not to fight on my first day, but Naruto handed Grover his Minotaur horn and pushed up his sleeves. But I guess it's a good way to demonstrate shinobi lesson number 1, taijutsu. One of the goons decided to charge Naruto first with a fist in the face. Naruto caught easily with one hand. First off, you have great power, but lack speed, Naruto said before kneeing him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him, then striking the back of his head. Then the Ond-gun came from behind and struck Naruto in the back of the head. However, when Naruto hit the ground he turned to a log. Naruto appeared from behind and gave him the biggest ultimate wedgie he can. Secondly, if you're going to use the element of surprise, wait until you have an opening, Naruto responded. Clarice charged at Naruto's side but Naruto jumped so quickly over her it seemed as if he disappeared. What the? Clarice was stopped with a kunai knife to the neck. Lastly, expect the unexpected, no matter if you outnumber someone or not, Naruto warned, if you don't it could cost you your life. Everyone watching was in shock. Naruto guessed no one either had the nerve to stand up against Clarice or never beat her. Naruto retreated his kunai knife and sealed it away as Clarice turned to him. The other two of her goons got up wanting another round, but Clarice waved them off telling them it was over. Not bad newbie. Not many new campers stand a chance against us, Clarice said, my name Clarice LaRue. Daughter of Ares god of war. Clarice extended her hand. Naruto smirked and took her hand to shake. Naruto Uzumaki, grandson of Athena, goddess of wisdom and Hermes, god of travelers. So you're the legacy kid we heard, Clarice said. I thought they were joking when they said one of the newbies was a descendant of 2 Olympians. Nope, I'm the real deal, Naruto responded. And as lucky as I get. I do know how to fight. Clarice smirked and let go of Naruto's hand. See you later, legacy boy. Naruto, that was cool. Grover said. It was risky. Someone said. They turned to see Annabeth walking up to them. Challenging Clarice like that, you must have gained her respect or else she would have pulverized you. Yeah well, I need to step out of the outcast zone eventually. Naruto responded. Annabeth, Chiron said. Grover said. I'll show Naruto to Hermes and Athena cabin, Annabeth said, and make sure he doesn't get in trouble. Naruto had a hard time holding back a stifled laugh as he nodded okay. Ellipsis. Annabeth first showed Naruto cabin 6, which was gray building with white curtains and a design of an owl over the door like the one that appeared above Naruto's head last night, only this one seemed to be watching Naruto as he got closer to the cabin. Inside looked like a perfect place for brainiacs. The bunks were all pushed against one wall as if sleeping didn't matter very much. Most of the room was filled with workbenches and tables and sets of tools and weapons. The back of the room was a huge library crammed with old scrolls and leather-bound books and paperbacks. There was an architect's drafting table with a bunch of rulers and protractors, and some 3D models of buildings. Huge war maps were plastered to the ceiling. Sets of armor like from Chiron's classroom hung on the walls. The kids that were there were seriously athletes, obviously, and they had tanned skin and blonde hair like Naruto's, only theirs was curly and instead of gray-blue eyes. They had stormy gray eyes. When Naruto came in they turned to him. Naruto, this is everyone at cabin 6, Annabeth said. Everyone, this is our nephew who showed up last night, Naruto Uzumaki. A boy came up. Obviously Annabeth's brother, or at least half-brother. So which one is it? He asked. What is it? Naruto asked. Annabeth rolled her eyes. He means which? One of your parents was the child of Athena. Oh, my dad, at least that's what I've been told, Naruto said. Was he a famous architect? Naruto raised his eyebrow and Annabeth had to explain. Ina's children normally became famous architect. Oh, well, no, but my dad was a war hero, Naruto responded. Even became leader of my hometown. Everyone didn't seem disturbed by the news. Malcolm, Annabeth said. Naruto might be staying with us. I'll prepare a bed for him, Malcolm responded. Come on Naruto, I'll show you to your maternal family, Annabeth said pulling Naruto out of the cabin. However as soon as they were out of hearing range Annabeth stopped him. You got to try harder than that, Naruto, Annabeth said. What? I get this is your first day here, but Athena's kids are expected to be wise, creative. Great battle strategist. Even if your dad chose to be a soldier instead of an architect. He didn't just choose, he was, Naruto responded. I'm just saying, since your dad is the son of Athena. Not only you're representing your Olympian heritage, but also your half-blood legacy, Annabeth responded. Well, next time give me a heads before I get questioned about my dad or my mom. Considering both of my parents died the night I was born and the only thing I know about them is what I've been told. Annabeth sighed. You're right. I'm sorry. But take my word I say everyone in cabin 6 are good people. Don't take their questioning the wrong way. I won't, Naruto responded. Besides, I've been good friends with all sorts of types of geniuses in the past. Now I just need to being actually related to some. By the way, there's a question I need to ask you about Athena that I'm curious about. If you're about to ask what I think you're going to ask, then don't ask it out here. Annabeth warned in a dead serious tone. Yes, ma'am, Naruto responded. Next they went to cabin 11, which was not as glamorous as cabin 6. It actually looked like a regular summer camp cabin. The threshold was worn down, the brown paint peeling. Over the doorway was a winged pole with 2 snakes wrapped around it. Naruto realized it was the second item that appeared above his head. A caduceus, Annabeth said, Hermes' symbol of power. Go on. Inside was packed with people, both boys and girls, way more than the number of bunk beds. Sleeping bags were spread all over the floor. It looked like a gym where the Red Cross had set up an evacuation center. I understand taking in unclaimed and half-blood kids of minor gods and goddesses, but this is ridiculous, Naruto thought. Naruto went inside and the occupants turned to him. Naruto noticed that some of kids had almost the same traits as his, upturned eyebrows, sharp noses, and mischievous smiles. Others had sad depressed looks. As if they're waiting for something that never came. Annabeth announced. Naruto Uzumaki, meet cabin 11. Determined or undetermined? Somebody asked. Determined, Annabeth said. Naruto here is the grandson of Hermes. That gained some interest from the mischievous group that Naruto guessed were his aunts and uncles. A guy who was older than the rest came forward. Naruto realized he was the same guy from last night. However, there was one trait of Luke's Naruto saw last night, at least not too well, a white thin line scar that ran through one side of his face that looked like knives went through it. Welcome Naruto. Hermes must have took interest in you to claim you last night along with Athena. My name is Luke. Luke stuck his hand out and Naruto took it and shook it. I take it you're joining our cabin? Luke asked. Actually, I'm just visiting, checking out the cabins and then decide which cabin I can stay in and the other one I can eat, Naruto said, although if Gramps' cabin is this pack, I think I'll take up on that offer in cabin 6. Luke laughed. I don't blame you. Hermes accepts so many unclaimed that I sometimes think he forgets his cabin gets filled past capacity. Why is it so stuffed? I wouldn't think it takes so long for Olympian to claim their kids, Naruto asked. Some do, but others, well, they get so busy with their domains that they forget they have kids, Luke said. If you mind me asking, which parent was the child of Hermes? My mom, Naruto responded. Kushina Uzumaki, she died when I was born along with my dad. Oh, sorry to hear that, Luke said. Don't worry about it, Naruto responded. Well, if that's it for the tour, I think I'm going to explore the camp myself. Be back before 6 for dinner. Annabeth said. Naruto waved his hand letting them know he got it. Ellipsis. Naruto explore some of the camp, finding himself good training areas for him to train. Finally he stopped at hill with a whole view of the camp. Yuto didn't even hear the conch horn or paid attention to the time before coming up here. This wouldn't be a bad spot to camp out once in a while, Naruto responded. Naruto heard the sound of a horse riding toward him and turned to see Chiron coming to him, only from the waist down Chiron was a white stallion missing a head and neck. Naruto couldn't help but whistle in amazement. Ah, there you are, Naruto, Chiron said. I trust Grover gave you the tour. Yep, and dropped me off with Annabeth who introduced me to my family, Naruto said. Good, so have you decided where you will be sleeping? Chiron asked. Naruto nodded. I'm thinking of staying with Athena's cabin. No offense to Hermes, I can understand why he is willing to take in any unclaimed and children of minor gods, but his cabin has too many campers in it. Chiron nodded. Yes, well, many of the Olympians don't claim their kids as quickly. Only few like Athena, Demeter and Apollo are willing to claim their kids on arrival. Hermes don't? Naruto asked. Oh, Hermes does claim his kids. But some earlier than others, Chiron said. Naruto remembered what Luke said about Naruto being special to get claimed by Hermes right away. By the way, Naruto, you will be allowed to join Hermes' cabin at their table, and you are welcome to stay at Hermes' cabin, Chiron said, when it comes to capture the flag and other camp activities. You might have to choose sides if Athena and Hermes goes against each other, or you can stay out of them. I think I'll try and stay out of competition that pinned Athena's and Hermes' cabins against each other, Naruto said. I can use the time to train on my ninjutsus instead. Chiron nodded. Oh, that reminds me, this was sent to the big house after Grover took you on a tour. Chiron handed Naruto two things. One, what looked like an average ninja pouch like Naruto had in the elemental nations. Naruto opened it and inside were filled with your basic ninja weapons, kunais and shurikens. Only difference from the ones Naruto had were these were made out of bronze. The other was a hardcover book, but instead of written in English it was written in ancient Greek. There was a note attached to the book and Naruto picked it up and read it. Naruto, I knew you'll need ninja weapons made out of celestial bronze to fight monsters, so I had Hephaestus forge these for you specifically. They so have a mixture of chakra metal to help you with your wind elemental training. They're enchanted to return to your pouch after use, so you'll never run out of them, but I still advised you use them wisely. Also, Hermes wanted you to know. If you chose to stay in my cabin, he won't blame you as long as you spend time to get to know your relatives in cabin 11. The same for me if you decided to stay in cabin 11. As you do have family in cabin 6. Sincerely, Athena. P.S. The book given to you was one of your parents' favorites. I had it translated for you to read once you learn how. Naruto smiled reading the letter. Come Naruto, I better take you to dinner, Chiron said. Before Naruto had time to respond, Chiron picked him up and placed him on his back before galloping toward the open-air pavilion at top speed. Ellipsis. Naruto never rode on a horse before, less than a centaur, and it happened so fast and by surprise that when Chiron stopped the pavilion, it took Naruto a few seconds to snap out of his shock. However, before Naruto could go in, Chiron stopped him. Mr. D has informed me of the hardships of the Jinchuriki and we agreed that when we introduced you to the camp we'll telephone them about the elemental nations but not about the nine-tailed fox without your permission, Chiron said, but I want you to know that you don't have to hold the burden yourself. Everyone here knows what it's like to be outcast. And when you decide to tell them, many won't use it against you. Thanks, Naruto responded as he placed his new weapon pouch on his belt. Chiron nodded, lead Naruto into the pavilion. Even before they came in, Naruto knew most of camp was in there from the laughing and chattering, but Naruto had no clue how many there were until he came into the pavilion. There must they've been around 200 campers varying from different ages. They all sat at a specific stone table. Naruto could tell right away which one was Hermes' tables. Like the cabin itself, the table was overflow with campers. Another table made Naruto blush when he saw that all the people sitting at the table were incredibly pretty. They all had perfect skins and all wore makeup, although some wore more than others. Both the boys and girls seemed to be girly, although the boys looking girly didn't bother Naruto as much as he remembered the first time he met Haku without his mask, and mistaken Haku for a girl. At another table was where his family from cabin 6 were sitting, along with Annabeth. Then there was the table Clarice was sitting at, the biggest and muscular kids of the whole camp. Naruto noticed 4 tables that were completely unoccupied. Naruto guessed that like the cabins, each campers was assigned to a specific table, with an exception of himself who was allowed to stay in 2 cabins, thus welcomed in 2 tables. When Naruto walked in, the commotion all seemed to stop and everyone turned to Naruto, and those who haven't got the honor of meeting Naruto began to whisper. Hey, it's him, the legacy boy. I heard he took down 3 of Eri's own kids. He must be a good fighter to do that and be one of the 2 to take down the, Look at those whiskers on his face. He looks hot. Naruto blushed at the last comment. Luke, Chiron hollered. Luke got up from his table and walked over. Naruto decided to eat at your table, but will be staying at cabin 6, Chiron said, make sure Annabeth knows. Luke smiled, yes sir. Come on, Naruto. Let me show you to your seat. Naruto nodded and headed toward the overflow table. Make room, guys, Luke told his cabin M. Atesh as the table shifted a little as Naruto took a seat next to Luke. Chiron headed to the head table where Mr. D, a bunch of satyrs, and 2 twin plumped blonde boys that Naruto guessed was Mr. D's own sons. Finally, as Naruto got situated, Mr. D got up from his seat rather reluctantly. He cracked his knuckles before he stood in front of everyone so the pavilion quieted down to almost no talking to hear what he was about to say. All right, listen up, because I will only say this once, he said in a bored tone. As you all know, we had 2 new arrivals last night. One is with us tonight while the other is still unconscious and is healing. I'm sure you have all been wondering whether the rumor about them defeating the Minotaur and about the one with us as the legacy of both Athena and Hermes was true. Well, I'm here to clarify that it is indeed true. That caused many to begin whispering before Mr. D gave them a look that quickly shot them up. He snapped his fingers and the shoebox containing Naruto's Minotaur horn appeared in front of him. Naruto opened it up and many gasped a little when they saw the horn, knowing now full and well that it was true, at least about the Minotaur. Many of Hermes' table marveled at it while Clarissa's table were looking at him with a bit of jealousy in their eyes but didn't dare challenge Naruto to prove it. Naruto guessed they heard about his little squabble with Clarisse and 2 of her goons. Then Mr. D spoke again, the one who joined us is Nagato Urunagi. Naruto nearly collapsed from hearing his name pronounced wrong. Through his whole talk with the god of wine, Mr. D avoided using his name, and now he just got it completely wrong. Kairon spoke into Mr. D's ear. Oh right, Naruto Uzumaki. Don't feel bad, Mr. D gets all our names wrong, Luke said. Naruto nodded as he guessed it was just Mr. D's way of showing absolute no favoritism. Anyways, Mr. Uzumaki is the first legacy to arrive in camp in centuries, but as we know from the story of Odysseus and Jason of the Argonauts, legacies can be proven as heroes if they're proven good enough. Of course, being the legacy of 2 Olympian parents means he could have the abilities from both Olympians. However, legacy or not, Naruto is not like a normal demigod and is quite different from all of you. Many of the campers glanced at Naruto curiously. By different, I mean he's not from our world, but rather another world, Mr. D said. That immediately shut everyone up and all began to listen intently. Unknown to many of this world, there is a separate dimension, an alternate world known as the Elemental Nations. There the landscape is completely different and they have their own cities, some of which is called villages, and history that dates back thousands of years if not longer. There they have warriors known we know as ninjas but what they call shinobis and kunoichis. Some even have samurais. They live there part of everyday society, and these shinobis, kunoichis, can you say a type of energy called chakra, quite similar to what some of our cultures calls kai. Only the ninjas there can use chakra to bend elements, use hand-to-hand combat in ways we can only dream of, create illusions that are similar to how the mist is used, and even combine chakra with weapons. Their society is different from the ones you all know in this world. Now normally, the gods of Olympus does visit there, and yes, we do have kids there. But over there is safe from the monsters we have that can sniff out monsters. In fact, the only dangers there are for half-bloods are attacks from enemy villages there. But because of it, there can be hundreds of generations of demigods there. Now, Nagato, I mean Naruto, from what I've been told, is the son of 2 great shinobi demigod heroes and is the first legacy demigod brought here. For reasons only Hermes and Athena knows, Mr. D finished up, lying about the reason, therefore please welcome him with open arms. Mr. D returned to his seat. For the next few minutes the whole room was silent as every eye was on Naruto who was shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Many were gobsmacked like how Grover was. Annabeth was watching Naruto like Christmas came early. Naruto. Is that true? Luke asked him. Naruto nodded confirming what Mr. D just said was indeed true. Do you think you can show us a shinobi trick? Sure, Naruto said as he stood up. Everyone turned in their seats to get a good look at Naruto to see what he was about to do. Naruto decided to do a simple wall walking which he had mastered to doing as if it was second nature back in Yancy. Naruto applied chakra to his feet as he walked over to one column and placed his foot on it before walking up the column as if he was walking on the ground. Everyone stared in amazement by Naruto trick. I wonder if that's all he can do. Naruto heard someone said. Naruto jumped down and landed on the ground with ease and made the hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created 5 clones and each made another hand sign, transform. All the shadow clones transformed into a perfect image of Mr. which was another sign improvement Naruto made since coming to this world. Everyone was impressed by the 5 duplicates as they keep comparing them to Mr. D, who was surprisingly impressed, mostly because he can tell the clones solid almost real deal clones. Naruto cancel. Let out his jutsus as his clones disappeared in a puff of smoke and he transformed back to normal only to be warned by curious campers wanting to ask him about the elemental nations, what other jutsus he can use. And was that log trick he pulled on Clarice and her goons one of them? Naruto swear he even heard someone if he had a girlfriend. Alright, return to your table. Kairon yelled. Many of the kids grumbled as they headed back to their tables and Naruto rejoined Hermes' table. Naruto doubt he was an outcast anymore, but he knew he can't shake the feeling that he still need to prove him's elf in the field before he's considered as one of the campers, and that what he can do is not just for show. Well now, since introductions is over, we can eat, Kairon said before stamping his hooves and shouted out, to the gods. To the gods. Everyone shouted, including Naruto before everyone began to fill their plates. Naruto quickly learned that their goblets filled with any drink you ask, as long as it was non-alcoholic drinks. After all, even if Dionysus wasn't on probation, most of the campers at camp were underage. Elfish girls that Luke told Naruto were dryads, or wood nymphs, then see. Aim out with more platters of food which was filled with grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, and a whole variety of food. Naruto looked over his choice of food, which all looked amazing, but there was one thing missing. I wonder if they do ramen. Naruto asked aloud. A passing wood nymph heard him and she clicked her fingers. When she did, a big bowl of ramen with noodles and pieces of pork appeared in front of them. Naruto ended up thanking the nymph 100 times before preparing himself a small bowl of ramen. Naruto was about to chow down when Luke motioned him to get up and follow him. They walked to a line leading toward the fire in the center of the pavilion. As Naruto got closer, he saw that everyone was taking a portion of their meal and dropping it into the fire, the ripest strawberry, the juiciest slice of beef, the warmest, most buttery roll. Luke explained, burnt offering for the gods. They like the smell. Okay, Naruto responded. Luke approached the fire, bowed his head, and tossed in a cluster of fat red grapes. Hermes. Naruto was next. He didn't know if he should make an offering to Athena or Hermes. It seemed that everyone did it for their Olympian parent. But Naruto had 2 Olympian grandparents. Finally he decided to make offerings to both. First Naruto took a scoop of noodles and pork, making sure to get half of the biggest pork pieces. ND spilled them into the fire but not too much of the soup to put the fire out. Athena. Then Naruto took another scoop and did the same thing a second time. Hermes. When he did, Naruto got a smell he didn't expect. Instead of burnt food, Naruto got the smell of fresh baked food of everything that was tossed in. Naruto smiled and headed back to Hermes' table. While eating, Naruto got to talk to a couple of uncles of his, both full-blood brothers from the same mother and father, Connor and Travis Stoll. They weren't twins but they looked so much alike with mop brown hair and being tall combined with their Hermes traits. Naruto mistaken them for twins. They laughed as they shared stories of some of the pranks Naruto pulled back in the elemental nations and at Yancy. However, when Naruto told him about how he skipped his last day of class in the academy before his final exams to become a ninja to paint the whole face monument of the ninja leaders of his village in broad daylight wearing an orange jumpsuit for everyone in his village to see, the whole table burst out laughing as the Stoll brothers bowed to Naruto in respect. It was clear to Naruto that the Stoll brothers respected high-quality pranks. Eventually dinner ended and everyone made their way down to the amphitheater where children of Apollo were singing an a cappella version of a variety of songs while everyone else was roasting marshmallows and telling stories. Naruto was having the most fun of his life when he sensed someone sitting next to him and turned to see it was Annabeth with a notepad and pencil. I'm guessing you want to learn more about the elemental nations, Naruto said. Annabeth shook her head wildly. Well, first off, I want to make clear that I never been to a nation that has a samurai-controlled village and that I don't know how their system works, Naruto responded. Understood, Annabeth responded. Naruto nodded with approval as he started to tell Annabeth the concept of shinobis and why they exist. How most ninjas live in certain hidden village is their nation's military force and how most can control chakra. Naruto also explained what chakra was and that those that can't use it for Fank. Why jutsus like Naruto did back in the pavilion can still use it to enhance their taijutsus in other ways. Naruto also explained the difference between ninjutsu and genjutsu since. Naruto then started explaining about the different ninja nations and how there were 5 great nations, and then smaller ninja nations. He also explained about the different landscape he know of about the different natio. NS, at least the ones he know of, and explained how smaller nations that are naturally protected by their environment didn't form ninja nations but do rely on their ninja nation allies for assistance if they face a situation they can't handle themselves. When Naruto described about the landscapes, Naruto noticed that some of the satyrs and the nymphs seemed to have gone into a dreamlike state. Each ninja village is some kind of leader. I know the village hidden in the waterfall has a specific leader chosen, and the village hidden in the Naruto stopped before saying, sound, remembering that he was brought here during his mission to stop Sasuke from entering the village and becoming Orochimaru's new vessel. Anyways, I'm not quite sure how all the smaller ninja villages formed their leadership. But I do know the 5 great nations villages is led by a Kage, the best of their village ninjas. Most earned their titles in wars. The village I grew up in, the village hidden in the leaves, is led by the Hokage. The current Hokage is the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. She's also a member of the Sannin. The leader of your village is a woman. Annabeth asked with a bit of surprise. Most of our great leaders in this world were men. If it makes you feel better, Tsunade was the first female Hokage. Naruto laughed. Anyways, Sannin are 3 of the greatest ninjas that ever fought in the Second Great War. All 3 were originally Leaf Ninjas, all 3 were students of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The other 2 were Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Naruto tried to hide his hatred toward Orochimaru but failed. Jiraiya was originally offered the position because he trained my dad who was made the 4th Hokage. Sorry, but did you just say father was the 4th Hokage? Annabeth interrupted. I thought you said he was a war hero. Naruto smiled. He was. Before he was made 4th Hokage, he won many battles during the 3rd Great War. He even died protecting the Leaf Village from an attack. It's one of the reasons I was given my mom's maiden name Uzumaki. My dad made some enemies during the 3rd Great War, and in order to protect me, when my parents died, her Edage was kept a secret until I came to this world. Annabeth nodded. Anyways, Jiraiya gave up the position, and gave it to the next qualified Sannin, Tsunade, and for good reasons. Before she was even made Sannin. Tsunade was already well known as being the honorable granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and great niece of the 2nd Hokage. She single-handedly pushed on a medical ninja corps to be TRA. So they can help heal those injured in the battlefield instead of on the sidelines, and don't get me started about her physical strength. It sounds like you have a bit of respect for her, Annabeth said. A little. Naruto admitted as he reached into his t-shirt and took out the 1st Hokage necklace that he kept. She gave me this when I won a bet that if I master a difficult jutsu in a certain amount of time with the acknowledge that someday I would become Hokage. It originally belonged to the 1st Hokage himself. You wanted to become Hokage? Annabeth asked. Since before I even knew my dad was the 4th, Naruto said. But now, I don't know. It depends if I ever go back to the Leaf Village in the future. Annabeth nodded and went back to jotting down the rest Naruto mentioned about the Sannin. She decided not to ask about Orochimaru since it was clear Naruto had bad history with him. I take it you like to learn, Naruto said. Annabeth nodded. I love it. As a child of Athena, I'm pretty much expected to learn. Reading especially. What about you? Honesty, I'm not much into learning through reading anything that doesn't involve new jutsus, Naruto chuckled. Although I might give this a try. Naruto took out his Greek translated book. The Gutsy Ninja? Annabeth asked. Yeah, according to Chiron it appeared with a pouch full of celestial bronze basic ninja weapons with a note from Athena. She said this book was my parents' favorite, Naruto explained. The conch horn was blown and everyone started getting up and headed toward their cabins. Once in cabin 6, Annabeth showed Naruto to his own bunk next to the window. Oh, hey Naruto. One more thing, Annabeth told Naruto. Annabeth handed Naruto a bright orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirt and a leather necklace. The t-shirt and necklace is part of the camp uniform. At the end of the summer, the senior camp counselors vote on the most eventful thing that happened in the summer, and Hephaestus' cabin makes a bead based off it. They basically symbolize surviving another year. Thanks, Naruto responded, taking the items. As Annabeth, who apparently was cabin counselor, called lights out, Naruto laid down in his own bunk on the male's side. Naruto fell asleep with a smile on his face. Although he wasn't sure if everyone have quite accepted him here, at least he felt at home there. Naruto was the first in his cabin to wake up. Even Annabeth was still sound asleep in her bunk. If anything good came out of Kakashi making meeting points hours before he would actually arrive, is that Naruto grew accustomed to waking up early. Naruto dressed himself in his brand new Camp Half-Blood t-shirt along with gray cargo pants, tennis shoes, his first Hokage's necklace and his new beaded necklace around his neck, and attach his new pouch to his belt. Naruto haven't been able to wear his headband since he came to this world due to the metal plating, but Naruto wondered if there's someone in camp that can coat the metal with celestial bronze or something. Once dressed, Naruto snuck out of the cabin 6 without waking up a single camper. Outside, the sun was only starting to rise and Naruto stretched for a bit before getting a good look around. The cabins were almost the same as they were yesterday, but instead of cabin 7, Apollo's cabin glowing to the sunlight, cabin 8, Artemis' cabin was glowing in the moonlight as if it was the moon itself. Of course, even if Naruto tried not to notice, it would be hard since Artemis' cabin is next door to Athena's cabin. How does anyone sleep with a cabin that glows at night? Naruto asked himself. That's when Naruto noticed that the curtains of cabin 10, Aphrodite's cabin, which looked like a cabin-sized dollhouse that had the smell of perfume that was on the other side of Artemis' cabin, windows had drapes and curtains over them. Now that Naruto thought about it, some of his aunts and uncles were draping the curtains over the windows before they went to bed. Whatever works for each cabin, I guess. Naruto thought. Naruto decided to start his early morning training with a nice run around camp a few times. During his laps, Naruto saw some of the wood nymphs heading into the pavilion to prepare the morning breakfast. Some were shocked to see a camper up and about at this time, but Naruto didn't bother them as he continued his laps. Naruto finished his laps at the big house where he took time to catch his breath. Kirin was another person who noticed Naruto was awake as he trotted up to the blonde. "My, it's a bit early for you to be up, isn't it, Naruto?" he asked. "You couldn't sleep well?" "No. It's just my Jonin instructor would have us actually wake up around this time and come," Naruto said. "Sounds like he liked to start things early," Kirin said. "Yeah, well, if only that was true. He never comes at the time he told us to arrive at," Naruto responded. "Anyways, I thought since I was up I'd get some morning workout done." Kirin nodded in approval, eased that Naruto was adjusting well to life in camp. "Well then, I will leave you to it. Remember, when the conch horn calls out, breakfast will be ready. I'll be sure to tell your counselors where you're at." Naruto nodded. "Thanks." Naruto watched Kirin, then made his way to the sword arena that he was told most went to so they can train. The arena reminded Naruto much of the arena where the AF village held the Chunin exam. The training ground was large, oval shaped with wooden dummies planted all over the place. There were wooden stands wrapped around it where people could most likely watch. Naruto figured it was used for other events. "Well, let's get this started," Naruto responded as he made the hand sign and created 10 shadow clones. "Alright guys, come at me with everything you got," Naruto said. "Yes sir," all the clones responded. 2 hours later, Annabeth made her way to the arena hoping to find Naruto there. She let his tardiness to dinner slide considering Naruto was an EU camper and was used to doing things on his own since he spent most of his childhood, but waking up to find that Naruto was missing caused a panic since most half-bloods that disappeared are never heard of again. She checked cabin 11 to see if Naruto may have stopped by there, but Luke told her he hasn't seen him since last night. When they went to Kirin to tell him what happened, and Kirin reassured Annabeth and Luke both that Naruto had simply woken up earlier than most campers and had snuck out to get an early start on training before breakfast. So now Annabeth was sent to find Naruto to remind him about breakfast. Annabeth arrived to find Naruto sparring against clones she seen him used during last night's demonstrations. Annabeth admitted when she first saw Naruto used shadow clones last night. He thought it was some kind of jutsu for deception, since he was the grandson of Hermes and Hermes kids are known for it, but watching Naruto spar against clones hand to hand says otherwise. Naruto saw Annabeth and decided to end it, quickly jumped in the air and made a series of hand signs, wind style, wind scythe jutsu. Naruto took a breath and blew a twister of with scythes of wind at the remaining clones. When Naruto landed he winced at the clones, memories of the wind scythe jutsu, but still wasn't satisfied. Still nowhere near the level Tamari had it. I'm starting to think, the fan truly is the trick to her strength in wind style jutsus, Naruto thought. Naruto walked up to Annabeth was gaping at him. Are you going to stand there gaping at me? Naruto asked. How? What was that trick with the wind? Annabeth asked. Wind style jutsu, Naruto responded. It's difficult to master, but it makes a good finishing move when sparring against my shadow clones. Judging from Annabeth's expression, Naruto knew he had questions coming soon, but first Naruto need a quick shower and get his clothes washed before breakfast. Ellipsis. After taking a quick shower, Naruto quickly washed his own clothes and used a wind-style jutsu to dry them off before heading to the dining pavilion where he took his seat in Hermes' table. Naruto learned that camp scraped food for just about every meal or the gods before chatting with each other. The morning went on as if Naruto never disappeared. After breakfast was Naruto's first cabin inspections. Since he moved in last night, Naruto didn't worry about his bunk being cluttered. From what Naruto told, the best cabins gets the best shower time, and the worst gets to help wash dishes with lava after dinner, and the inspector always a senior counselor. Naruto started feeling better about staying in Athena's cabin after hearing how Hermes' cabin are almost always at last place due to their cabin being overflowed with campers. After inspections, Naruto had his first ancient Greek class where he learned ancient Greek with Annabeth. Annabeth was the teacher since she's the best in teaching ancient Greek. Naruto learned that his brain was hardwired for ancient Greek, which is why he could understand the language. But at the same time, ancient Greek to Naruto was like a little kid learning the language they speak from their parents, just because it's hardwired in their brain. Just because it was hardwired into his brain doesn't mean he can automatically speak the language at will without making some kind of mistake. After his first lesson, Naruto managed to get through a few paragraphs without so much of trouble. Naruto left the classroom when Grover trotted over to him. Naruto, Chiron told me to get you. Percy is awake. Naruto's eyes widened. Then he grinned before rushing over to the big house with Annabeth and Grover following. When he arrived, he found Percy sitting in the same chair he did yesterday and Chiron back in his wheelchair form. The only difference was that Percy and Mr. D seemed to be in some kind of glaring contest. It was obvious Percy said something that angered Mr. D. Geez, Percy, what did you do to anger Mr. D? Naruto asked as he came up to his friend. Percy jumped in surprise and turned to Naruto. His eyes widened when he saw his blonde friend. Naruto, he said, leaping out of the chair to give his friend a quick hug. Thank God you're okay. What is going on? I'm so confused and… Whoa, calm down Percy. Naruto responded as he patted Percy on the shoulder. I know it's a lot to take in, but everything that Chiron and Mr. D have said is the truth. You mean the gods being real, and my mom being… Yeah, it's all real. I'm sorry about your mom, Percy, Naruto said. Percy looked down as he tried to keep his tears at bay. The other had a look of sympathy, especially Grover, since it was his job to protect them. Mr. D was the only who looked like he didn't care, but Naruto saw a twinkle in the god's eye as if Mr. D know all too well what it's like to lose a family member. Naruto noticed Annabeth and decided to change topic. By the way, Percy, this is Annabeth. She was one of the two campers who found us and nursed you back to health. Annabeth, this is my best bud from Yancey, including Grover, Percy Jackson. Percy tried not to blush, but Naruto noticed it and smirked. Annabeth glanced at the Minotaur horn in Percy's hands that Naruto realized Grover must have given him, and then studied him as if trying to find a way to take him down. You drool when you sleep, Annabeth told Percy. Percy face falled as Naruto burst out laughing at the blunt comment. Even Grover and Chiron chucked as Percy had a look of his pride taking a hit. Sorry, Percy said. Annabeth, why don't you go find out about Percy's bunk? Chiron said. Annabeth nodded and left in a hurry. I'm tired, Mr. D said. I believe I'll take a nap before the sing-along tonight. But first, Grover, it's about time we talk, again. About your less than perfect performance on this assignment. Grover's face beaded with sweat. Why yes, sir. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. He had no clue that Grover was in that much trouble. Mr. D seemed to have purposely had Grover waited until both him and Percy had woke up before bringing it up. Mr. D turned to Percy. Cabin 11, Percy Jackson. And mind your manners. He swept into the farmhouse. Grover following miserably. Will Grover be okay? Percy asked. Chiron nodded, though he looked a bit troubled. Old Dionysus isn't really mad. He just hates his job. Then why is he here? Naruto asked. He's been, grounded, I guess you would say, for chasing an off-limit nymph for the second time, and he can't stand waiting another century before he's allowed back to Olympus. Then Chiron jumped out of his wheelchair revealing his centaur form that caught Percy by surprise as his eyes bugged out. Come, Percy Jackson, let's meet the other campers, Chiron said. Naruto, you can join us if you want. I'm sure Percy will need the support from a close friend. Naruto nodded and tagged along with them. Ellipsis. Throughout the tour, Percy was careful not to walk behind Chiron. They passed the volleyball pit. The campers there gave Percy the same response they gave Naruto yesterday, but with a little less questionable looks. Percy looked back at the farmhouse and must have saw something. Because he asked Chiron, what's up there? Chiron looked up to the direction Percy pointed and his smile faded. Just the attic. Somebody lives there. No, he said, with finality. Not a single living thing. Naruto had a feeling that Chiron wasn't being truthful, but Chiron led Percy further through the camp. Ellipsis. They walked through the strawberry fields, where campers were seeking bushels of berries while satyrs played a tune of reed pipes. Naruto was tempted to take out his The Gutsy Ninja book and attempt reading while following them. He's seen Kakashi-sensei done it a dozen times. But Naruto never really tried it himself. Plus Naruto haven't learned enough ancient Greek to read it. Grover won't get in too much trouble, will he? Percy asked Chiron. I mean, he was a good protector. Really? Chiron sighed. He shed his tweed jacket and draped it over his horse's back like a saddle. Grover has big dreams, Percy. Perhaps bigger than are reasonable. To reach his goal, he must first demonstrate great courage by succeeding as a keeper, finding a new camper and bringing him or her safely to Half-Blood Hill. And after the other night, Dionysus and the Council of C. Lovin might question whether this shows any courage on Grover's part. Naruto felt bad for his satyr friend, but something caught his attention. Hey, let go. Naruto turned to see two boys from Claris. Say's cabin at the edge of the strawberry field wearing blood-red shirts with camo jackets boxed in a younger girl who looked about Percy's age. All Naruto could make out from her was that she had brown hair. When Naruto saw them snatch the basket the girl was carrying and put it high in the air out of her reach, Naruto started walking over. Chiron and Percy of course noticed this. Chiron stopped Percy from interfering. Give it back. Those strawberries are supposed to be sent off in a couple of days. The girl said, but the two boys towered above her and snickered and were using their size to intimidate her. Both boys looked around 13 to 14 but were very muscular. You think we care, weakling? Why don't you try and fight us? Maybe we will give you them back then, said Ugly Numb. Beer one causing both of them to laugh and the girl's eyes began to water. Hey Ugly. Naruto called, causing the three to turn and look at him. Haven't your mother taught you not to bully kids? What do you want, kid? Can't you see we're busy, or are you looking for trouble? I guess I have to teach a couple of more Aries kids a lesson on a little thing called humility, Naruto said as he popped his knuckles. Bring it, kid. Ugly Number 1 said. Mark. That's the kid who beat Clarice and two of our brothers yesterday, Ugly Number 2 said. I don't care, Sherman. If we beat him, we could earn our place as cabin counselor instead of having our sister run things. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. It was obvious these two didn't like the idea of girls having command over them. Mark was the saint to come at Naruto with his fist brought up with the intention of pummeling the blonde hair legacy. Naruto sidestepped and dodged the fist with ease. Mark turned around only to get punched in the gut, causing him to collapse on his knees. Then Naruto knocked him in the back of the head and knocked him out. Naruto turned to Sherman who still had the strawberries. Give the strawberries back and take your brother to the medical wing. Sherman glared at Naruto but nodded, shoved the basket into the girl's hand and dragged Mark out of there. The girl was gaping at Naruto like a wet fish before managing to say, "Thank you." "No problem," Naruto said. "You're that legacy ninja boy, right? Grandson of Athena and Hermes from the elemental nations," said the girl with annoyance at the name Hermes. "Yeah, I take it you don't like Hermes that much?" Naruto asked. "Not Hermes, well, not completely. More like his kids, especially the Stoll brothers," the girl said. "My name is Katie Gardner, daughter of Demeter." "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto responded. "So what did my uncles do exactly?" "They pranked Demeter cabin by covering our grass roof with chocolate bunnies." Naruto tried to hold back a chuckle. "Sorry about that. It's okay. At least you're not like them, at least I hope not," Katie said. "Only to those who deserve it these days," Naruto responded. "My favorite targets these days are bullies. When I'm not putting them in their place." Katie rolled her eyes but smiled since Naruto doesn't prank just anyone for the funs of it. "Katie." Both of them turned to see one of Dionysus, sons D. Own in the strawberry field shouting for her. He was telling her they had to take the strawberries they picked to the big house to get ready for shipping. Since Dionysus and Demeter have powers over certain plants, Naruto wasn't as much surprised about it. "I have to go," Katie said. "Thanks for helping me again, and I hope to see you around." Katie headed off toward the big house. Meanwhile Naruto headed toward Chiron and Percy to find them talking apparently about satyrs. Satyrs mature half as fast as humans, Percy. Grover has been the equivalent of a middle school student for the past 6 years. "What about Grover?" Naruto asked. "Chiron told me Grover is actually 28, Percy said. "And that's surprising," Naruto asked, getting a stare from his friend. "We already know Grover was older than your average 6th grader. And since Chiron said satyrs mature half as fast as humans, that means Grover been 14 for almost 2 years, right?" "Yes," Chiron agreed. "At any rate, Grover is a late bloomer. Even by satyr standards, and not yet very accomplished at woodland magic." Alas, he was anxious to pursue his dream. "Perhaps now he will find some other career." "That's not fair," Percy said. "What happened the first time? Was it really so bad?" Naruto raised a curious eyebrow. Apparently he missed out on a good portion of the conversation. Chiron looked away quickly. "Let's move along, shall we?" Percy wasn't about to leave the subject alone, but another thought seemed to have gone through his head. "Chiron," Percy said, "if the gods and Olympus and all that are real." "Yes, child. Does that mean the underworld is real, too?" Chiron's expression darkened. "Yes, child." He paused for a bit. "There is a place where spirits go after death. But for now, until we know more, I would urge you to put that out of your mind." "What do you mean, until we know more?" "Don't worry about it, Percy," Naruto said, knowing fully well what was going through his friend's head. "Come on. We still have more of the camp to show you before you meet my mom's side of the family." "Your what side of what?" Percy responded. "You'll see." Naruto chuckled, knowing that would break Percy from his thoughts of the underworld, for now at least. Ellipsis. As they got closer, Percy realized how huge the forest was. It took up at least a quarter of the valley, with trees so tall and thick, nobody would have imagined there were people here since the Native Americans. Chiron told Percy. "The woods are stocked, if you care to try your luck, but go armed." "Stock with what?" Percy asked. "Armed with what?" "You'll see. Capture the flag is Friday night. Do you have your own sword and shield?" "My own." "No," Chiron said. "I don't suppose you do." "I think size 5 will do. I'll visit the armory later." "I suppose you need armor too." Naruto. "Yeah. Hey Chiron, you think there's someone there that can coat the metal plate of my headband with celestial bronze while keeping the symbol about it?" Naruto asked, taking out his old headband. Chiron looked over it. "It might be possible, if not replace the metal." "I take it this is great importance to you." "It was given to me by the first person who ever acknowledged me for me when I became a ninja," Naruto responded. Chiron nodded, understanding what Naruto meant. "I'll see what I can do then." The tour continued. Percy got to see the archery range, the canoeing lake, the stables which Chiron didn't seem to like very much, the javelin range, the sing-along amphitheater, and the arena where Chiron said they held sword and spear fights. Why? Does it look like a twister hit the place with scythes mix into it? Percy asked, noticing some of the damages. That was from my sparring match against my clones this morning, Naruto explained. I had to wrap it up. And I wanted to test the strength of my wind scythe jutsu on the clones. Chiron then directed them to the open-air pavilion. Here's the mess hall. What do you do when it rains? Percy asked. Chiron looked at him as if he'd gone a little weird. We still have to eat, don't we? Percy decided to drop the subject. Finally Chiron led them to the cabins. At the fire pit Naruto though. He saw the girl he saw yesterday during his tour, but when she looked at him, she placed her index finger to her mouth indicating that Naruto should be quiet. Zeus and Hera. Percy guessed at the cabin 1 and 2. Correct, Chiron said. Their cabins look empty. Several of the cabins are. That's true. No one ever stays in 1 or 2. They continued until Percy stopped in front of the first cabin in the left, cabin 3. It wasn't high and mighty like cabin 1, but long and low and solid. The outer walls were of rough gray stone studded with pieces of seashell and coral, as if the SLABs had been hewn straight from the bottom of the ocean floor. Percy peeked inside the open doorway. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Chiron pulled Percy away. Come along. Reluctantly Percy looked around at the other cabins. But quickly looked away when he saw cabin 7. That's Apollo's cabin, Naruto said. Artemis cabin, cabin 8 there. Naruto pointed at the silver one. Glows just as much in the night time. How do? Never mind. Percy responded, I don't want to know. At cabin 5, a real nasty paint job, as if the color had been splashed on with buckets and fist. The roof was lined with barbed wire. A stuffed wild boar's head hung over the doorway, which seemed to follow them like how the owl on Athena's cabin seemed to follow Naruto. Clarice was in there yelling commands at her bunkmates when she zeroed in on Percy. Which Naruto noticed. We haven't seen any other centaurs, Percy observed. No, said Chiron sadly. My kinsmen are a wild barbaric folk, I'm afraid. You might encounter them in wilderness. Or at a major sporting events. What did they do? 'Cause those sports riots? Naruto asked. Sadly yes, Chiron responded, and among other things. You said your name is Chiron, Percy said. Are you really? He smiled down at Percy. The Chiron from the stories. Trainer of Hercules and all that. Yes, Percy, I am. But, shouldn't you be dead? Naruto whacked his friend at the back of the head. It's okay. Naruto, Chiron said, I honestly don't know about should be. The truth is, I can't be dead. You see, eons ago the gods granted my wish. I could continue the work I loved. I could be a teacher of heroes as long as humanity needed me. I gained much from that wish, and I gave up much. But I'm still here, so I can only assume I'm still needed. Doesn't it ever get boring? No, he said. Horribly depressing, at times, but never boring. Why depressing? Chiron seemed to turn hard of hearing again, but Naruto understood. Chiron trained so many heroes for thousands of years, some he even raised. But at the same time Chiron saw most of them die. Oh, look, Chiron said, Annabeth is waiting for us. Annabeth was indeed in front of cabin 11 reading a book that was written in ancient Greek. When they reached her, she looked Percy over critically. Well, I have mastery archery class. Naruto, I'll leave Percy in your care, and in Annabeth's if she's willing to look after him when you have any other bullies to take care of, Chiron said. Yes, sir, Naruto saluted. Annabeth rolled her eyes but nodded. Cabin 11, Chiron told Percy, gesturing toward the doorway. Make yourself at home. Inside the cabin, it was as packed as usual. Chiron didn't go in due to the low door. But when the campers saw him they all stood and bowed respectfully. Well, then, Chiron said. Good luck, Percy. I'll see you at dinner. And Naruto, please try to make it to cabin 6 or 11 before the dinner conch is blown. Chiron galloped away toward the archery range. Cabin 6 or 11? Percy asked. I'll explain later. Naruto grinned. Percy stood in the doorway, looking at the kids. They weren't bowing anymore. They were staring at Percy, sizing him up. Go on, Percy, Naruto responded. Percy headed in only to trip on the doorway, making himself look like a total fool. There were some snickers from the campers, but none of them said anything. Naruto announced. Percy Jackson. Meet Cabin 11. Another uncle, Naruto. Someone asked. Sorry guys, undetermined, Naruto responded. Everybody groaned. Luke came forward. Now, campers. That's what we're here for. Welcome, Percy. You can have that spot on the floor, right over there. This is Luke, Naruto said, he'll be your cabin counselor for now. For now? Percy asked. Unlike Naruto here, you're undetermined. Luke explained patiently. They don't know what cabin to put you in, so you're here. Cabin 11 takes a newcomers, all visitors. Naturally, we would. Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers. Percy looked at the floor wondering if he should put his minotaur horn there until he remembered that Hermes was also the god of thieves. He looked around at the campers' faces, some sullen and suspicious. Some were grinning like Naruto does when he was up to no good, only these guys were eyeing Percy as if they were waiting for a chance to pickpocket him, while as for Naruto, when he grins like that, it normally means someone is about to be pranked. How long will I be here? Percy asked. Good question, Luke said. Until you're determined. How long will that take? The campers all laughed. Come on. Annabeth coming in so suddenly Percy jumped. I'll show you the volleyball court. I've already seen it. Come on. She grabbed Percy's wrist and dragged him outside. Interesting friend you got there. Naruto, Luke said. It's only his first day, Naruto said, plus he's not as accepting to stuff like this right away. Right, Luke said. Well, I better go. Make sure Annabeth isn't torturing Percy too much, Naruto responded as he headed out. Ellipsis. I can't believe I thought you were the one, Annabeth mumbled under her breath when Naruto came out. Naruto decided to listen in and not interrupt. What's your problem? Percy asked, getting angry now. All I know is I helped Naruto kill some bull guy. Don't talk like that, Annabeth told him. You know many kids at this camp wish they'd had yours and Naruto's chance. To get killed. To fight the Minotaur. What do you think we trained for? Percy shook his head. Look, if the thing we fought really was the Minotaur. The same one in the stories. Yes. Then there's only one. Yes. And he died, like, gajillion years ago, right? Theseus killed him in the labyrinth, so. Monsters don't die, Percy. They can be killed. But they don't die. Oh, thanks. That clears it up. They don't have souls, like you and me. You can dispel them for a while, maybe even for a whole lifetime if you're lucky. But they are primal forces. Chiron calls them archetypes. Eventually they reform. You mean if Naruto and I kill one with a sword? I mean, your math teacher. That's right. She's still out there. You just made her very, very mad. How did you know about Mrs. Dodds? I told her, Naruto said, causing both to jump. How long were you there? Percy asked. Up to Annabeth muttering something about, the one. Naruto said, causing the two to blush. Anyways, she probably would have found out even without me telling you, Naruto said. You talk in your sleep, Percy. Percy tried to hide his embarrassment before realizing something and turned to Annabeth. You almost called her something. A fury. They're Hades, torturers, right? Annabeth glanced nervously at the ground, as if she expected it to open up and swallow her. You shouldn't call them by name, even here. We call them the kindly ones, if we have to speak of them at all. Look, is there anything we can say without it thundering? Percy whinnied. Why do I have to stay in cabin 11, anyway? Why is everybody so crowded together? There are plenty of empty bunks right over there. He pointed to the first few cabins, and Annabeth turned pale. Naruto, speak up. Percy, the cabin arrangements has nothing to do with how packed some might be. It depends on who your parent is, or in your case, your dad. He's dead, you know that, Percy responded. Annabeth sighed. Clearly she heard these conversations before. Your father's not dead, Percy. How can you say that? You know him. No, of course not. Then how can you say? Because I know you. You and Naruto wouldn't be here if you weren't one of us, or in Naruto's case have parents that was one of us. I'm standing right here, Naruto responded. You don't know anything about me, Percy argued. No. Annabeth raised an eyebrow. I bet you moved around from school to school. I bet you were kicked out of a lot of them. How? Diagnosed with dyslexia. Probably ADHD, too. Percy tried to swallow his embarrassment. What does that have to do with anything? Taken together, it's almost a sure sign. The letters float off the page when you read, right? That's because your mind is hardwired for ancient Greek. And the ADHD, you're impulsive, can't sit still in a classroom. That's your battle reflexes. In a real fight, they'd keep you alive. As for the attention problems, that's because you see too much, Percy, not too little. Your senses are better than a regular mortal's. Of course teachers want you medicated. Most of them are monsters. They don't want you seeing them for what they are. You sound like you went through the same thing. Most of the kids here did, Annabeth responded. If you weren't like us you wouldn't have survived that Minotaur, much less the ambrosia and nectar. Ambrosia and nectar. The food and drinks they were giving us to make us feel better, Naruto responded. Yes. That stuff would have killed a normal kid. It would. Turned your blood to fire and your bones to sand and you'd be dead. Face it. You're a half-blood. Percy had a dozen questions that went through his head, but one managed to come out. What about Naruto? You said, his parents were one of us. Quote, they were, Naruto said, my dad turned out to be the son of Athena and my mom turned out to be the daughter of Hermes. Athena and Hermes both confirmed it. He night we fought the Minotaur right after we collapsed. Wait, Hermes, like the kids, Percy pointed back at cabin 11. They're my aunts and uncles, well, the ones we know are claimed by Hermes I should say, Naruto responded. That's why I can stay in either Athena's or Hermes' cabin. I'm the only camper here who can stay in either cabin if I want, but I'm still bound to only 2 cabins. Percy was about to ask more about it when someone yelled. Well, another newbie. They looked over. Clarice was sauntering toward them. This time she had 3 other girls behind her, all were obviously Clarice's half-siblings. At least to Naruto. Clarice, Annabeth sighed. Why don't you go polish your spear or something? Sure, Miss Princess, Clarice said. So I can run you through with it Friday night. Ras Korakas. Annabeth said, which Percy and Naruto managed to understand as, go to the crows. Though they had a feeling it was a worse curse than it sounded. You don't stand a chance. Clarice rolled her eyes before turning to Percy while ignoring Naruto. Who's this little runt? Percy Jackson, Naruto said, meet Clarice, daughter of Ares. Percy blinked. Like, the war god. Clarice sneered. You got a problem with that? No, Percy said, recovering his wits. It explains the bad smell. Naruto slapped his forehead. Clarice growled. We got an initiation ceremony for newbies, Percy. Whatever. Come on, I'll show you. Clarice, Annabeth tried to say. Stay out of it, wise girl. Annabeth looked pained as Naruto grumbled under his breath about Percy needing to stop while he was ahead. Percy handed Naruto his Minotaur horn and got ready to fight. Sadly, Percy stood no chance against 4 kids of Ares, as Clarice had him by the neck and was egging him toward a cinder block building that was the bathrooms. Naruto, aren't you going to do anything? Annabeth asked. Percy needs to learn how to stop while he's ahead, Naruto responded. I see. And be there always to slap the back of his head. You slap him in the back of the head? Annabeth asked. Only when he deserves it, Naruto responded. You could always give it a shot. I rather not, Annabeth responded. Come on, we better go after Percy and Clarice. They headed up to the bathroom only to arrive in time water exploded out of the bathroom with a large boom. Fortunately Naruto and Annabeth were just far enough to not get hit by sewage water. Unfortunately at the time, Clarice and her goons weren't so lucky as they ran out of the bathroom soaking wet. Naruto and Annabeth came in once the waterworks ended to find Percy sitting in the only dry spot in the whole room completely dry. Percy stood up, his legs shaky. Annabeth said, what happened here? I don't know, Percy responded. You are dead, new boy. You are totally dead, they heard Clarice yelled. You want to gargle with toilet water again, Clarice. Close your mouth, Percy yelled. Naruto whacked him in the back of the head. Shut up, Percy. Before you make more enemies. Meanwhile Annabeth stared at the two. What? Percy demanded. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, she said, that I want you on my team for capture the flag. Word of the bathroom incident spread immediately. Wherever Percy went, campers pointed at him and murmured something about toilet water. Annabeth decided to show Percy a few more places, the metal shop, the arts and crafts room, the climbing wall, which actually consist of 2 facing walls that shook violently, dropped boulders, sprayed lava, and clashed together if campers didn't get to the top fast enough. Naruto didn't know why he stuck around though, maybe to make sure Percy doesn't cause any more trouble, or to make sure Percy doesn't drive Annabeth up the wall. Finally they returned to the canoeing lake, where the trail led back to the cabins. "I've got training to do," Annabeth said flatly. "Dinner's at 7:30. Just follow your cabin to the mess hall." "Naruto. I'll stay with Hermes' cabin too until after tonight's sing-along," Naruto responded. Percy didn't seem to want to talk. He was still trying to make sense of what happened at the bathroom. "He needs to talk to the Oracle," Annabeth said. "Who?" Percy asked. "Not who. What? The Oracle. I'll ask Chiron." "Weird," Naruto responded. Percy stared into the lake, wishing somebody would give him a straight answer for once. Percy wasn't expecting anybody to be looking back at him from the bottom, so his heart skipped a beat when he noticed two teenage girls sitting cross-legged at the base of the pier, about 20 feet below. They wore blue jeans and shimmering green t-shirts, and their brown hair floated loose around their shoulders as minnows darted in and out. They smiled and waved as if Percy was a long-lost friend. Not knowing what else to do, Percy waved back. "Don't encourage them," Annabeth warned. "Naiads are terrible flirts." "Naiads," Percy repeated, feeling completely overwhelmed. "That's it. I want to go home now." Annabeth frowned, but Naruto waved her off, giving her the look that said, "Leave him to me." "Listen Percy, I know this is a lot to take in." "How?" "Beck. I was in the same shoes as you when I first came to this world," Naruto said. Percy stared at Naruto. "When I first came to this world, I was almost hit by a car more than once, drew a kunai when a car alarm went off. And gave a waitress a $100 tip," Naruto explained. Percy gave him a seriously look as Annabeth held back a giggle. "My point is, I was overwhelmed by this world, even by just mortal stuff. But I managed to adjust by time I made it to Yansei," Naruto responded. "It might not happen as quickly for me as it will for you, but I'm sure you can adjust to all the new stuff going on in your life right now too. Especially after finding out your dad who you thought was dead is alive and is an Olympian." Percy was silent for a while before saying, "Thanks Naruto." "No problem," Naruto responded, patting his best friend on the back. "Nice choice of words," Annabeth said. "Sometimes it helps to remember what it's like to walk in the person's shoes," Naruto responded. If it wasn't for the fact I was already in Percy's shoes before coming to Yansei, I probably would have reacted the same way he did yesterday. By the way," Percy turned toward Annabeth, "I haven't got the chance to ask, but who's your dad?" Quote. Annabeth glared at him as if he just hit a touchy subject. Her hand tightened around the pier railing. "My dad is a professor at West Point," she said. "I haven't seen him since I was very small. He teaches American history. He's human. There are goddesses that have demigod children," Naruto responded. "My dad is a son of a goddess after all." Percy nodded quickly, seeing his mistake. "So who's your mom?" he asked Annabeth. "Cabin 6. Meaning, Athena," Naruto responded, "goddess of wisdom and battle, and my grandmother on my dad's side, if you remember correctly." Percy blushed in embarrassment remembering Naruto mentioning it. "Wait, then you two are related?" "Yes," Annabeth replied. "Same way Naruto is related to a Hermes cabin." Weird, Percy thought. But as he got a closer look, he did see a slight family resemblance. Naruto and Annabeth both had a surfer's tan skin, and blonde hair, and although Naruto didn't have 10% gray eyes like Annabeth, if they were related. Percy can see where the gray mix came from, but Percy see more traits Naruto shared from Hermes than Athena. "What about my dad?" Percy asked. "Undetermined," Annabeth said. "Nobody knows. Except my mother. She knew." "Maybe not, Percy. Gods don't always reveal their identities." "Yeah, but Mrs. Jackson isn't your out-of-the-ordinary human," Naruto said. "She saw the Minotaur last night after all." Annabeth frowned. "She did. How is, you know what, never mind. Right now the only way we can be sure is if Percy's dad send him a sign, like how both Athena and Hermes send you, Naruto, a sign. Only it would be one symbol claiming Percy is his own son. That's the only way we know for sure, if it happens." "You mean sometimes it doesn't?" Percy asked. Annabeth ran her palm along the rail. "The gods are busy. They have a lot of kids and they don't always, well, sometimes they don't care about us. They ignored us. Percy thought back to the sullen and depressed kids in cabin 11. So I'm stuck here, Percy said. That's it. For the rest of my life. It depends, Annabeth said. Some campers only stay the summer. If you're a child of Aphrodite or Demeter, you're probably not a real powerful force. The monsters might ignore you, so you can get by a few months of summer training and live in the mortal world the rest of the year. But for some of us, it's too dangerous to leave. We're year-rounders. In the mortal world, we attract monsters. They sense us. They come to challenge us. Most of the time, they'll ignore us until we're old enough to cause trouble, about 10 or 11 years old. But after that, most demigods either make their way here, or they get killed. A few manage to survive in the outside world and become famous. Believe me, if I told you the names, you'd know them. Some don't even realize they were demigods. But very, very few are like that. So monsters can't get in here? Percy asked. Annabeth shook her head. Not unless they're intentionally stalked in the woods or specially summoned by someone on the inside. Why would anybody want to summon a monster? Practice fights. Practical jokes. Practical jokes. I can think F2 from Hermes' cabin who might do that, Naruto responded. The point is, the borders are sealed to keep mortals and monsters out. From the outside, mortals look into the valley and see nothing unusual, just a strawberry farm. So, you're a year-rounder? Percy asked. Annabeth nodded. From the collar of her t-shirt she pulled a leather necklace with 5 clay beads of different color, as well as a big gold college ring strung on it. I've been here since I was 7, she said. Every August, on the last day of summer session, you get a bead for surviving another year. I've been here longer than most counselors. And they're all in college. Why did you come so young? Percy asked. She twisted the ring on her necklace. None of your business. Think before you continue, Percy, or you might lose a possible friend. Naruto warned. Percy nodded and decided to change topics. So, I could just walk out of here right now if I wanted to. It would be suicide, but you could, with Mr. D's or Chiron's permission. But they wouldn't give permission until the end of the summer session unless, Naruto asked, if you were granted a quest. It's like those missions you told me about last night, Naruto, Annabeth said. But that hardly happens. The last time. Her voice trailed off but Naruto and Percy could guess the quest didn't turn out well. Back in the sick room, Percy said. When you were feeding me that stuff. Ambrosia. Yeah, you asked me something about the summer solstice. Annabeth's shoulders tensed. So you do know something. Wait, you were awake before me. Naruto asked. Only for brief moments, Percy responded. Do you know something? Annabeth asked again. Well, no, Percy said. Back at Yancey, Percy and I overheard Grover and Chiron talked about the summer solstice, Naruto responded. He said something like we didn't have much time, well mostly Percy. What did that mean? Percy asked. She clenched her fists. I wish I knew. Chiron and the satyrs, they know. But they won't tell me. Something is wrong in Olympus, something pretty major. Last time I was there, everything seemed so normal. You've been to Olympus, some of us year-rounder. Luke and Clarice and I and a few others, we took a field trip during winter solstice. That's when the gods have their big annual council. But, how did you get there? Percy asked. The Long Island Railroad, of course. You get off at Penn Station. Empire State Building, special elevator to the 600th floor. She looked at me like she was sure I must know this already. You are a New Yorker, right? Oh, sure. Percy responded, having a hard time believing it. Naruto held back a laugh at the thought that they'd been in New York, him for a year and Percy his whole life, and neither knew that the entrance of Olympus was there. Right after we visited, Annabeth continued, the weather got weird, as if the gods had started fighting a couple of times since. I've overheard satyrs talking. The best I can figure out is something important was stolen. And if it isn't returned by summer solstice, there's going to be trouble. When you came, I was hoping, Athena can get along with just about anybody, except Ares. And of course, she's got the rivalry with Poseidon. But, aside from that, I thought maybe the three of us could work together, maybe one of you knows something. Percy shook his head as Naruto responded. Sorry. Both of us were at Percy's place during all winter break, and when we weren't we were at Yancey. Annabeth sighed. I've got to get a quest, Annabeth muttered to herself. I'm not too young. If they would just tell me the problem. Naruto and Percy smell barbecue smoke coming from nearby. Must be almost dinner time, Naruto responded. I hope they got my ramen ready. Annabeth and Percy laughed at Naruto's statement. I'll catch you later, Annabeth said. Naruto, if you want to go back to Hermes' cabin until dinner, you can. Sure thing, Naruto responded. Come on, Percy. Ellipsis. Back at cabin 11, everybody was talking and horsing around, waiting for dinner. Percy went over to his spot and sat down while Naruto talked with two full-blood Rothers, both sons of Hermes, Travis and Connor Stoll. Luke came over to Percy and handed him a camp half-blood orange t-shirt, leather necklace, and even a sleeping bag and toiletries from the camp store. Found you a sleeping bag, he said. And here, I stole you some toiletries from the camp store. Thanks, Percy said. No prob. Luke sat next to him, pushed his back against the wall. Tough first day. At first, but Naruto helped. Percy responded. Naruto was now standing at the ceiling like he'd done it 100 times before. So your dad is Hermes? Percy asked. Luke pulled out a switch blade out of his back pocket and used it to scrape the mud off the sole of his sandal. Yeah, Hermes. The winged foot messenger guy. That's him. Messengers. Medicine. Travelers. Merchants. Thieves. Anybody who uses the roads. That's why you're here, enjoying Cabin 11's hospitality. Hermes isn't picky about who he sponsors. So, I guess that make you Naruto's uncle, Percy responded. From what I've been told, yeah, Luke said. So, have you ever met your dad? Percy asked. Once. Percy waited for more, but apparently there was nothing to it. Luke looked up and managed a smile. Don't worry about it, Percy. The campers here, they're mostly good people. After all, we're extended family, right? We take care of each other. They sat in silence for a bit before Percy broke it. Clarice, from Aries, was joking about me being Big 3 material. Then Annabeth, twice, she said I might be the one. She said I should talk to the Oracle. What was that all about? Luke folded his knife. I hate prophecies. What do you mean? His face twitched around his scar. Let's just say I messed things up for everybody else. The last 2 years, ever since my trip to the Garden of the Hesperides went sour. Chiron hasn't allowed any more quest. Annabeth been dying to get out into the world. She pestered Chiron so much he finally told her he already know her fate. He'd had a prophecy from the Oracle. He wouldn't tell her the whole thing, but he said Annabeth wasn't destined to go on a quest yet. She had to wait until somebody special comes to camp. Somebody special. Don't worry about it, kid, Luke said. The Oracle probably was referring to Naruto there. He's not a child, or grandchild of the Big 3, but being a demigod shinobi and all, I take it he already told you about where he originally from. Yeah, Percy responded, maybe you're right. A horn blew in the distance and somehow Percy knew it was a conch shell. Luke yelled, 11, fall in. The whole cabin, about 21 campers, filed into the commons yard. They lined up in order of seniority, so of course Percy and Naruto were in the back row. Campers came from the other cabins with an exception of the 4 empty cabins, including Artemis, which had started to glow silver. The group marched up the hill to the mess hall. Satyrs joined them from the meadows. Naiads emerged from the canoeing lakes and dry. Ads melted out of the tree and joined them. At the pavilion, torches blazed as campers took their seats at their respected table. Too bad for Percy, his butt was halfway hanging off the end while Naruto sat where he was last night. Finally, Chiron pounded his hoof against the marble floor of the pavilion, and everybody fell silent. He raised his glass. To the gods. Everybody else raised their glasses. To the gods. Wood nymphs came forward with platters of the usual food, only this time, one brought Naruto his ramen. Luke told Percy about his gauntlet and Percy requested blue cherry coke. Percy filled his plates with smoked briskets and was about to start eating when everyone got up. Come on, Percy, Naruto said, time to make offerings to the gods. Okay, Percy responded as he got up. As they waited for their turns, Naruto told Percy how each camper's making a scraping of the biggest or juiciest portions to their Olympian parent, or in Naruto's case, make 2 scrapings to both his grandparents. Naruto went first and made the first scraping saying, Athena, then made a second scraping saying, Hermes. Then it was Percy's turn. Whoever you are, tell me. Please. Percy scraped a big slice of brisket into the flames and received the pleasant smell of the food offered. When everybody had returned to their seats and finished eating their meals, Chiron pounded his hoof again for their attention. Naruto guessed that Mr. D decided to wait until after the feast to make his announcements as the wine god sighed. Yes, I suppose I have to do this again. Well, hello. Our activities director, Chiron, says the next capture the flag is Friday. Cabin 5 presently holds the laurels. A bunch of ugly cheering rose from Aries' table. Personally, Mr. D continued, I couldn't care less, but congratulations. Also, I should tell you that our second newcomer has finally woken today. Peter Johnson. Chiron murmured something. Percy Jackson, Mr. D corrected. That's right. Hurrah, and all that. Now run along to your silly campfire. Go on. Everybody cheered as they stood up and headed down toward the amphitheater, where Apollo's cabin led a sing-along. Naruto noticed that his best friend was having a fun time with campers from cabin 11. Naruto smiled for his friend. At least Percy was starting to feel at home. That night Naruto wished Percy a good night's sleep before eating off with cabin 6 to get some sleep himself. Little did he know that Percy's home welcoming will be brief. The next few days, Naruto managed to balance his schedule with the help of Annabeth and Luke so he could train with Percy in hopes to help him get claim. They quickly learned though that every day had a different schedule with only a few lessons being the same. Every morning after breakfast they had inspections. And much to Percy's bad luck, Hermes' cabin been getting dead last, and Hermes' kids, mostly the Stoll brothers, tricked Percy into doing the hardest work after dinner during their kitchen duties. Percy quickly realized not to trust the Stoll brothers when it comes to chores. Then they have ancient Greek with Annabeth, where they talked about the gods and goddesses in the present tense. Percy discovered Annabeth was right about his dyslexia when he haven't had a hard time reading ancient Greek. After a couple of mornings, Percy could stumble through a few lines of Homer without too much headache. The rest of the week rotates between chores and outdoor activities, mostly to try and figure out who was Percy's father. First they had lunch preparations before they had archery with Chiron. Naruto found he wasn't a bad shot with a bow and arrow, about as expected from a child of Athena who never used a bow before. However, Percy was clearly not a child of Apollo when he shot an arrow at a dryad instead of his target, or when an arrow got snagged in Chiron's tail. After archery they had lunch where they ate with their respected cabinmates, or in Naruto's case with Hermes' cabin. After lunch was weapon making with the head counselor of Hephaestus' cabin, Charles Beckendorf, a huge African-American dude with a permanent scowl, muscles like a baseball player, and hands like catcher's mitts which were calloused. Naruto didn't have a neck for building, sadly, but after one day with Hephaestus' cabin, he did come up with some unique ideas for weapons. Percy on off. Our hand clearly wasn't a child of Hephaestus when he accidentally welded two swords together. After that they had a foot race with dryads. Of course Naruto was at the top, while Percy found himself slower than a dryad much to his embarrassment. Then they had free time before dinner. Naruto wished he can say they had better luck on Tuesday. They had store checks before javelin throwing class. Percy was better at it than with a bow and arrow, but it still didn't help him finding out who his father was. Then they had canoe races. Percy actually succeeded in that. It seemed the water was willed to help him. However, canoeing wasn't Naruto's skill as he just pedaled in circles before deciding to take off his t-shirt due to the heat, apply chakra to his feet, got on the water, picked up his canoe and walked across the finished line, gaining attention. But it wasn't because of him displaying his trick. When Naruto took off his t-shirt, he forgot about the scar on his chest from when Sasuke jabbed him with the Chidori that was still visible. Darn, Uzumaki, how did you get that? Clarice asked, noticing it when she came ashore after him. A fight with a friend, Naruto responded, putting his t-shirt back on. Over what? A girlfriend? Clarice asked. No, and I don't want to talk about it, Naruto responded. That pretty much ended discussion after that. They finished the day off with unarmed combat before dinner, which Naruto excelled at but Percy struggled with. Wednesday though had to be the worst day, when Percy had wrestling after he and Naruto had to learn the different ways to kill a monster. Mostly because in both lessons, Clarice led the lessons, and both lessons, Percy got the pummeling of his life. Think of it this way, Naruto told Percy, at least you know Ares isn't your dad and Clarice isn't your half-sister. Shut up. Percy groaned. During the first 3 days Naruto noticed the senior campers and counselors were watching Percy, trying to decide who his dad was. But they weren't having an easy time of it. Percy wasn't as strong as Ares kids, or as good at archery as Apollo kids, or had Hephaestus skills with metalwork, and Naruto been around Percy long enough to know he didn't have any gift with vine plants. Luke told Percy he might be a child of Hermes, a kind of jack of all trades, master of none. But Naruto had a feeling Luke was just trying to make Percy feel better since he didn't know what to make of Percy either. Despite all that, Percy and Naruto liked camp. Every morning before dawn, Naruto trained to the point that Athena cabin stopped worrying about him leaving camp and only send someone to make sure he doesn't miss breakfast. Percy gotten used to the lifestyle of camp as well, but Naruto would sometimes catch Percy thinking about something else. Most likely about his mother, or bitterly about his dad who had yet claimed him. Thursday proven to be more resourceful overall when Percy and Naruto had their first sword fighting lessons. Everyone from Cabin 11 gathered around the big circular arena, where Luke would be their instructor. They started with basic stabbing and slashing, using some straw-stuffed dummies in Greek armor. Naruto did better than he expected since before his battle with the Fury, Naruto never used a sword before. A sword was nothing like a kunai knife. It had a reach Naruto wouldn't get out of a kunai, and surely Naruto had enough power. But something about the training swords didn't feel right, as if it wasn't long enough, or had enough power. Whatever it was, there was something off. Naruto wasn't the only one have trouble with his sword. Percy seemed be struggling with his. Luke had a hard time finding a sword for him. They moved on to dueling pairs. Luke announced to be Percy's partner, since he was the only newbie with the least experience in duels or fighting. Naruto was paired up with a big Hispanic teenager with black hair and brown eyes, Chris Rodriguez. When Naruto first met Chris, he thought Chris was another uncle of his because like every Hermes kid, he had the sharp facial features only to find out the guy wasn't even claimed. By time Luke called a break everyone was soaked in sweat. Everybody swarmed the drink cooler. Naruto saw Percy poured water on himself after watching Luke do it, which seemed to energize Percy. Another power over water Percy seemed to have, Naruto thought. Okay. Everybody circle up, Luke ordered. If Percy doesn't mind, I want to give you a little demo. Naruto couldn't help but feel bad for Percy when Luke said that, but wanting to see what Luke wanted to show them. He watched anyways. Luke told everybody he was going to demonstrate a disarming technique, how to twist the enemy's blade with the flat of your own sword so that he had no choice but to drop his weapon. This is difficult, he stressed. I've had it used against me. No laughing at Percy, now. Most swordsmen have to work years to master this techniques. He demonstrated the move on Percy in slow motion. Sure enough the sword clattered out of his hand. Now in real time, he said, after Percy retrieved his sword. We keep sparring until one of us pulls it off. Ready, Percy? Percy nodded. And Luke came after him. Somehow, Percy kept Luke from getting a shot at the hilt of his words and eventually was able to counter all the attacks. After Luke deflected Percy's attack, he started pushing Percy. Naruto noticed that Percy started having trouble with his sword again, and knew Percy wouldn't stand a chance soon. Percy must have known it too as he tried the disarming technique. Percy's blade hit the base of Luke's and he twisted, putting his whole weight into a downward thrust. Clang! Luke's sword rattled against the stones. The tip of Percy's blade was an inch from his undefended chest. The other campers were silent. Sorry, Percy lowered his sword. For a moment, Luke was too stunned to speak. Sorry. His scarred face broke into a grin. By the gods, Percy, why are you sorry? Show me that again. Percy reluctantly agreed, but this time there was no contest. The moment their swords connected, Luke hit Percy's hilt and sent his weapon skidding across the floor. Beginner's luck, somebody said. Luke wiped the sweat off his brow. He appraised Percy with an entirely new interest. Maybe, he said, But I wonder what Percy could do with a balanced sword. After a brief silence they had pair off so everyone could try the moves themselves. However, the lesson ended quickly when a sound clattered against the ground and everyone turned to Naruto. Ohu was in a position of the final move on Chris. What happened was Naruto had blocked Chris' sword, twisted his body around for a swing, forcing Chris to dodge, giving Naruto the opening to dive in his blade at Chris' hilt for the disarming move. The scary part was that during the move, Naruto had no clue what exactly happened, he just saw the move happened and something in his brain clicked. As he was able to process the best way to counter. Looks like we have two future prodigies with the sword, Luke said. Good job Naruto. Thanks, Naruto responded. Friday afternoon, instead of going to the rock climbing wall with Percy and Grover, Luke told Naruto that Annabeth wants the two of them for a meeting. Apparently Athena allied with Apollo and Hermes, two of the biggest cabins at camp for the game Capture the Flag. And since Hermes and Athena weren't going against each other, Naruto can take part of it. Naruto wanted to try out the rock climbing wall with the lava, but Naruto decided he had plenty of opportunities. Annabeth held HQ where she taught ancient Greek. Inside, children of Athena were coming up with a battle strategy. Only ones there wasn't from Athena besides Luke was Lee Fletcher, son of Apollo and head of counselor of Cabin 7. He was this archer kid with a deep natural suntan, and hair that was so blonde it matched the color of the sun. Lee and Annabeth were at their own section of the room. I brought Naruto, Luke said. Thanks Luke, Annabeth said, sorry to tear you away from helping Percy get claim, Naruto. No problem, Naruto responded, so what do you have planned? Well, we already got an idea for the basic attack force, Annabeth said, but we can't be sure until the game. Well, what can you tell me? Naruto asked. Well, we know Ares has allied with Hephaestus, Dionysus, Aphrodite and Demeter, Annabeth said. The good news is Aphrodite's kids rarely play unless the hunters of Artemis comes to visit. Demeter and Dionysus has the home field advantage since we're playing in the woods, but Demeter isn't aggressive and only Dionysus' twin sons plays the game. Our biggest obstacle is Hephaestus and Ares' cabin. With the two combined they got brains and muscles. Not to mention Clarice would want to nothing more than to humiliate Percy, Naruto responded. Right, Annabeth responded. We can use our sheer numbers to our side. But unless we know what they're planning beforehand, we can't be so sure of ourselves. Luke and Lee Fletcher nodded. If it's intelligence gathering, I'm the man for the job, Naruto said, gaining odd looks from the three blondes. That shadow clone jutsu I showed off my first night here, it has a useful trick I learned while in Yansei, Naruto explained. If the clones are destroyed in battle, their memories returns to the user, including their experience. Anyways, if I send my clones out to check out the area during the game and they happen to get destroyed even after being noticed, I can still learn their attack plan, especially since no one on the other team knows the full abilities of the shadow clone jutsu. Annabeth stared at Naruto as a million ideas went through her head of how they can use Naruto's jutsu. Then her face broke out into a giant smile and began hugging Naruto to death. That's perfect. There are so many things we could do with that skill. The information we gather could be crucial. You're a genius, she said. Naruto blushed with embarrassment as it was the first time anyone told him that. Luke, do you know what this means? Annabeth said. When the hunters come over, Naruto will be our trump card. We might finally beat them. She was getting excited. I take it the hunters beat you before? Naruto asked. Annabeth nodded. Any time they come to visit we have a game against them. And the hunters won the last 55 times. We may have the home field advantage here, but some of the hunters have thousands of years of experience due to being immortal. They're immortal, Naruto responded. Not completely. A reward for joining Artemis in the hunt. They remain the age they joined at unless they've fallen in battle or fallen in love, Annabeth responded. They're all females. And they have to sworn off men. I guess that makes sense, Naruto said. I mean, considering their patron is Artemis, right? She turned away men to remain a maiden huntress. Annabeth nodded while Luke had a dark look on his face. After the meeting, Annabeth headed off to tell the rest of Athena's cabin about their new skill while Luke Naruto to where the weapons and armor was being kept. Luke showed Naruto his armor, which was standard armor, which strapped onto his chest area and shoulder guards and an imprint of a caduceus in all the armor, but at the same time gave Naruto room to strap his pouch to his belt and strap a sword to his side. When Naruto tried it on, it was snug and slightly heavy, but at the same time allow him to have complete mobility. Yours is built for mobility and full arm movement for those signs you do with your hands for your ninja tricks, Luke said. Cool, Naruto responded. Also, I was told to give you this. Luke handed Naruto his old headband back. Only this time the metal plate on it were celestial bronze, but other than that it was the same. My headband, Naruto responded. Naruto quickly tied it over his forehead. When he did, he felt like he was his old shinobi self. Just with armor. Normally the game recommend helmets, but it's not necessary, Luke said, showing Naruto the ancient Greek-style helmet. There's no way I'm wearing that, Naruto responded. I don't blame you. Well, other than that is the sword and shield, Luke said. I'll take the sword, but no shield, Naruto responded. I got my own way for defense. Suit yourself, Luke said. We better head in and see what Annabeth has planned for your shadow clones. Right, Naruto responded. They headed in and got the final details of the plans with Naruto's clones. Ellipsis. After the meeting, Naruto met up with Grover and Percy at the pier. Naruto forgot that he was still wearing his new armor until Grover commented. Nice armor, Grover responded. Thanks, Naruto responded. Percy. You'll get yours tonight. Right, Percy responded. Naruto sat down in the pier with them. By the way, Grover, how did your talk with Mr. D go? Naruto asked. Grover turned sickly shade of yellow. Fine, he said. Just great. So your career's still on track? Percy asked. Grover glanced at them nervously. Kirin T told you I want a searcher's license. Not me, Naruto said. I was too busy dealing with bullies. He didn't tell me exactly, Percy said. He just said you had big plans, you know, and that you needed credit for completing a keeper's assignment. So did you get it? Grover looked down at the naiads. Mr. D suspended judgment. He said I hadn't failed or succeed with you two yet, so our fates were still tied together. If either of you got a quest and I went along to protect one of you or both of you, and all of us came back alive, then maybe he'd consider the job complete. Well, that's not so bad, Naruto responded. Right. Blah ha ha. He might as well have transferred me to stable cleaning duty. The chances of either of you getting a quest, and even if you did, why would either of you want me along? Of course, we'd want you along, Percy said. Yeah, Naruto responded. Grover stared glumly at the water where naiads were basket weaving underwater. Basket weaving must be nice to have a useful skill. Percy and Naruto decided it might be best to change topics. They talked about canoeing and swordplay for a while, then they debated the pros and cons of the different gods. Percy asked about the 4 empty cabins and found that Hades didn't have one since he didn't have a throne. Why are Zeus and Poseidon's empty? They had, like, a bazillion kids in the myths, Percy asked. Why are their cabins empty? Grover shifted his hooves uncomfortably. About 60 years ago, after World War II, the Big Three agreed they wouldn't sire any more heroes. Their children were just too powerful. They were affecting the course of human events too much, causing too much carnage. World War II, you know, that was basically a fight between the sons of Zeus and Poseidon on one side, and the sons of Hades on the other. The winning side, Zeus and Poseidon, made Hades swear an oath with them, no more affairs with mortal women. They all swore on the river of Styx. Thunder boomed. Percy said, that's the most serious oath you can make. Grover nodded. Why not just make it where Hades can't have any mortal kids? Naruto asked. Grover hesitated. Maybe it was the only way for Hades to agree. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Grover never been a good liar. So Naruto knew there had to be more. And the brothers kept their word, Percy said. No kids. Grover's face darkened. 17 years ago, Zeus fell off the wagon. There was this TV star, Ed, with a big fluffy 80s hairdo. He just couldn't help himself. When their child was born, a little girl named Talia, well, the river Styx is serious about promises. Zeus himself got off easy because he's immortal. But he brought a terrible fate on his daughter. That's not fair, Naruto responded. It's not her fault her dad couldn't keep his oath. Grover hesitated. Naruto, children of the Big Three have powers greater than other half-bloods. They have a strong aura, a scent that attracts monsters. When Hades found out about the girl, he wasn't too happy about Zeus breaking his oath. Hades let the worst monsters out of Tartarus to torment Talia. A satyr was assigned to be her keeper when she was 12, but there was nothing he could do. He tried to escort her here with a couple of other half-bloods she'd befriended. They almost made it. They got all the way to the top of that hill. He pointed across the valley, to the pine tree where Percy and Naruto had fought the Minotaur. All three kindly ones were after them, along with a horde of hellhounds. They were about to be overrun when Talia told the satyr to take the other two half-bloods to safety while she held off the monster. She was wounded and tired. And she didn't want to live like a hunted animal. The satyr didn't want to leave her, but he couldn't change her mind, and he had to protect the others. So Talia made her final stand alone. At the top of the hill. As she died, Zeus took pity on her. He turned her into that tree. Her spirit still helps protect the borders of the valley. That's why the hill is called Half-Blood Hill. There was a brief silence. Grover, Percy broke the silence. Have heroes really gone on quest to the underworld? Sometimes, he said. Orpheus, Hercules, Houdini. And have they ever returned somebody from the dead? No, never. Orpheus came close. Percy, you're not seriously thinking. No, Percy lied. I was just wondering. Naruto shot Percy a warning look. Naruto could tell Percy was lying. But Naruto hoped Percy wasn't dumb enough to try the impossible. So, Percy said, a satyr is always assigned to guard a demigod. Not always. Satyrs go undercover to a low T of schools and try to sniff out the half-bloods who have the makings of great heroes, Naruto said, right Grover? Grover nodded, and if we find one with a very strong aura, like a child of the Big Three, we alert Chiron. He tries to keep an eye on them, since they could cause really huge problems. And you found Naruto and me. Chiron said you thought I might be special. Grover looked as if Percy just had led him into a trap. I didn't. Oh listen, don't think of that. It probably was just a mix-up because you were around Naruto, and him being a shinobi legacy of two Olympians from another world. If you were, you know, you'd never ever be allowed a quest, and I'd never get my license. You're probably a child of Hermes. Or maybe even one of the minor gods, like Nemesis, the god of revenge. Grover. Nemesis is a goddess of revenge, Naruto stated. Grover turned pink realizing his mistake. Ellipsis. That night after dinner, there was a lot of excitement than usual. At last, it was time for capture the flag. When the plates were cleared away, the conch horn sounded and everyone stood at their tables. Campers yelled and cheered as Annabeth Malcolm and another sibling of theirs ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, glistening gray, with a painting of a barn owl above an olive tree. From the opposite side of the pavilion, Clarice and two of her siblings ran in with another banner. Of identical size, but gaudy red, painted with a bloody spear and the boars' heads. Those are the flags. Percy yelled over the noise. Yeah, Luke replied. Ares and Athena always lead the teams. Not always, he said, but often. So, if another captain captures one, what do we do? Repaint the flag. He grinned. You'll see. First we have to get one. At least on our first week we get to play together. Naruto said. What do you mean? Percy asked. Athena made alliances with Hermes and Apollo. Naruto replied, if Athena haven't allied with Hermes, I wouldn't play since I'm part of both cabins. Naruto had taken off his armor before heading to dinner, but he had it sealed up and ready to call out. Chiron hammered his hoof on the marble. Heroes, he announced. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I still serve as referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves. He spread his hands, and the tables were suddenly covered with equipment, helmets. Bronze swords, spears, oxhide shields coated with metal. Naruto took out the scroll he had sealed his gear, opened it, made some quick hand signs and unsealed his armor. Naruto first strapped on his armor, then put on his arm and hand guards. Naruto strapped his pouch full of celestial bronze weapons onto his belt in the back and his sword to his side. But unlike everyone else, instead of putting on his helmet, Naruto took his headband and tied it over his forehead before making sure everything was strapped on correctly. When he was done, he noticed a lot of people were staring at him. Some from Aphrodite cabin were watching Naruto like he just made their #1 boy toy target. I'm starting to understand why Sasuke ignore fangirls, Naruto thought. Ron must have sensed Naruto's uneasiness toward the stairs because he hammered his hooves, reminding everyone of the game. Percy was struggling with his new armor, which was a standard Greek armor with a shield the size of an NBA backboard, with a big caduceus in the middle. His helmet was the same as everyone else's on Athena's side that was wearing one, with a blue horsehair plume on top. Ares and their allies had red plumes. Annabeth yelled, "Blue team, forward." The blue team cheered and shook their swords and followed her down the path to the south woods. The red team yelled taunts at the blue team as they headed toward the north. Naruto noticed Clarice giving Percy death glares. Naruto instantly could tell why Mr. D thought the armor might help him. Despite its size and weight, Naruto felt protected at the same time able to move freely in it. Meanwhile, Percy was trying to get the plan out of Annabeth, much to her annoyance. Finally, Percy retreated back to Luke while Naruto 2T. He chanced to appear next to Annabeth, which startled her until she saw concern in Naruto's eyes. "What's wrong?" Annabeth asked. "Clarice might go after Percy to get him back for the bathroom incident," Naruto responded. "It could run in your favor in the game, but as soon as I'm done with scouting, if he ended up outnumbered, I'm going to help him." Annabeth nodded. Naruto nodded. "By the way, what kind of advice did you give Percy?" "Watch out for Clarice's spear," Annabeth replied. "Why?" "Because it sends electric sparks," Annabeth said. "Did you tell him that?" "No," Annabeth replied, "but if you want to tell him, go ahead." Naruto nodded and flanked back to Percy. "Clarice's spear is electrified," Naruto said. "What?" Percy responded, "How do you know?" "I just asked Annabeth," Naruto replied. "Why she didn't tell me?" "I don't know, maybe you annoyed her," Naruto responded. "Not funny," Percy said. "Look, if she comes at you, just avoid the spear and stay on her blind side," Naruto said. "And if I'm outnumbered? Well, then you better hope the Olympians have liability for their kids," Naruto responded and laughed when Percy started looking scared and worried. "I'm joking, Percy. Geez, lighten. Just stay near the creek and you'll be fine." "What do you mean stay near the creek?" Percy asked. However, Naruto had moved up ahead without answering. Naruto didn't want to tell Percy that he would come to his aid if he's outnumbered, mostly because he didn't want to get Percy's hopes up. Percy needed to fight his own battles after all. But if Percy is near the creek, Naruto can find him. Ellipsis. After reaching their half of the forest, the blue team that was defending parties containing the unclaimed and half of Apollo's kids went to their designation. Meanwhile, Athena's cabin, Hermes' kids, remaining Apollo's kids, and Naruto were either the attack force or scouting party. As soon as the horn went off, Annabeth gave Naruto the nod. Naruto nodded back before he brought up his hands up to make the hand sign for his signature shadow clone jutsu. In a few puffs of smoke, 11 Narutos were now standing in front of him. "You guys know what to do," Naruto said to the clones. The clones saluted before leaping off into the trees in different directions. Olympus. The Olympians had gathered in their respected temples to watch the game of Capture the Flag, mostly because they were aware of the shinobi demigod among their children. Some wanted to watch it for more reasons than others due to another rumor going on about the shinobi demigod, and they wanted to see if he was a potential threat. Ellipsis. Back with the blue team, they patiently waited for Naruto to receive the information while a few were beginning to get angsty. Naruto finally gained the memories of most of his shadow clones. "Got it." Everyone circled around to listen. "Okay, there are 4 different groups. One is going down the left side of the forest in a group of 12. They're being led by Beckendorf. And other is being led by one of his siblings from the right side. It looks like they're trying to sandwich us in when they get the flag. The third group is Clarice and 4 of her siblings from Ares' cabin. They're going toward Percy. The rest seem to be led by Mr. D's twin sons who are guarding the flag." "Naruto, this is fantastic, thank the gods you're playing with us in this game," Annabeth said. giving him a quick grateful hug before she started formulating plans and separating people into groups to combat the opposing groups. One group that was led by Malcolm would go up against Beckendorf. Connor and Travis will counter the other group from the right, while Annabeth and Luke would lead the battalion against the forces around the flag. Naruto, you can go help Percy if needed, Annabeth said. Naruto nodded and the group broke up into smaller groups and spread out through the forest. It only took minutes for Naruto to find Percy with his sword and shield near the creek. The shield was far too big for Percy. And the helmet seemed to keep falling over his eyes. Another good reason why Naruto stuck to his headband over those helmets. While Naruto waited, he decided to work on his wind chakra training. Which, since he was on a tree, was cutting a leaf in half with his own chakra. He could hear the sounds of metal clashing and taunts being thrown around. His focus was broken when he heard a twig broke followed by a growl. When he did, Naruto decided to investigate the sound and leapt off. It didn't take him too long to find the source of the growl, especially since it was hard to miss. It was a huge massif dog with lava-like eyes and dagger-like teeth, and what was worse was that it was the size of a car. Naruto knew immediately that this beast had to be a monster, and, Althaug. He had absolutely no clue how it got here or how to defeat it. He took out 2 kunai blades. However, instead of throwing them at the beast, Naruto did something he doubt even the monster expected. He jumped onto the beast back. Naruto had no idea why he did that. Maybe he thought being in the air, he could catch it off guard, and strike its vital point, if he could find them. Either way, the massif dog yelped and started running, trying to throw Naruto off it. Naruto dug his kunai into the fur and skin of the beast just to stay on it. Ellipsis. While Naruto was having the ride of his life, Percy was struggling against Aries kids. They were pulverizing him since he was on his own. The flag is that way, Percy told them, trying to get them to leave him alone. Yeah, one of Aries' kids said. But see, we don't care about the flag. We care about a guy who made our cabin look stupid. But, didn't Naruto beat 2 of your siblings? Percy asked. 3 actually, one grumbled. It doesn't matter. Clarice said, you're going down. She thrust her spear at Percy. If it wasn't for his armor, she would have killed Percy, but that didn't stop him from getting shock. Then the other guys slashed Percy's arm before kicking him into the creek. They all laughed, unaware of the mistake they made. When Percy landed into the creek, the water seemed to have woke up his senses as if he was on a huge sugar and caffeine rush. Clarice and her siblings came into the creek to finish Percy off, but Percy stood up and swung the flat of his sword into the first guy's head, knocking the helmet clean off and the owner out cold. 2 more came at Percy, but he slammed one in the face with his shield and then used his sword to shear off the other guy's plume. Both of them back up quick. The 4th guy was also hesitant to attack. But Clarice kept coming, the point of her spear crackling with energy. As soon as she thrusted, Percy caught the shaft between the edge of his shield and sword and snapped the spear like a twig. Ah! She screamed. You idiot! You corpse breath worm! Percy smacked her between the eyes with his sword butt and sent her stumbling backward out of the creek. Then he heard yelling, elated screams. And saw Luke racing toward the boundary line with the red team's banner lifted high. He was flanked by Travis and Connor Stoll, who was covering him now, and a few Apollo kids, were fighting Beckendorf and his siblings. Aries, kids got up, and Clarice muttered a dazed curse. A trick, she shouted. It was a trick. They staggered after Luke, but it was too late. Everybody converge on the creek as Luke ran across into friendly territory. The blue team exploded into cheers. The red banner shimmered, turned to silver. The boar and spear were replaced with a huge caduceus, the symbol of Cabin 11. Everybody on the blue team picked up Luke and started carrying him around on their shoulders. Chiron cantered out from the woods and blew the conch horn. The game was over. Blue team won. Not bad, hero. Annabeth's voice said next to Percy. Where the heck did you learn to fight like that? She asked. The air shimmered, and she materialized, holding a Yankees baseball cap as if she just took it off. Instead of being shocked, Percy was angry as he said, you set me up. You put me here because you knew Clarice would come after me, while you sent Luke around the flank. You had it all figured out. Well, credit goes to Naruto and his shadow clones helped us, Annabeth said. Speaking of which, where is Naruto? He never showed up, Percy said.
That's strange, Annabeth said before there was a large yelped sound like a dog getting hurt. Suddenly the huge massif dog jumped out of the woods, running around as if trying to shake off something on it. Everyone stopped celebrating when they saw it. But not because of the huge dog, but rather what was on it, or rather who. Naruto had managed to stay on the monster dog, although he wasn't able to remove his kunai kn. If or let go to reach for his sword in order to stab it. The weird part was that Naruto seemed to be having fun time riding the crazed monster until they reached the campers. Get out of the way! Naruto yelled. Most did, but many were knocked around by the monster, but others were knocked aside by the beast. Percy saw it coming at him and drew his sword only to get hit with full force that caused him to stumble out of the creek, losing that sugar high energy he just had. Fortunately Kirin got his quiver full of arrows and bow and shot the beast in the neck, missing Naruto by an inch. Good news. The beast disintegrated into the shadows. Bad news for Naruto, he didn't get time to get off as he fell into the ground with an oomph. The Immortals. Annabeth said, that's a hellhound from the Fields of Punishment. They're not supposed to. Someone summoned it, Kirin said. Someone inside the camp. Everyone turned to Naruto, who got up and brushed the dirt off him like nothing happened. What? Naruto asked. Naruto, why were you on the hellhound? Annabeth asked. Oh, you mean that massif dog? Naruto asked. I found it in the woods and tried to get a jump on it. Sadly it didn't go as well as I hoped. I probably should have tried the summoning jutsu. That gained more suspicious and confused looks. Hold on a second. Percy got up back in the creek, regaining his energy. Naruto wouldn't do anything like that. He's innocent. Everyone turned to Percy and gasped. Oh sticks, Annabeth said, I assumed it would be Zeus. Not him. Now Percy was really confused until he looked up and saw why everyone was shocked. Right above his head was a fading hologram of green light, and a spinning and gleaming three-tipped spear, a trident. It is determined, Kirin announced. All around Percy, campers started kneeling, even Eri's cabin, though they didn't look happy about it. Only one who didn't was Naruto, who wasn't sure how to react to it. My father? Percy asked, completely bewildered. Poseidon, said Kirin. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses, hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. There was a moment of silence before Naruto said, well, that explains why water seemed to help you. Olympus. Zeus was in a foul mood. Poseidon broke his oath and had a son, and now Zeus is all but certain the child stole his symbol for his father, and that Poseidon was out to overthrow him again. It's not only just his nephew that was on Zeus' mind. It was the boy his daughter and son both defied him to bring to this world. He was fully aware of what is sealed in the child. In fact, he had to stop his own children from breaking ancient laws to bring the boy to their world from the day he was born. Zeus was paranoid about the fox, that was for sure. If it wasn't for the fact that the beast itself was dangerous, it's how much dangerous the boy could be if he mastered the beast's power. If the boy learned how to master its power, he could gain the power of the big three. If not even more powerful. However, before he can do anything about it, he needs to deal with the problems he has at hand, and something he will threaten war if it's not taken care of. Ellipsis. If there's one thing Naruto hate more than bullies, it's the cold stares. The day after the Hellhound incident, Naruto joined in with Hermes' cabin, noticing the loathing looks and the whispers didn't help. He had to summon it. He said he could. That's probably why he tried to gain our trust. Another said. Yeah, to destroy us. Only Kirin, Annabeth, Travis, Connor, Luke, Beckendorf, Percy, Katie, and Grover seemed to believe him when he explained what a summoning jutsu was and that he couldn't summon a hellhound. Clarice seemed to believe Naruto too, but she didn't say anything. Unfortunately, Percy had the worst luck after the game. From the moment he was claimed, the poor guy was immediately moved into cabin 3 and treated like he was a plague or something. Annabeth and the rest Naruto's aunts and uncles from Athena cabin started treating Percy like he was their sworn rival or enemy due to the rivalry between Athena and Poseidon. Unfortunately for Naruto, that made him the outcast of cabin 6. Since Percy was one of the first friends he made in this world and the fact Percy stood up for him after the Hellhound was killed, Naruto wasn't about to let his grandmother's rivalry with Percy's dad end it. Luckily for Percy, Grover and Luke seemed to keep their friendship with him as well. Luke even give Percy private sword lessons, although that's mostly because none of He other Hermes kids and unclaimed wanted to train with the guy who beaten 3 more Ares kids at once than Naruto. The last thing they need is to have a horrible dream, which of course meant they had it. Naruto and Percy was on a beach during a storm, only Naruto seemed to be observing things as Percy was trying to run along the beach in a storm. There was a city in the distance, but it wasn't New York. Los Angeles, Naruto thought. He had no clue how he knew it, but his senses told him he was right. About 100 yards down the surf, 2 men were fighting. They looked like TV wrestlers, muscular, with beard and long hair. Both wore flowing Greek tunics, one trimmed in blue, the other in green. They grappled with each other, wrestled, kicked and head-butted, and every time they connect, lightning flashed, the sky grew darker. And the wind rose. Percy tried to run to them, but the wind blew him back, until he was running in place. Naruto tried to run to his friend, but found himself unable to move. Over the roar of the storm, they could hear the blue-robed one yelling at the green-robed one, "Give it back. Give it back." Like a kindergartner fighting over a toy. The waves got bigger, crashing into the beach, spraying Percy and Naruto with salt. Naruto struggled to help Percy, but it felt as if he was under Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu. "Come down, little hero," the voice crooned to Percy. "Come down." The sand split beneath Percy, opening up a crevice straight down to the center of the earth. Percy's feet slipped, and darkness swallowed. Naruto was freed, but before he could go to his friend, he sensed something watching over him. Naruto turned and saw a beautiful woman with long black hair and intense gray wearing a silvery white women tunic under a complete set of armor. "Be wise of how you help your friend, Naruto," she said. Ellipsis. Naruto woke with a start in cabin 6. Judging from the snoring from his cabin mates, Naruto guessed he was the only one awake, which isn't that uncommon. Naruto decided to get up dressed for another early morning training. However, Naruto didn't get the chance, as the moment he got out of the cabin, he saw Grover and Percy both leaving cabin 3. And judging from Grover's worried look, it wasn't a good thing. "Hey," Naruto said, running up to them. "Oh, hey Naruto," Percy said. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. "Chiron has summoned Percy to the big house," Grover said with a slight worried. "Probably so, Mr. D can kill me for existing," Percy muttered. "But it's not Percy's fault that Poseidon broke his oath to have him, right?" Naruto asked. "Maybe so, but Mr. D has bad history with children of Poseidon since Theseus," Grover said. "Why would, oh right, Ariadne," Naruto responded as he suddenly remembered the story of how Dionysus married Ariadne of Crete after she was abandoned by Theseus on an island. "I better go with you guys." Percy had no clue what his blonde-hair friend was going on about, but he was glad Naruto decided to stay with them. Grover wanted to protest since Chiron and Mr. D wanted only Percy, but he knew once Naruto make up his mind, there was no changing it, because even if they leave Naruto, he would Saint likely sneak around to gather info himself. Over Long Island Sound, the sky looked like ink soup coming to a boil. A hazy curtain of rain was coming in their direction. "You think we need an umbrella?" Percy asked Grover. "No," he replied. "It never rains here unless we want it to." "I don't know," Naruto said, looking at the sky. "It doesn't look like it's planning to pass around us." Naruto wasn't the only one worried about the storm. At the volleyball pit, the kids from Apollo's cabin were playing a morning game against the satyrs, and in the strawberry fields Dionysus' twin son were walking around in the strawberry fields, making the plants grow, like normal business, but Naruto and Percy, they were eyeing the storm. Grover, Percy and Naruto walked up to the front porch of the big house. Dionysus sat at the pinnacle table in his tiger-striped Hawaiian shirt with his Diet Coke, just as he had on both of their first days. Chiron sat across the table in his magical wheelchair. They were playing against invisible opponents, 2 Setsu cards hovering in the air. Well, Mr. D said without looking up. "Our little celebrity. Come closer. And don't expect me to kowtow to you, mortal. Just because old Barnacle Beard is your father." A net of lightning flashed across the clouds. Thunder shook the windows of the house. "Blah, blah, blah," Dionysus said. Chiron feigned interest in his pinnacle cards.
Grover cowered by the railing, his hooves clopping back and forth. If I had my way, Mr. D said, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. We'd sweep up the ashes and be done with a lot of trouble. But Chiron seems to feel this would be against my mission at this cursed camp to keep you runts from harm. Spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D, Chiron put in. Nonsense, Dionysus said. Boy wouldn't feel a thing. Nevertheless, I've agreed to restrain myself. I'm thinking of turning you into a dolphin instead, sending you back to your father. Mr. D, Chiron said. Oh, all right. Dionysus relented. There's one more option, but it's deadly and foolishness. Dionysus rose, and the invisible player's cards dropped to the table. I'm off to Olympus for the emergency meeting. If the boy is still here when I get back, I'll turn him into an Atlantic bottlenose. Do you understand? And Perseus Jackson, if you're at all smart, you'll see that's a much better choice than what Chiron feels you must do. Dionysus picked up a playing card, twisted it, and it became a plastic rectangle security pass. He snapped his fingers and the air seemed to fold and bend around him. He became a hologram. Then a wind, then he was gone, leaving only the smell of fresh pressed grapes lingering behind. Well, that was weird, Naruto said. Chiron gave them a tired and strained smile. Sit, Percy, please. And you too, Naruto and Grover. They did. Chiron laid his cards on the table, a winning hand he hadn't gotten to use. Tell me, Percy, he said. What did you make of the hellhound? Percy blinked before answering. At first I was scared until I noticed that it was trying to shake Naruto off its back. Naruto chuckled at the memory. I think I scared it more than it scared everyone else. Yes. Well, Percy will have to meet far worse before he's done, Chiron said. Percy and Naruto looked at each other, both confused. Done? With what? Percy asked. Your quest, of course. Will you accept it? Grover was crossed his fingers with hope. Sir, Naruto said, you haven't told Percy what it is yet. Chiron grimaced. Well, that's the hard part, the details. Thunder rumbled across the valley. The storm clouds had now reached the edge of the beach as the sky and sea were boiling together. Poseidon and Zeus, Percy said. They're fighting over Summit. King valuable, something that was stolen, aren't they? Chiron and Grover exchanged looks. Chiron sat forward in his wheelchair. How did you know that? Well, for one thing, Naruto started off, the sky and sea seem to have been fighting since Christmas. Percy nodded. Then I talked to Annabeth, and she'd overheard something about a theft. And, I've also been having these dreams. Naruto fought the urge to say he has been too. Thankfully Grover interrupted by saying, I knew it. Hush, Satyr, Chiron ordered. But it is his quest. Grover's eyes were bright with excitement. It must be. Only the Oracle can determine. Chiron stroked his bristly beard. Nevertheless, Percy, you and Naruto are correct. Your father and Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. They are fighting over something valuable that was stolen. To be precise, a lightning bolt. Percy laughed nervously. A what? Naruto whacked Percy in the back of the head. Clearly this wasn't a laughing matter. Do not take this lightly, Chiron warned. I'm not talking about some tinfoil-covered zigzag you'd see in a second-grade play. I'm talking about a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze, cap. Ed on both ends with god-level explosives. Oh, Zeus's master bolt, Chiron said, getting worked up now. The symbol of his power, from which all other lightning bolts are patterned. The first weep. On made by the Cyclops for the war against the Titans, the bolt that sheared the top off Mount Etna and hurled Kronos from his throne. The master bolt, which packs enough power to make mortal hydrogen bombs look like firecrackers. Naruto whistled in amazement before asking, and it's missing. Stolen, Chiron said. By who? Percy asked. By whom? Chiron corrected. By you. Percy's mouth fell open. At least, Chiron held up a hand. That's what Zeus thinks. During the winter solstice, at the last council of the gods, Zeus and Poseidon had an argument. The usual nonsense. Mother Rhea always like you best. Air disasters are more spectacular than sea disasters, etc. Afterward, Zeus realized his master bolt was missing, taken from his throne room under his very nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon. Now, a god cannot usurp another god's symbol of power directly, that's forbidden by the most ancient of divine laws.
But Zeus believes your father convinced a human hero to take it. But I didn't. Patience and listen. Child, Chiron said. Zeus has a good reason to be suspicious. The forges of the Cyclops are under the ocean, which gives Poseidon some influence over the makers of his brother's lightning. Zeus believes Poseidon has taken the master bolt, and is now secretly having the Cyclops build an arsenal of illegal copies, which might be used to topple Zeus from his throne. The only thing Zeus wasn't sure about was which hero Poseidon used to steal the bolt. Now Poseidon has openly claimed you as his son. You were in New York over the winter holidays. You could easily have snuck into Olympus. Zeus believes he has found his thief. But I've never been to Olympus. Percy argued. It's true. I was with him during the winter holidays, and we never been in the Empire State Building, Naruto said. Not to mention we had no clue where Olympus was, much less knew it was real until Annabeth told us. Maybe so, but it wouldn't be the first time Poseidon tried to unseat Zeus, Chiron said. Wasn't that because Poseidon wanted Zeus to be a better leader? Naruto asked. Yes, but Zeus didn't see it that way, and ever since then he never trusted his brother. Of course. Poseidon denies stealing the bolt. He took great offense at the accusation. The two having been arguing back and forth for months, threatening war. And now, you've come along, the proverbial last straw. But I'm just a kid. Percy argued. Percy, Grover cut in, if you were Zeus, and you already thought your brother was plotting to overthrow you, then your brother suddenly admitted he had broken the sacred oath he took after World War II, that he's fathered a new mortal hero who might be used as a weapon against you. Wouldn't that twist in your toga? But I didn't do anything, Percy said. Poseidon, my dad, he didn't really have this master bolt stolen, did he? Chiron sighed. Most thinking observers would agree that thievery is not Poseidon's style. But the sea god is too proud to try convincing Zeus of that. Zeus demanded that Poseidon return the bolt by the summer solstice. That's June 21st, 10 days from now. Poseidon wants an apology or being called a thief by the same date. I hoped that diplomacy might prevail, that Hera or Demeter or Hestia would make the two brothers see sense. But your arrival has inflamed Zeus' temper. Now neither god will back down. Unless someone intervenes. Unless the master bolt is found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, there will be war. And do you know what a full-fledged war would look like, Percy? Bad. Percy guessed. Imagine the world in chaos. Nature at war with itself. Olympians forced to choose sides between Zeus and Poseidon. Destruction. Carnage. Millions dead. Western civilization turned into a battle. Round so big it will make the Trojan War look like a water balloon fight. And you, Percy Jackson, would be the first to feel Zeus' wrath. Dang, Naruto responded. It started to rain. Volleyball play. Urs stopped their game and stared in stunned silence at the sky, and it didn't ease Percy's mood. So I have to find the stupid bolt, Percy said. And return it to Zeus. What better peace offering, Chiron said, than to have the son of Poseidon return Zeus' property? If Poseidon doesn't have it, where is the thing? Naruto asked. I believe I know. Chiron's expression was grim. Part of a prophecy I had years ago. Well, some of the lines make sense to me, now. But before I can say more, you must officially take up the quest. You must seek the counsel of the oracle. Why can't you tell him where the bolt is beforehand? Naruto asked. Because if I did, Percy would be too afraid to accept the challenge. Percy swallowed. Good reason. You agree then? Percy looked between Naruto and Grover. Naruto was concerned, but Grover was nodding encouragingly. All right, Percy said. It's better than being turned into a dolphin. Then it's time you consult the oracle, Chiron said. Go upstairs, Percy Jackson, to the attic. When you come back down, assuming you're still sane, we will talk more. Percy reluctantly nodded and headed into the big house. Ellipsis. It's been 5 minutes since Sai had left to consult the oracle and he hasn't returned. Naruto started polishing the bronze on his headband and sharpening his celestial bronze ninja weapons. One thing he learned in camp was how to clean and sharpen celestial bronze weapons so they will always be in top shape for the next monster they fight. Naruto wasn't sure if he will be allowed on the quest, but he wanted to be ready just in case. The oddest part during the wait was that every once in a while Naruto would notice the air behind Chiron shimmered. Finally Percy came out and he looked as if he was hit by a truck. Well? Chiron asked. Percy slumped into a chair at the pinnacle table. She said I would retrieve what was stolen. Grover sat forward, chewing excitedly on the remains of a Diet Coke Dionysus left. That's great. What did the oracle say exactly? Chiron pressed. This is important. Percy was rather reluctant as he spoke. She said I would take 3 west, a friend's dangerous secret will be put at rest. The true enemy will be revealed, only with a friend's help what was stolen be retrieved. Naruto had a feeling that Percy was leaving out something. Chiron must have sensed the same thing because he asked, anything else? No. Percy lied. That's about it. Naruto gave a look to Percy that said, we'll discuss this water. Very well, Percy. But know this, the oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come to pass. Okay, Percy said, anxious to change the topics, so where do I go? Who's the god in the west? Think, Percy, Chiron said. If Zeus and Poseidon weaken each other in a war, who stands to gain? Somebody else who wants to take over. Percy guessed. Yes, quite. Someone who harbors a grudge. Who has been unhappy with his lot since the world was divided eons ago, whose kingdom would grow powerful with the deaths of millions. Someone who hates his brothers for forcing him into an oath to have no more children. An oath that both of them have now broken. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, you don't mean Hades, do you? Chiron nodded. The Lord of the Dead is the only possibility. Even Grover seemed scared by the possibility. A fury came after Percy. Chiron reminded them, she watched the young man until she was sure of his identity, then tried to kill him. Furies obey only one lord, Hades. Yeah, but Hades hates all heroes, Grover protested. Especially if he has found out Percy is a son of Poseidon. A hellhound got into the forest, Chiron continued. Those can only be summoned from the fields of punishment, and it had to be summoned by someone within the camp. Hades must have a spy here. He must suspect Poseidon will try to use Percy to clear his name. Hades will very much like to kill this young half-blood before he can take on the quest. Great, Percy muttered, that's 2 major gods who want to kill me. Naruto wasn't so convinced. It seemed too fishy. Sure, Chiron was right about the Fury being a servant of Hades, and the Hellhound too. But he also remembered what Mrs. Dodds said when she was trying to kill them, or rather demanded. Mrs. Dodds was looking for something not someone. But the quest to, Grover swallowed. I mean, couldn't the Master Bolt be in some place like Maine? Maine's very nice this year. Hades sent a minion to steal the Master Bolt, Chiron insisted. He hid it in the underworld, knowing full and well that Zeus would blame Poseidon. I don't pretend to understand the Lord of the Dead's motives perfectly, or why he chose this time to start a war. But one thing is certain. Percy must go to the underworld, find the Master Bolt, and reveal the truth. Percy seemed to be full of anticipation and desire for revenge, but at the same time hesitant at the idea of going up against a god. Grover was trembling. He'd started eating pinnacle cards like potato chips. Naruto decided to speak up, going with their theory. Look, if we know it's Hades, why can't we just tell the other gods? Maybe my grandmother will listen to reason if she knew that Zeus and Poseidon are being set up. Maybe so, Naruto, but suspecting and knowing are not the same thing. Chiron said. Besides, even if the other gods suspected Hades, and I imagine some does, they couldn't retrieve the bolt themselves. Gods cannot cross each other's territories except by invitation. That is another ancient rule. Heroes, on other hand, have certain privileges. They can go anywhere, challenge anyone, as long as they're bold enough to do it. No god can be held responsible for a hero's actions. Why do you think the gods always operate through humans? You're saying I'm being used, Percy said. I'm saying it was no accident Poseidon claimed you now. It's a very risky gamble. But he's in a desperate situation. He needs you. Percy seemed to be mixed with resentful, grateful, happy and angry all at once. Naruto turned to Chiron. You've known Percy was Poseidon's son all along, haven't you? I had my suspicions. As I said, Naruto, I've spoken to the oracle, too. So let me get this straight, Percy said. I'm supposed to go to the underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe, and get it back to Olympus before the summer solstice, in 10 days. That's about right, Chiron agreed. Did I mention that Maine is very nice this time of year? Grover asked weakly after eating the ace of hearts. You don't have to go, Percy told him. I can't ask that of you. Oh, he shifted his hooves. No, it's Zhu. That satyrs and underground places, well. He took a deep breath, then stood, brushing the shredded cards and aluminum bits off his t-shirt. You saved my life, Percy. You and Naruto both did. If you're serious about wanting me along, I won't let you down. Me too, Naruto said. After all, I do have experience with missions from back in the elemental nations that has proven to be resourceful against the monsters in this world. Chiron nodded in approval. Thanks guys, Percy said. So where do we go? The oracle just said to go west. The entrance to the underworld is always in the west. It moves from age to age. Just like Olympus. Right now, of course it's in America. Where? Percy asked. Chiron looked surprised. I thought that it would be obvious enough. Chiron, up until over a week ago. Percy didn't know the gods were real and he never left the state of New York, Naruto reminded him. Oh, right, Chiron said, forgetting about it. Well, the entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles. Naturally. Percy said, so we just get on a plane. No. Grover shrieked. Percy, what are you thinking? Have you ever been on a plane in your life? Percy shook his head. Percy, think, Chiron said. You are the son of the sea god. Your father's bitterest rival is Zeus, lord of the sky. Your mother knew better than to trust you in an airplane. You would be in Zeus' domain. You would never come down again alive. Quote. Overhead, lightning crackled. Thunder boomed. Okay, Percy said, trying not to look at the storm, so, I'll travel overland. That's right, Chiron said. Also, under normal circumstances I will only allow Naruto and Grover go with you, but since the oracle prophesied it, you must have a third companion in this quest. Fortunately, someone has already volunteered, if you will accept her help. Gee, Percy said, feigning surprise. Who else would be stupid enough to volunteer for a quest like this? The air shimmered behind Chiron once again. Annabeth became visible, stuffing her Yankees cap into her back pocket. I've been waiting a long time for a quest, Seaweed Brain, she said. Athena is no fan of Poseidon, but if you're going to save the world, I'm the best person to help keep you from messing up. What am I? Chop liver? Naruto asked. If you do say so yourself, Percy said. I suppose you have a plan, wise girl. Her cheeks colored. Do you want my help or not? Ninjas in the elemental nations normally go on quest of 3 or 4, Naruto stated. Fine, Percy said, 4 will work. Excellent, Chiron said. This afternoon, we can take you 4 as far as the bus terminal in Manhattan. After that, you're on your own. Lightning flashed. Rain poured down on the meadow that were never supposed to have violent weather. No time to waste, Chiron said. I think you should all get packing. And then off to get Zeus' toy of mass destruction, Naruto thought. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.